Chapter 1 of Two Sides to Every Story, from a South Australian Standpoint. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsty. Two Sides to Every Question, from a South Australian Standpoint, by Maud Jean FRANC. Chapter 1. The Little House in the Back Street. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. The sounds fell sharply and distinctly on the ear, not with the soothing monotony of the pendulum's swing, not with the dreary crackle of the fire as it glows and flares, bursting into little playful jets of flame and burning down into soft grey dust, not like the pleasant singing of the kettle on the hob. It was a monotony that wearied, that smote the unaccustomed, sensitive brain with its impatient little taps, and spoke of everything decidedly hard and practical, its very rapidity scorning the poetical. Every tap was a stitch, and loudly proclaimed itself such, with its irritating voice, as if one cared to be continually reminded of the fact. Commend us to la silencieuse, which has the modesty to perform its good deeds without demonstration or proclamation. The click-click in question, however, came through the window of a by no means unpoetical room, albeit it was in a little house situated in one of the back streets of our city of Adelaide. A more unpromising neighbourhood for the cultivation of poetry could scarcely exist. Houses of all sizes and in every stage of discomfort, unswept, ungarnished, stood on every side, with here and there a window devoted to threads and tapes, and doubtful-looking lollies, while the inevitable public house stood at the corner. At intervals, indeed, there were one or two habitations in more respectable condition. Among them was that from which the loud tones of the Wheeler and Wilson made themselves audible. A low row of palings and a narrow strip of paved yard separated the house from footpath and road, and held the premises safe from intrusive footsteps or too close inspection. The window ledge was filled with flowers, geraniums and fuchsias, and musk plants affording both a verdant screen and a sweet perfume. The machine was close to the window, but only a passing glimpse of the worker could be seen through the clustering leaves, and the click-click soon became too familiar a sound in that neighbourhood to attract curious eyes. Nevertheless, as we before said, to those who did see within, the sight was by no means wanting in either a certain degree of prettiness or poetry. The room was a tiny one, and its furniture but scanty, and quickly inventoried, 3 or 4 cedar chairs, a colonial sofa, a backless one, a small square table in the middle of the floor, beneath which was spread a piece of good, though well-worn and rather faded carpeting. The poetry of this room was made up of other things: the drape of the rich old table cover that told a tale of other times, the well-bound books upon the table and bookshelves, those slender bookshelves hanging on one side of the fireplace, surmounted by a bunch of emu's feathers, the handsome crystal vase always filled with flowers at every season of the year, and 2 large neatly framed crayon sketches of pretty English scenery. These made up the poetry of the room. The polished sewing machine itself was the handsomest piece of furniture there, and was duly appreciated and cared for as such. At this machine, day after day, and nearly the whole day through, sat a young and interesting girl, turning its wheels with weary feet, and arranging and rearranging her work with slender fingers that almost looked too slender for a long continuance of such employment. There was something very attractive in the small graceful head, with its abundant and well-arranged masses of dark brown hair, in the sweep of the eyelashes as they bent over her work, in the curve of her mouth with its half-melancholy droop, in the contour of the cheek with its clear though pale complexion. But the eyes, once uplifted, changed everything, for they were really beautiful eyes, full, dark and velvety, and glowing with expression. We should never have looked for such eyes in the back streets of the city, and might have searched as fruitlessly among our upper colonial 10. It was, however, just such eyes as these that day after day turned from the plodding work of the machine for a moment's rest to the refreshment of green leaves and flowers that made her little window a very bower of beauty. Nettie Alton, though she sat day after day at her window, apparently alone, was not really so. There were 4 tiny rooms in the humble little tenement, and in the one behind, looking out into another small paved yard, and neatly fitted up to answer the purpose of both kitchen and sitting room, there stood an easy chair, carefully cushioned with faded damask pillows, but large and roomy, and so constructed that at any moment it could be transformed into a couch. And it was here that day after day, never moving excepting to bed at night, a fragile invalid reclined, a little wasted figure with silvery bands of hair smoothly parted under a widow's cap, with a quiet, placid face and soft, sweet eyes, with that far-off, distant look in their glances that spoke of another land which was not far off. This was Nettie's mother. A passionate love existed between mother and daughter. Nettie's whole heart was bound up in her mother's comfort and happiness. For her she laboured early and late, adding from time to time little trifles of luxury to their tiny home, or tempting viands for the invalid's delicate appetite. It was such a joy to her to work for her mother, and her heart turned cold as even the shadow of a fear crept over her that joy might not long be hers. They had not long been residents of the city, only indeed a few months. Their home had been among the pleasant southern hills, a lonely sheltered farm, a pretty homestead in a glorious bowery garden. A very happy home it had been, and Nettie and her younger brother Tom had grown up within its shelter almost without a care. There were only two of them, and they were everything to each other. But this is a world of change, and death, which brings desolation into so many homes, did not spare this. Terrible changes it brought, a revelation of debt and mortgage, and heavy losses which swept away all that had been theirs, all that they had believed was theirs so firmly. With Mr. Alton's death everything went, and in bitter sorrow, half stunned by the unexpected climax, Mrs. Alton, who had long been an invalid, was so entirely prostrated that she could neither advise nor resolve. "What will you do, Nettie?" a neighbour who had kindly assisted them in their heaviest need exclaimed, a day or two after the general sale. "Your poor mother needs all your help. She can do nothing to aid you." "No," said Nettie, her eyes filling with tears. "But if we can only keep her with us, we shall not want her to do anything to help." "It will come hard like on you," was the sympathizing response, "and Tom is young and cannot gain much. Have you any plans? There are so few children about here, and the government school takes up what there is. I'm most afeard there's not much chance of your getting a school." "No chance at all, Mrs. Brown," said Nettie decidedly. "I've thought it all over. A school too, if I could get it, would keep me too much away from dear mother. Besides, there's Tom. It would not do for him to throw away all the education father took so much trouble to give him. College is out of the question now. That was what he was fitting for. But he will do well in an office, and so we must go to Adelaide. I believe it will be best for dear mother too, to be quite away from everything here." "But what can you do in Adelaide?" "Plenty of things that I cannot do in the country." And turning round, she placed her hand on her sewing machine. "This is to be our breadwinner, Mrs. Brown," she continued. "We shall get on very well, I have no doubt. God will not forsake those who trust in Him." In this spirit, and warmly seconded by her brother, Nettie had gathered together the little money and few articles of furniture that remained to them after the sale, and bidding farewell to the old home that had become almost hateful to her, had slowly travelled up to Adelaide in one of the large waggons that had formerly been their own, but was now in possession of the neighbour who had volunteered both to drive them in and assist in finding a house for them. "It must be central," Nettie had said. "I shall try to work at the shops first." And so, in as central a position as possible, though to suit their small means, of necessity in the back streets, they had taken and entered the little house with its strip of paved yard, and all Nettie's ingenuity had been taxed to make it as homelike as possible. She was a passionate lover of flowers, and when they left their home among the hills, her first thought had been to transfer as many of her pets as would bear transportation in pots. With these she filled the windows, back as well as front, that they might be pleasant for her mother's eye to rest upon. Morning and night she attended to her plants with loving care, and no one knew how much comfort and simple happiness they afforded to her mother, who watched her as she lingered over them, removing dead leaves and supporting feeble stems, or supplying them with water from the old brown jug. The choicest specimens were in the back window, They brightened up the dark little room, and many a time, as Mrs. Alton sat alone, weary with her pain and weakness and sorrow, the only sound in the house, the incessant click, click of the machine that told the tale of her child's labour, the sight of the delicate flowers and fresh green leaves looking so beautiful, even in that close neighbourhood where so few peeps of sunshine stole in, did wonderfully revive the drooping heart and raise the worn spirit into something like gladness and hope. Nettie had been successful in her search for work. Sewing machines in those days were less numerous than they now are, when almost every house is supplied with one, good or bad. She had learnt so completely to manage hers that the shops very readily provided her with more work than she could easily undertake. What still more rejoiced her brother Tom had found no difficulty in obtaining a situation in the office of a wealthy merchant, and through the agency of one from whom she had little expected such help. Good Farmer Brown was a man of few words at any time, but he was a good practical sympathiser, and these, after all, are the true friends in time of sorrow or difficulty. He deeply felt in his own rough heart for the widow and orphans so differently brought up and educated from his own numerous family, and what he felt led him to do all he could do to help. His first step, after seeing them snugly housed, with a plentifully stocked larder of his wife's providing, enough to last them for a week at least, had been to go straight to the wholesale house from which he always purchased his own stores. A few words from him to the principal had resulted in the engagement of Tom, who had accompanied him, and the good man went home next day with his own heart all the lighter for having lifted the weight from some heavy ones. It was quiet within that little house. There was plenty of life without, plenty of noise too, for though the street was a narrow one, it was not without a certain amount of traffic. Waggons loaded with stone or wood rattled or lumbered by, as they passed on to the more regular thoroughfares. Butchers' and bakers' carts dashed by, or hand-barrows moved more slowly. Paper boys occasionally rushed noisily up and down to and from the offices. Above all, the street was filled with children in every stage of years and dirtiness. Slovenly girls and idle boys, with apparently nothing to do, stood about or lounged on doorsteps or in the gutters, or ran races, or worse still, quarrelled or fought together any hour of the day, while their mothers stood at their doorsteps and gossiped with their neighbours, or screamed out words of threat to their offspring in language that pained and shocked the ears of our gentle machine worker. She scarcely knew which to pity most, the misguided children or the wretched mothers. But her heart often grew sad at the glimpses she caught of miserable homes in that same little street. She traced the misery in many cases to the house at the corner, where the money that should have made clean and tidy homes, and well cared for, well-fed children, was recklessly frittered away in drink. In a city there must of necessity be back streets. There must be houses for the poor as well as the rich. But what need for the wretchedness that is to be found even in our fair land? What need for the curse, the oath, the obscene language? What need for the dirty, ragged and half-starved looking children, where work is plentiful and food abundant? What need for ignorance when education is so freely provided? Nettie thought over all this as she sat day after day at the sewing machine, turning out showy garments or delicate fabrics just as her employers supplied her, and weaving in with every stitch a tangled maze of thought as sounds and sights saluted her from which she would gladly have turned away. Tom was a great comfort to her in those days. It was so pleasant to expect his coming home in the evenings, and his coming did his mother so much good. He was such a kind and thoughtful son, such a loving brother. Unless she was very busy, she generally closed her machine a little before he was likely to arrive, that she might nicely prepare the dinner tea, which they always took together in the little back room with their mother. In the winter there was the snug bright fire, and the little trimly kept lamp, shining pleasantly on the white cloth, and glinting on the bright spoons and little old-fashioned teapot. Everything was cosy and warm, and doubly attractive to the boy as he came in, tired and cold from his day's writing. Or, if it was summer, the open doors and windows, the fresh flowers, the cool salad, simple and cheap but deliciously crisp, were equally inviting. Nettie rarely went back to her machine after tea, excepting on very busy occasions. It was so noisy, that Wheeler and Wilson, useful as it was. So she arranged and fixed and tacked her work for the next day in the little back room, while she talked and laughed with her brother, or listened to him while he read. After all, there were many happy evenings passed in the little unpretending house in the back street, and as spring came round again, even their invalid mother revived so much that she was able to move about from room to room and cheer her daughter by occasional visits as she sat working at her machine. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. The Home of Wealth. In a bijou of a greenhouse, small but perfect of its kind, redolent with rich perfume and aromatic fragrance, and glowing with rare beauty, Elsie Clinton was engaged one morning, a lovely balmy summer morning, in attending to her flowers. Above her, and over the glass dome, trailed a magnificent passion flower vine, its deep green leaves and glorious blossoms throwing an oriental radiance over the whole. Rare bell-like flowers hung amidst their drapery from the doorways and slender pillars, even veiling the crystal sides of their bower. Lovely roses of all the fairest hues, treasures from other lands, cup-like, bell-like, of rare size and form, rose on every side, or clustered in lovely groups. Camellias, rose-hued or white, soft and waxen, and fuchsias of noble presence were there, with many smaller gems of beauty that needed to be sought after by their sweet perfume. And in the midst a small fountain threw up jets of water from the heart of a stone lily. The stained glass in the doors scattered deep shades of crimson and blue and amber over the ground, adding to the beauty, while half hidden amid the leaves, the sweet trill of canaries filled the air with melody, laden as it was already with perfume. Wandering up and down among the flowers, touching them with loving fingers, her little white hands fluttering over the rare blossoms, removing the fading leaves and flowers, and throwing soft showers over the thirsty plants from the rows of a tiny green watering pot, Elsie Clinton looked the genius of the place. The soft, simple white morning robe with its fine embroidery could not conceal the beauty of her slender, graceful figure, so flexile and willow-like, such as we rarely see, and yet have seen more than once, even in South Australia. The face was delicately moulded and very fair, almost too colourless, but the eyes were a deep blue, and the hair was very lovely, magnificently long and light, and silky in its textures as it flowed over her shoulders in soft ripples, only restrained by a blue ribbon. She had many times replenished her little can at the fountain, and the flowers with their background of feathery ferns were glistening with drops, and breathing fresh fragrance, when a feeling of consciousness, that peculiar mesmeric influence that is so rife among us, made her suddenly turn towards the door, and then start forwards with extended hands and a bright smile to welcome the intruder. "Arthur, why who would have dreamt of seeing you this time in the morning? You surely did not expect to find papa here?" "Scarcely that, Elsie, since I left him in the office an hour ago," was the laughing reply. "Are you sorry to see me?" "Of course not. That is, if nothing is the matter, if it is all right in town." And a shadow of anxiety crossed the fair brow, and sent a deeper tinge to her cheek. "All is right. Could not I take a holiday once in a way?" "Have you," and the smile again became bright, "have you come to take me for a ride?" "No, Elsie darling, I wish I could. Unfortunately we are too busy for that. No. The fact is I had to take a message to Mr. Sackville's from Uncle. He's not in town to-day, ill or something of the kind, and it was too sore a temptation to be within half a mile of my little cousin, and to come no farther." "But you cannot stay long now?" and something very like a pout curled Elsie's rosy lips. "Well, no, it's hard lines, but I can't. We are so horribly busy just now, and are 1 or 2 hands short. My orders were to be back as soon as possible. I shall have to ride fast to make up the time. But I wouldn't have missed the picture I saw a short time since for anything," he added with a meaning smile, as he took possession of the watering pot Elsie was again refilling, and hung it beyond her reach. "A picture? What do you mean? You are always speaking in enigmas, Arthur." But the blush and half-conscious smile betrayed that it was not entirely an enigma to her, and she did not pursue the inquiry, but suffered him to lead her out of the greenhouse, carefully closing the doors behind them. " You must have luncheon with me before you go," she continued, as they walked side by side over the lawn with its rich borders of flowers, and up the broad flight on to the verandah upon which the doors of the morning room opened. " Mamma is out, and has taken Lily with her, so I am quite alone, and I do hate lunching alone." " So much the better," replied Arthur, answering the former part of the sentence. " But really, dear Elsie, you must not tempt me too much. I ought at this moment to be far back on my way to town. What excuse can I make ? You know it would be worse than none to say I had been here. Uncle would be outrageous." " You cannot go without something to eat," she answered decidedly. " I declare it is too bad, and I am so lonely." And she began flitting about the table, rearranging the tray which was already awaiting her pleasure, first ringing a little silver bell for renewed supplies. Elsie's home was a home of luxury, a home of soft carpets and rich curtains, and splendid furniture. And how fitted she seemed to reign over all. Arthur Delta thought this with a sigh of pain, for he was comparatively poor, earning only the salary of a clerk in his uncle's office, and he deeply loved his cousin. How could he ever dare to ask her from her father ? How had he even dared to ask herself? Dared? No, he had scarcely dared that, in words, and yet they understood each other. It was no secret between them. In heart, if not in words, they were betrothed. Elsie Clinton's father was a prosperous and a proud man. He had made his own position in the land of his adoption, and had forgotten his origin. What signified that when he counted his wealth by thousands, lived in the midst of luxury, and rode in his own carriage? He was but half educated, his wife was even less so, but his two fair daughters were accomplished as well as fair. They inherited his own comeliness of form and face, particularly Elsie, the eldest, who was very lovely. We said he was only half educated, but as far as pounds, shillings, and pence went, his education was perfection, and his business tact was wonderful. With him money gathered, accumulated, rolled into his coffers. Every speculation seemed to prosper, every outlay to yield sevenfold increase. It is so with some men. They have a genius for obtaining wealth. It is a natural gift, a birthright. Like the fabled King Midas, everything they touch turns to gold. They are fortune's favourites. Where other men fail, they prosper. Where others sink, they swim. They cannot stay their prosperity if they wish to do so. In spite of themselves they must progress, so at least it seems to us who look on and observe. But it too frequently happens that these favourites of fortune, from their exalted height, look down with contempt on the struggling ones at their feet, taunting them with their non-success, while vaunting their own superior powers. Non-success, in their estimation, is little less than crime. They conclude a man to be a fool if he does not get on, and set down every failure to imbecility and want of brain. Mr. Clinton was not one whit behind his compeers on this score, as his nephew Arthur Delta knew to his cost — the cost of his feelings. He had plenty to bear at times, if not so much on his own account, on his father's, and the words wounded deeply, so deeply that had it not been for his cousin Elsie and his love for her, he would not have endured it without bitter retort. As it was, memory of her taught him to bear in silence. "Made a coward of him," as he said to himself, and curbed the proud blood that coursed in his veins. Robert Clinton had two sisters. The eldest, a girl after his own heart, had married early in life for a fortune. Any other sentiment was out of the question. She had all her brother's love for acquisition, and a good share of his talent for acquiring. There had been no question in any direction respecting the happiness of the marriage. It was expedient, that was surely enough, and perhaps it was to a woman who valued wealth and its surroundings beyond everything else. It was a splendid match, so the world said, and so said her brother. He had already commenced the rolling over and over of his capital, and turning what he touched to gold on his own account, and he gloried nearly as much in her possessions as he did in his own. But his youngest sister, And she had been a favourite sister too, though so unlike himself, whose delicate beauty had led him to prophesy great things for her, disgraced them all by throwing on one side a fortune and marrying the poor curate of a little country village. A poor, mean-spirited fellow, who had not a thought beyond his books, nor a talent outside his curacy, who never had made, or could, or would make money, but would remain poor to the end of the chapter. This was Robert Clinton's verdict. Poor he certainly did remain, poorer still when as years went by a son and 3 daughters were added to the household. They were very happy for all that, and in their deepest need Annie never regretted the wealth she had slighted, or the choice she had made. What to do with the future of his boy, a boy no longer, had troubled the good curate not a little. Times of sickness had fallen upon himself and his children, and something must be done, he knew, to remedy this. As a last resource, Mrs. Delta wrote to her successful merchant brother in Australia, asking his assistance. His answer was prompt, but cold and hard, for during all these years he had cherished resentment, and though the assistance it brought was far beyond her expectation, the tears welled from her eyes and ran over her pale cheeks, for the manner of the bestowal neutralized much of its worth. What need to bring up the old, sad grievance, or taunt her with what she might have been, and with what she was? What right had he to speak to her of her husband in the terms he had done, her dear, unselfish, unworldly husband, who forgot his own welfare so much in his care for others? She could fain have returned the letter and refused the deed of the gift, but a sight of that husband in his rusty black coat, with his pale cheeks and hollow cough, the thought of the 3 delicate girls, and of her son especially, on whose future so much depended, finally decided her. After all, she thought, her brother had a right to his own opinions, and he had certainly acted munificently in sending 100 a year upon her, in addition to 100 for present needs. This would free them from all of their difficulties, she joyfully thought. Her husband might go for a change to the seaside to regain his strength, and the burden would be lifted from his shoulders. Above all was the prospect opened up for her boy, though it was very hard to be resigned to the parting. "I can do nothing for him at home," wrote Robert Clinton. "Send him over to me, and I will take him into the office at a liberal salary. If you consent to this, draw upon my bankers for his passage money and outfit, and ship him at once." So Arthur Delta, with many tears and prayers, was consigned to his long voyage and future home in Australia. The parting from all he loved was a hard struggle, and he felt it keenly ; but with all the life and buoyancy of young manhood in his veins, he hailed with joy fresh experiences, new scenes, and fresh, earnest work. He was not greatly prepossessed in his uncle's favour, and therefore his reception did not disappoint him. That he was not a Clinton, but a decided Delta, as his black eyes and dark curly hair bore testimony, was nothing in his behalf, and certainly added nothing to the warmth of his welcome. But his cousins, Elsie and Lily, had no such feelings to contend against. That he was a gentleman, well educated, and exceedingly good looking was quite sufficient passport for them, and they gave him a glad welcome accordingly. Months had flown by since then, and gradually a different state of things had ensued. Arthur became suddenly aware that he was doing a very unwise thing, fostering a very uncousinly love for the fairest of the 2 sisters. He was on enchanted and very dangerous ground. For a time after his first arrival in the colony, he had made his home at Clinton Park. A great remove it had been from the neat little ivy-covered cottage in which he had grown up in Old England. What a beautiful place he thought it when he first drove up the broad avenue in his uncle's carriage, and caught a glimpse of its white pillars through the clusters of trees that stood round it. Wealth and munificence, it betrayed itself in every item. A noble flight of stone steps, surmounted on either side by beautiful flowering shrubs in Egyptian urns, led up to the broad piazza that swept round the house, large bow windows of plate glass and of magnificent size, a spacious hall well furnished, and within velvet piled carpets, silken damask, soft fleecy mats, splendid mirrors, exquisite engravings. To live amidst all these luxuries and refinements, to one who had only been accustomed to the simple and unpretending ways of a country home, to the unadorned furnishing and meagre plenishing afforded by limited means and straitened circumstances, it seemed at first a new and beautiful thing. But after a time, when he knew himself better, when he began to comprehend the feelings with which he was regarding his cousin, he began also to hate the splendour of her home, regarding it, as he did, a serious barrier to all his hopes. What had he to offer her in exchange for her beautiful home? How could he ask her to share his poverty? For though his salary was ample, it appeared poverty to him by the mere contrast. How circumstances change our ideas of these things sometimes. He thought all this as he sat in that pleasant morning room with a luncheon before him that might have tempted an anchorite. Choice wine in richly cut decanters sparkled at his side, but it was warm, and champagne foamed in thin glasses of icy coolness. The fumes of the champagne only added to the confusion of his brain. They did not raise his spirits. How lovely Elsie looked with her soft silken hair and her fair delicate face. It seemed almost sacrilege to imagine her in a lower sphere. When he looked at her, he remembered the fate of a beautiful camellia that he had once been presented with. It came from the sheltered walls of a conservatory and was transplanted to the cottage window. It was tenderly nurtured there, but it would not do. The fair blossom withered and drooped and died. "Oh, Elsie," he exclaimed, as shivering with the thought and the association he rose to his feet. "If I could only learn the secret of success, like your father, if I could only make money faster." A delicate blush stole into her face and a soft light into her eye. Had she guessed the reason for his wish? "Succeed," she echoed, with a musical laugh. "Of course you will succeed. I do not see why you should not. Why don't you buy shares in some mine? See what wealth papa has gained in that way. I don't know much about these things, but I've heard papa talk to his friends, and you must have heard too, how he doubles and trebles his money that way, and why shouldn't you?" Why should he not? So he asked himself as he sprang with new elasticity upon his horse shortly after and rode rapidly townwards. He had a nice little sum in the bank, a little one, to be sure, yet enough to buy a few shares, if he could only find a good opening for the speculation. True, he intended to have sent a Christmas present home to his mother. If he speculated, that must wait. But he could do better for her by and by. He might double and treble the sum, and then... The little spark had touched the train, and fair hands had applied it. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 3, Castles in the Air. All day long Arthur Delta had been in an exalted state of mind, finding it difficult to bring down his thoughts from their elevation to the desk and long rows of figures and invoices that awaited his attention. Full of the hopes with which his cousin had inspired him, he had ridden rapidly back to town, resolved as soon as possible to release his little sum of money from the savings bank and select some flourishing company for an investment. These aerial castles grew so rapidly that long before he closed his desk for the night, he was no longer the poor Arthur Delta, but a landed proprietor, with abundance of wealth and a beautiful setting for his fair gem. For a time, as we have said, Arthur Delta had been warmly received into his uncle's house at Clinton Park, and for a few happy months he had luxuriated there, almost forgetting that he had no share in its wealth or belongings. His aunt was very kind to him, and he was perfectly happy in the society of his cousins, but his uncle was never quite cordial with him. It had proved an almost unpardonable offence in the first instance that he was so entirely a Delta, no matter that his exterior was that of a gentleman, or that his fine dark eyes, curly black hair and intellectual face would have been a passport anywhere. For intellectuality Mr. Clinton cared nothing, and the discovery he made as he shook hands with him as he landed at the port, that he was no Clinton, but thoroughly like his father, a Delta and poor, and as a Delta ever likely to remain so, was not calculated to give Arthur much chance of winning a place in his affections. After a time he made other discoveries for which he certainly had not bargained, and he heartily cursed his want of forethought and unsuspicion that had brought the very evil he had denounced in his sister to his own doors. Was the old transaction to be enacted again ? No, indeed, it must be nipped in the bud, but so cautiously nipped that neither Elsie nor her cousin should suspect the discovery of what they scarcely admitted to themselves. By a slight movement among the officials of his mercantile establishment, Mr. Clinton managed to entrust certain duties to Arthur's care that compelled him to reside as near the business as possible. There was a greater amount of trust and responsibility required, and to attain his end, and at the same time give colouring to the proceeding, he gave him a considerable rise in his salary, so that though the separation between the cousins was thoroughly accomplished so far as daily companionship went, it did not assume the aspect of a dismissal or '' turn out ''; and for a long time Arthur had no suspicion that his uncle had any other motive for the movement but forwarding his interests. He surely missed the luxury of the few last months, still more the delightful evenings in Elsie's society, which had smiled brightly through the routine of his daily work. But latterly he had himself begun to doubt the wisdom of the life he had hitherto led, and its wealth and luxury only irritated him after he had discovered the state of his feelings with regard to his cousin Elsie. Better so, he thought, when his uncle proposed the change. It does me no good to be surrounded by wealth that is not mine, and that only causes useless repinings, for how can I dare ask Elsie from her beautiful home to such a one as I alone can offer, if I can dare," he added bitterly. " I must make a home for her, I must gain a position, I must win wealth." Ay, but the how? That puzzled him, as it had puzzled many another man. Every one is not gifted with the power of transmuting the baser coin to the precious metal. To some indeed it appears like the fruits of Tantalus, to elude their eager grasp. Yet how eager, how universal is the strife to obtain wealth, none can witness better than our own southern land. In the same office, and at the very next desk to that which Arthur Delta occupied, Tom Alton, amid the intervals of calculation on his principal's account, had been busily engaged in calculations on his own. He was building aerial castles too, for what youth of 16 or 17 does not? That day especially they had arisen, for he had received an unexpected rise in his salary, and the gold in his pocket grew and multiplied in his imagination quite as rapidly, though not to the lofty elevation, or with such ambitious ends in view, as that of his companion. As he sat there during one of these intervals of leisure, making odd figures on the sheet of blotting paper with one hand, while his other was thrust through his fair waving hair, he was as busily weaving castles in the air as Arthur Delta himself. The little house in the back street vanished away, and a pretty cottage home, with a lovely garden of fruit and flowers, took its place. A home not too far removed for the daily walk to the office, but fair and bright and pleasant for his mother and Nettie. As to the sewing machine, Nettie might certainly do her own stitching with that if she liked, but in those airy dreams stitching for other people was out of the question. In a very short time, and how short the time appeared to him in those visionary moments, he would be able to keep them all, and Nettie's only occupation would be to keep house and make it pleasant for them. And his dear mother, she must grow well and strong, and be happy once more. He thrust both hands through his hair now, and leaning both elbows on the desk, he gave himself wholly to the pleasant dream, in happy oblivion to everything around him. He was brought down from his elevation by Arthur Delta, who had just locked his desk and was preparing to leave the office. "Are you dreaming, Alton?" he asked with a peculiar smile, as he looked into the boy's glowing face, and at length aroused him. Tom sprang from his desk with a start, the quick colour mounting to his forehead. " Are you going, sir ?" he asked in some confusion. " Yes, time too." " You seem in no hurry to night. We are the last on the premises," was the laughing reply. " You cannot be very hungry." " No, yes, I suppose I am," laughed Tom. " I believe I was thinking and forgot the time," he continued, stooping down as he shut his desk, and picking up a slip of paper from the floor. " Your thoughts were agreeable enough by the look of your face," said Arthur. " I expect you have a pleasant home, and father, mother, brothers and sisters to welcome you." " No father," said Tom. " We lost him a year ago," and he smoothed the crape on his hat as he spoke. I have a mother and a sister." "Well, they make home pleasant to you, do they not?" "Jolly pleasant, only when I get a little bit more money it will be better still, for I will make it pleasant for them then." So this youth has an object too, thought Arthur as he looked again at the bright face, still bright with the castles in the air he had been raising, yet slightly dashed with shadow by having to put those aspirations into language. These castles that we raise will not bear the breath, and a very slight word or look is sufficient frequently to betray their insecurity, if not to bring the whole fabric to the ground. "You see," said Tom, colouring over his fair face like a girl, "we have always lived in the country till the last 12 months, and mother is ill and misses her old home. Father's death changed everything, but I hope to make it all right one of these days." "And of course you will, working for such an object," replied Arthur, the recollection of his own mother and sisters and their deferred Christmas gifts clouding his brow. "Do you live far from this?" he presently asked. "No, not far, just turning out of King William Street," and he named the exact locality with evident reluctance. "You see, Mr. Delta, it is central for both Nettie and me. But we won't stay there long, thank goodness," he added apologetically, and reaching down his hat as he spoke, and taking his lunch bag, he prepared to go. "Certainly you will not," said Delta. "You will easily obtain what you wish, when you are working for your mother. Good bye, Tom. Be here early to morrow. We have a hard day's work before us." They turned and walked away in opposite directions, Tom with the slip of paper he had taken up from the floor still twisting in his fingers. He had picked it up merely by force of habit. As he walked along he suddenly became conscious of it, untwisted and opened it, a morsel of white blotting paper, scribbled all over, the idle habit of one in deep thought. He had done it himself many times. But there was one word occurring over and over again, and that word was shares. So many shares at so much, £5 shares, £10 shares, and a fabulous doubling and trebling of capital and interest. What did it all mean? It meant that Mr. Delta had his daydreams as well as himself, only perhaps his castles were more splendid structures. Yes, that must be it. Was it possible to do so much with shares? He had heard enough about them. But then there was loss as well as gain, and it seemed hard to hazard what was obtained with so much difficulty. Nevertheless, that word, share, so often repeated, with its multiplied interest, sent Tom home dreaming of the future, his castles in the air, more substantial than ever. But as he neared the little street and his own house door, he began again to hesitate and doubt. After all, he thought to himself, shares are not to be depended on. They make or mar a man's fortunes, and it must be dreadfully galling to lose all one's savings by a single smash, and plenty have done so. Better the slow but sure bank process. There is not much interest for your money, certainly, but it's pretty sure. And with that comfortable unction to his perturbed spirit, he opened the little gate and walked in. It was a bright face he brought into the sitting room to greet his mother and sister, and a proud one as he turned his golden sovereigns, his month's salary, and told them of the rise Mr. Clinton had given him. "He said I had fairly earned it, mother, and that was pretty nearly as good as the rise itself." "Twice as good to me, my dear boy," said his mother, looking at him through proud, glad tears. "Twice as good, for it tells me of what I rejoice to know, that my Tom will prove a steady, conscientious man, and that I have always desired him to be. It is not alone the money, but the character you gain by well-doing that is precious to me, and will be everything to you in the future, as well as the present." "But the money is good, mother dear," said Tom, throwing his arm affectionately around her thin shoulders. "Money can do so many things." "Yes, money is a great power, either for good or evil," said his mother gently. "On its use or abuse depend so many things. There is so much to be said upon either side." "In fact, mother," said Tom, laughing gaily, "it is one of your two-sided questions. There is the pro and the con to this, as well as to most things. Well, I hope to take the right side at any rate, to make a good use of all the money that falls to my share. I want to get a pleasant home for my mother, and that can't be wrong," he added sagely. "No, dear, provided all lawful means are used," said Mrs. Alton, her pale face flushing with feeling. " Not even for your mother must unlawful ones be used." " There are so many companies now, mother, flourishing companies too, in which one might take shares and double and treble bank interest. What do you think of them ?" said Tom, resolved to have his mother's opinion to back his own. " That they are a speculation I should not like my son to enter upon. I have known so much loss and misery connected with shares in mining companies. Hopes raised to be dashed to the ground, homes ruined and reputations destroyed, that I have prayed that you, my son, may never have anything to do with them. Far better slow returns to this hasting to be rich, which so often ends in utter destruction and desolation." " Yes, so I think," said Tom. " I had a dream or two this evening on my way home, of buying a share or so, and of multiplying money ; but the recollection that there were two sides to the question brought me back to the reality. I think there is another that is under the influence of the speculation — Mr. Delta in our office, our governor's nephew. I hope he won't get bitten, for he's a nice fellow, and all the hands like him." " But they do say that Mr. Clinton made most of his money by mining speculations, and that he still speculates largely," said Nettie, looking up from the tea she was dispensing, and speaking for the first time. " Yes, I know," replied her brother. " He's one of the lucky fellows. All he touches turns out so well ; but that's no reason why another fellow should prosper. Besides, Nettie, it's one thing to speculate with plenty of funds, and another to throw your all into the venture ; and to my mind, smooth sailing is better than either," said Mrs. Alton quietly, " and all I desire for you, dear Tom. You are getting on excellently, and have every prospect of doing well. Only do not be in too great a hurry, my son." It was well for Tom he had a mother to go to when he needed advice or help, a mother whom he dearly loved, and whose presence, invalid as she was, made the little home, in spite of its surroundings, a happy one. He knew she was always ready to rejoice in his joy, as well as to share or soothe his annoyance or sorrow ; and when he proudly spread his little golden store before her, he well knew the glad look that would steal into those soft eyes, even before he saw it there. Nettie was more demonstrative in her gladness, and her enthusiastic exclamation, " Oh, Tom dear, you will be a rich man some day," was not a whit more than he expected from her. He laughed heartily at her then, but after their mother had retired for the night, as he sat with his elbows leaning on the table where Nettie was finishing off some machine work, he told her a few of his day dreams, and how much he was longing for the time to come when they could leave that close little street and its unpleasant neighbourhood. " It would not take so much more than we have now to do that, Tom. If it were not for the position, we might get a nice house in the suburbs, garden and all, quite as cheap. But it would not be so easy for me or for my work. I could not leave mother so long as I should have to do. So we must be contented with our little home for the present. It is nearly the best in the street, and really no one interferes with us. We are very little annoyed now." It was the truth. They were not greatly troubled by their neighbours, but in such a position and under such circumstances it was scarcely possible that they should escape all annoyance. The very fact of the sad debasing sights that were occasionally visible, which even the framework of green leaves and flowers could not entirely shut out, the foul language that would find entrance even above the humming of the machine, made that little house in the back street an undesirable residence. But for a time both Nettie and Tom had more to endure. The young Arabs that thronged the gutter as Tom set out for his office in the morning, neatly and respectably dressed, would annoy him greatly by their shouts. " Look at the swell !"" How much for your hat ?" He could have chastised the whole lot of them with the greatest ease and contentment, but his mother begged him not to do so. " It will make terrible work with our neighbours if you do. Live it down, my son," she said entreatingly. " You will soon tire them out." It was hard work quietly to submit, but time did wonders, even in this particular. Nettie had much the same persecution to endure from her own sex, perhaps even worse ; for women, when so disposed, go to sad lengths. Her dress, her walk, her looks, her manners, were mimicked and loudly commented on. More than once she was rudely jostled and nearly pushed into the road ; but she quietly went on her way, and tried to outlive the evil. She did it more effectually by kind looks and words to the ragged urchins as she passed them, or by little neighbourly acts of kindness that she was able to perform. At one time, assisting in dressing the wounds of a terribly scalded child, whose mother had lost all presence of mind in her distress, and was a perfect cipher as to any help she could give. At another time, taking a basin of nourishing broth to a sick woman, whose friends seemed almost to have abandoned her. Her mother was right. By little and little she lived down the prejudice against her, a prejudice the result of her evident superiority, which they envied but could not emulate. And at length the house in the back street became far more tolerable. Still, Tom went on building his castles, and Nettie was ready to listen and aid in their erection whenever he desired it. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 4. Boarding House Experiences. There is an old refrain of an old song, humming in our ears. 'Tis home where the heart is, wherever that be. Arthur Delta fully subscribed to its sentiment. He was a dear lover of home, a believer in the affections that enfolded it. He knew that its attractiveness had nothing to do with wealth or luxury, for he had passed a happy boyhood independent of either. The very name of home had a charm for him, an irresistible charm, and it was that induced him to make a selection of a boarding house when the arrangements and diplomacy of his uncle compelled him to seek a residence in the vicinity of the business premises. A home in a private family, where only 2 or 3 gentlemen were accommodated, with the use of a piano, was no slight attraction to one who yearned for something different from the general character of boarding house companionship, regulation and fare. He was a passionate lover of music, and the use of a piano was a very considerable item in the inducements held out by the Clement House advertisement. For at that particular period of our city's history, pianos were not to be found in every house, as they are at its present stage, when from the Ered's Grand to the ancient, antiquated, broken down old Broadwood, with its quavering notes and half-dumb keys yellow with age, no family of any pretension above the labouring class is supposed to be without an instrument. Nor was Arthur Delta merely a lover of music. He was no mean performer, and on leaving his uncle's house with its delightful musical evenings, he had sadly wondered what he should do with the fingers so very familiar with the dear ivory keys, from which he had so often distilled comfort in sorrowful moments, or given expression to his joy. The house and the piano, and the private family, were the bait that made a capture of Arthur's head. The conquest was completed by the cooing voice and ladylike demeanour of the mistress of Clement House. Mrs. Delany was an Irish woman, with all the native grace which educated women of the Emerald Isle are known to possess. It was impossible to avoid being fascinated, even when long experience detected the baser metal beneath the gilded exterior. And Arthur Delta, as plenty of others had done before him, overlooked many an act of meanness and duplicity in those fascinations, which in spite of better feelings and daily revelations will assert their power to enthrall. It was only the fascination of manner that won, for Mrs. Delany was not a young woman. Her face was thin and worn and unattractive, though her hair was still black and abundant, and its tasteful arrangement either a gift or a study. She possessed the talent of making the most of things, from the cold shoulder that found its place on the table very frequently, so garnished by pretty speeches and other condiments that her boarders forgot to complain of its visitation, to the well-worn, well-darned, well-sponged carpet on the floor, and the cushioned boxes that did duty as toilet tables or ottomans in various parts of the house. Everything, in her own parlance, was so lovely, so exquisite, that it seemed impossible to differ from her, outwardly at least, whatever one's private opinion might be. To Arthur, at any rate, her words of sympathy were pleasant, however wildly different were the actions that followed them. She was not a widow as Arthur at first supposed her to be, though the ruling genius of the house, for her husband was a nonentity, providing little towards the establishment, and putting in an appearance as seldom as possible. He was in fact seldom seen, and as seldom heard, if an occasional lumbering, lurching, stumbling motion on the stairs at night, and an indistinct guttural utterance might be excepted. He returned home from his engagements, whatever they might be, late at night, and early in the morning the smothered, stealthy movements of shoeless feet scarcely broke the slumbers of the other inmates of the house, the final closing of the street door alone betraying his departure. To Arthur this told its own tale. The skeleton in this house, as in many another, was a terrible one. The curse of the inebriate was on the brow of its master, and with all her faults he could but pity and sympathize with the efforts to maintain the household, and conceal the shame which bore so heavily on the mistress. The household! It was the household that strangely enough deprived Clement House of its pretended title to either the privacy or comfort of a home. Mrs. Delany had 3 daughters, all charming, fascinating girls, at least in their mother's eyes, anything but fascinating in his. The eldest certainly had some pretensions to beauty, much, too, of her mother's easy grace of manner. But to Arthur, who had been accustomed to the lovely attractiveness of mind as well as that of person, who had grown up among gentle sisters in a country house, the forward manner, the fast language of these young ladies divested them, in his estimation, of every charm, of all attractive power. Therese Delany was the beauty, Adelaide the wit, Marguerite the schoolgirl of the trio, whose short dresses were considered an apology for all offensive freedom and saucy speeches. To Arthur they were all alike intolerable. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, for them, as for the fostering of those fast manners that rob so many of our colonial girls of any title to the lovely feminine graces one naturally looks for and desires in a woman, what was intolerable to Arthur was a source of attraction to the other gentlemen who shared with him the advantages of home in this private family, and the use or abuse of the piano. There were 2 besides himself, and the trio certainly had not one point of resemblance in common. Andrew Macpherson was a tall, raw-backed Scotchman, sandy-haired, sandy-bearded and bewhiskered. His very complexion might have been termed sandy, if such a term were at all admissible. He was a thorough Scotchman, a Highlander, as he himself boasted, and like most of his country would take good care of number 1. He had done well for himself since his advent in Adelaide. For a long time past he had held a lucrative situation in the postal department, and according to report had a tiny nest egg in the bank, besides having his name in 2 or 3 societies. He was decidedly eligible, in Mrs. Delany's opinion, notwithstanding that he owned to be on the shady side of 40, and her eldest daughter was scarcely 19. So she lavished her soft speeches upon him as well as upon Arthur, and perhaps for the daughter's sake he too restrained the impatience he could with difficulty conceal at many of the deficiencies, discomforts and annoyances of both bed and board that all alike experienced at Clement House. Caleb Holt, or Caleb Holt Esquire, as his letters were always directed, was totally the opposite to his friend. For friends they certainly were, having known each other for some months, during which they had equally participated in the attentions of both mother and daughters, with this difference, that the first submitted to the flirtation of the lovely Therese, while the last named was wooed by Adelaide's sprightly wit. Caleb was as short as Andrew was long. He was a decidedly diminutive man, with hair and whiskers of no particular shade, and a small-featured, insignificant face, which he strove to render masculine by a most elaborate moustache. To curl this round and round his fingers was his constant habit from morning till night. How he managed to fulfil his daily avocation amid the lace and silken fabrics and more heavy articles of drapery with which he was familiar was a matter of mystery. He must, however, have given satisfaction to his employers, for he was a permanent hand in one of the largest drapery establishments Adelaide at that time contained. He was, in fact, a good salesman, polite and attentive to his customers. 2 most excellent acquirements behind the counter, in which, unfortunately, some of our Adelaide drapers' assistants have not been sufficiently educated, though many in this particular department are all that can be desired. One other acquirement Caleb possessed to perfection. He was a devoted admirer of terpsichore, tripping lightly on the fantastic toe, and he largely appropriated the piano, being good at polkas, schottisches and waltzes, though he never affected any higher style of music. Songs, sentimental ones particularly, for which he played his own accompaniments, were his great delight. He was therefore esteemed a bon parti wherever music or dancing were in the ascendant, and consequently his evenings were frequently spent from home. But for this, Arthur's fingers would have made little acquaintance with Broadwood's yellow keys. For the rest, Caleb Holt was harmless enough. His conversation was simply chit-chat, but he was good-natured and good-humoured and always ready with a laugh, so that though Andrew Macpherson more frequently laughed at him than with him, he and Caleb were very good friends indeed. Arthur Delta had little in common with either. His education, the whole manner of his life and associations, unfitted him for ordinary companionship. His own inclinations were, in fact, as his uncle soon discovered, decidedly not mercantile. He wanted the faculty for gaining or acquiring. His duties, though well, were mechanically performed, as all duties will be where the heart is not engaged. Mr. Clinton was right. The home education he had received was prejudicial to the attainment of wealth. He was a Delta in every sense of the word, a Delta as much in his love for literary pursuits as for his lack of acquisitiveness. No wonder that though he was agreeable to his new associates, he made no progress in intimacy with the inmates of Clement House. On their part, they formed their own opinion of him, not altogether a favourable one, and yet they had nothing definite against him. Indeed, it was rather of what he was not, than of what he was, that they had to complain. "A very good sort of fellow that," said Macpherson in his broadest Scotch, "but unca prud." "Ah well," answered good-natured little Caleb, "we must make some excuse for him. These new chums are often proud at first, and I verily believe they suspect everyone they meet as coming from the other side. It's amusing to see how they look one over, how condescendingly they regard everything colonial." "Ah weel, mon, the callant mun have his day. Maybe when we are better acquaint he'll like us, will he now, and nae hae so many airs until he's paid. Though this length he's nae sic an addition to Clement House as Mistress Delany would have us think." This was after the first day or two of Arthur's appearance among them. The girls expressed their opinions quite as characteristically. "Well now, Therese darling, what do you think of Mr. Delta? Ma says he's a good catch, for his uncle is as rich," said Adelaide, a simile failing her. "I saw him fix his eyes on you more than once, so it's for you to go in for a conquest." "Me?" "Sure, and I'll leave that for Adelaide Delany to do. I see nothing particular in Mr. Delta, and if his uncle is rich, no reason why he should be so." "Sure, but he's handsome, Thea, you know he is." "Yes, he's handsome enough, but I like fair men best." "Like Macpherson," pertly exclaimed Marguerite from the floor, where she was tying a ribbon round the neck of a tiny Skye terrier. Her sister tossed her head, and turning her back went on disdainfully arranging a bouquet of flowers, dividing it so that she might fill all the vases by a little admixture of dried grasses. "Where did you get your flowers?" asked Marguerite, springing up from the floor and coming forward. "I know Ma did not give you the money to buy them. I'm so tired of taking mother's sandwich to school, but when I asked for the money to buy my lunch, she said she had no change." "Ma did not buy them," Therese answered shortly. "Who gave them then? Oh darling, you might as well tell," said Marguerite caressingly. "Did Mr. Delta, Thea? Come now, there's a love. Ah, do tell now." But Thea was obdurate, and did not choose to confess. The fact is, the bouquet of flowers had been brought to the parlour by the servant girl, a very decided Hibernian. The only thing Thea was clear about for some time was, that they were for herself. "Faith, and they's for you, Miss Thea," said Bridget with a broad grin that exasperated Therese to the last degree. "But who told you to give them to me? One of the gentlemen?" "Sure then, and it's one of them that did that same." "Which one?" asked Therese. "The tall dark one? The one with dark hair and moustache?" "Moustache? What's them?" "You stupid girl! The hair on his lip, to be sure." And Therese drew her own slender finger across her upper lip by way of illustration. "Sure, and you're right, miss," said Bridget with twinkling eyes. "It's the very ground you tread on he worships, that's aisy to see." It's not Mr. Delta," said Adelaide, turning round duster in hand. " I don't believe it, Thea. Bridget has only made one of her stupid blunders again, I'm jolly well sure. Look here, Bridget, did you say Mr. Delta gave those flowers to our Therese? Faith, Miss Addy dear, and it's meself niver mentioned no names at all, at all." " Bless the girl ! Did Mr. Delta or Mr. Macpherson give those flowers? Surely you can tell whether the man's head was black or sandy," added Adelaide, waxing impatient. "Indade, but I can thin. It's as sandy as Judy McCarthy's, Jem, axin your pardon, miss." " Macpherson !" said Adelaide, bursting into a hearty laugh and running out of the room. This had occurred that very morning, and Therese was still too mortified with the mistake she had made, quickly to respond to Adelaide's questions, or Marguerite's pert suggestions. She had been greatly flattered at the idea of the homage already paid to her fair face by such a man as Mr. Delta, and the discovery that it was merely an attention from an old admirer was a downfall altogether distasteful to her. She left the flowers and the discussion for her sisters to finish at their leisure, and in their own way. " I don't like him, I know that," said Marguerite decidedly. " Ma did say we must be sociable, but faith, and it's no use to be sociable with him." " He don't know us yet," suggested Adelaide, " but I think Macpherson's right, he's unco proud. That's just what I thought when I saw him first. However, we've got to be civil, mind that, my girl End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Elsie's influence. "Elsie! Elsie!" There was no response to the call, for the young lady in question was by far too much interested in the fortunes of an ideal heroine to hear her sister's voice. She was seated in a most inviting garden lounge, not far from the widely open window through which the voice came, her wealth of fair hair pushed away from her brow by a little white hand, as she leant low over her book, in which she had become so absorbed as to be oblivious to everything around her. One little velvet slippered foot strayed from beneath the delicate blue muslin of her morning robe — that clear azure muslin without stripe or pattern, so difficult to obtain, yet so exquisitely beautiful. Elsie liked everything beautiful and delicate, from the real lace at her throat and sleeves to the dainty embroidered slipper. And a very lovely picture she made, lying back in the luxurious lounge, or bending over her book till her soft ripples of fair hair fell over her shoulders like a veil. "Elsie! Elsie!" The call was repeated, and this time rather more impatiently. She slowly rose then, and throwing her book with its ominous yellow covers onto the seat, as she left it, as slowly approached the window. "What do you want, Lily?" she quietly asked. "I could not think where you had vanished," said Lily, approaching the window. "Why, we want you. Mamma wants you to tell Miss Smith how you wish your new muslins made, with or without flounces." "Oh, with flounces of course, and plenty of pretty frilling too, please," said Elsie, preparing to return to her book. "Is that all? Do you want me for anything else?" "Yes, certainly. Stop for a moment. What is the use of hurrying? Mamma says flounces and frilling make a great deal of work, and she does not think all the things will be done in time for your visits without you assist yourself. I have been working for the last hour, while you have been — nowhere." "Oh, but Lily, you know how I dislike work. I would almost rather go without the dresses, though I cannot do that either. Why can't we get more help? I am sure we might if we tried. But Miss Smith knows no one. Dressmakers are all so busy, and besides, there is all that heap of plain work to be done. I cannot help it, Lily. I never was good for anything but fancy work. You know very well if I sat all day, my assistance would be worth very little." And Elsie Clinton laughed a low, musical laugh at the very idea. "We must have more help then in some way. But Elsie, you will have to go to town to find it. I cannot be spared. Mamma is not well, besides, and needs attention, and Miss Smith requires all the help that I can give her." "Oh, of course you cannot be spared, Lily dear. You know just what suits me, and can advise so much better than I can. And then mamma does like you so much better about her when she is ill. You seem to know just what to do. I can go, certainly, and I dare say I shall find some one to help. "Very well, Elsie. I'll tell John to bring home the pony carriage in half an hour. Can you be ready by that time?" "Yes. I have only my hat to put on," and turning from the window, not daring to look towards the yellow covered book, fearing that the sight of it and her pleasant seat under the veranda might prove too sore a temptation, Elsie went through the hall, and up the broad staircase to her own room to equip herself for the drive, while Lily turned briskly towards the servants' offices to give her orders to John, and to see if cook was making any preparation for her mamma's luncheon. Very different looking were the sisters, and not rightly named, for Lily was not half so fair as her sister. Her hair was a fine rich brown, and her eyes dark grey. She had not very regular features either, but the general effect was pleasing, for the eyes were penetrating and genuine, and the mouth ready with a smile whenever occasion called for it. There was a little decided set of the mouth too, that spoke of determination, a firm planting of the foot, and slight elevation of the head that betrayed a will. But there was power with the will, the broad brow showed that, and Lily could always be relied on in an emergency. There were 2 years between the sisters, but any one would have declared Lily the eldest. She was tall and stout, almost to embonpoint, like her mother, who was decidedly what is esteemed a fine woman, large and fair and comely. Like her mother also, she was a good practical manager, and she had all her father's fondness for gain, and would not on any account have permitted herself to dream of mésalliance. She gloried in wealth for its own sake, it was a power in itself. Yet she had many excellent qualities. She was an affectionate daughter, and a kind sister, and Arthur Delta had always found the practical Lily a fast friend, though perhaps had she suspected the feelings with which he regarded Elsie, she would not have received him so kindly. But she was not suspicious, and believed that Elsie, like herself, simply welcomed him as a cousin, considering him a very agreeable addition to the society of their home. Yes, every one would have believed Lily the elder of the two, as she stood on the broad steps giving her final directions, her soft brown hair braided closely round her well-shaped head, while the delicate folds of grey cashmere, draping her fine figure, relieved the lace and rose-coloured ribbons at the throat. Elsie's small shell-like ears were unadorned, but Lily had magnificent earrings of ruby and gold, a large brooch of the same, and a massive chain to her tiny gold watch. Elsie wore a watch chain too, but it was delicate, like herself, of beautiful workmanship, but delicate, and it was more than half concealed amid the azure folds of her dress. A very great contrast those sisters certainly were, the one the embodiment of all that is graceful, lovely and feminine, the other also graceful, but of more dignified presence, and young as she was, bearing promise of a magnificent maturity. She was giving various delicate little commissions to her sister, things that were really needed and required, but yet were to be entrusted to no unrefined taste. Elsie rather liked these commissions. She liked anything to do with the refinements of life, and Lily knew it. Her more practical orders, those having to do with important but more prosaical necessaries of daily life, were given over to John's attention. Between them there were many things to be done, for living, as they did, a few miles out of town, it was essential for these visits to be made of practical utility. The drive into Adelaide was a very pleasant one, leaving the hills behind, the wild stretch of uncleared land, the roads with their neat fences, hedged here and there by wild rose bushes, or furze, or kangaroo. They gradually came upon collected groups of houses and bowery gardens and flower borders, till the shops began to mingle with the houses, and Adelaide became every moment more visible. "To the office first, John. I must see papa," said Elsie, as they rolled along the streets, where the busy life of Adelaide was apparent on every side, where the rich and the poor jostled each other on the same pavement, and the innocent and the guilty passed side by side. "Will I call the master out here, miss, or will ye go in yourself?" asked the man respectfully. "Oh, I will go myself, thank you. I shall not be very long. You need not leave the ponies. I know they are rather fresh to-day." And Elsie sprang lightly from the low carriage to the pavement, and went softly forward to the office door. "Is papa, Mr. Clinton I mean, is he in?" she asked of a youth who was writing at the first desk she approached. It was Tom Alton who sprang from his seat to answer her, that Mr. Clinton was out, but would return in a few minutes, the colour rising in his face and flushing it with crimson as he did so. But the sound of her voice had reached other ears, and Arthur Delta from the end of the office, where he had been employed all the morning, came eagerly forward. He had been thinking of her all the morning. Thoughts of her had mingled with the duties of the desk and the warehouse, for he had made his first venture, his money had been drawn, and his first shares bought in a new mining company where, according to their own account, there were likely to be all prizes and no blanks. He had been further induced to the choice from the discovery that his uncle had a few shares in the same company, and yet he did not feel sanguine of success. What if he lost after all? He was in a state of feverish excitement, and betrayed it in so many ways that more than once his uncle looked curiously at him, wondering what new phase of character was developing. Once or twice thoughts of his mother had mingled with his other feelings, and the recollection of her horror of speculation made him turn cold. Yet what was he venturing his little all for? The soft musical accents that met his ear, and the sweet vision of Elsie Clinton answered him fully, and as he went eagerly forward to meet her, all other feelings were merged in one of great gladness that all he had done was for her. "So papa is out?" said Elsie with a laugh. "Well, it does not signify. I wanted a cheque, but I can get the bill sent in to him. That will do as well. But Arthur," she added in a low voice, "we want you next Friday. We have friends coming then, the friends I am going to visit in Melbourne. I shall return with them, and we want a thoroughly musical evening. Will you come?" "Will I? Of course I will, Elsie, if Uncle snub me ever so much, if you wish it." "I wish we could practise those duets together first. But there, you don't require practice, that is the beauty of singing at sight. I wish I possessed that gift." "You possess so many rarer gifts, Elsie, that you need not regret the omission of this one. And you really go next week?" "Yes, by the next Melbourne steamer. We wanted the Lees to remain another week, but Dr. Lee can spare no longer time from his practice. They have been 3 weeks at Gawler, where they have friends already. You will come on Friday then? I shall get Lily to tell papa we have asked you, and that you are coming." And she turned to go as she spoke. He turned with her. "Elsie," he exclaimed in a low voice as they stood a moment on the footpath while he arranged the cushions in the carriage for her reception, "I have done as you advised. I have made my first venture. I have been buying shares." "Have you? That's right. Then you are going to be rich. I am so glad." And the pretty girl sprang to her seat and drew down her veil to hide the blushes that came unbidden to her fair face. "But all do not win prizes, you know, Elsie." "Ah, but you will. Now don't be dismal, Arthur. I want you to be your gayest when you come on Friday." She waved her hand gaily to him as the ponies drove off, leaving him standing on the pavement, fascinated as usual, and almost forgetful that other eyes might detect the feeling and report. He turned back slowly to the office. How dark it had suddenly become. Had he ever before noticed its dreary light, the spider spinning its web in the corner near his desk, or the long straggling sunbeam full of motes that darted obliquely past him to the dusty floor? How long would it be before these shares would realize? If there was only a fortunate rise in the market, that he might sell out and purchase more. He knew such things had been, and by this sort of fortunate selling, this traffic in shares, men had made fortunes. Why not he? Elsie was sanguine enough. Why should he be dismal? Only he wanted so much. And the sight of the lovely girl herself, so delicately dressed, so fairly surrounded, only reminded him of his poverty, and that he must possess much indeed if he would win her. And meanwhile, leaning back amidst the soft cushions of the pony carriage, Elsie drove through the streets without an idea of the trouble and anxiety in her cousin's mind. She only noticed that he looked exceedingly handsome that morning in his grey office suit, and that his tie was particularly becoming. She was delighted, besides, that she had been able to accomplish her real errand at the office, and had secured him for Friday. She never cast a thought to the future, and if she did, it was only to think, "Arthur will be rich yet, and have a right to ask papa for me." That, at any rate, was a day in the far distance, and she was quite willing it should be so. They need not trouble about that. If only Arthur could come a little oftener, for the present she should be quite happy enough. And Elsie lived only for the present, for if the future of her everyday life was put away from her, how much more the life beyond the grave, which is as real as certain, and of infinitely higher importance. She drove through the streets executing her dainty little commissions, but still unsuccessful in procuring help for her work. That was annoying, for it was a present difficulty, one she could not overcome without assistance. From place to place she drove, inquiring everywhere, but to no purpose, and even quiet John's patience was becoming exhausted, for it was growing late when, just as they turned into King William Street, Tom Alton came running towards them with a note in his hand. "Mr. Clinton saw you in town and told me to see if I could find you," said Tom, lifting his hat. "He will not be home till late, and desired me to give you this note." "Thank you. For mamma, I see. Is this all? No other message for me?" "No, Miss Clinton. He has gone out again." And once more lifting his hat, Tom was turning away, when Elsie exclaimed, with a sigh of weariness, "We have been driving about, trying, though vainly, to find a dressmaker or needlewoman. I suppose you cannot help us?" Tom hesitated and coloured deeply as he answered, "Would machine work do?" "Indeed it would. Better than any other. Oh, if you could tell where I could obtain that assistance, you will confer a favour." "My sister has a machine. She is generally fully employed, as long as it is good for her to work, but she may be able to do what you require." It cost Tom a great effort to say that, but he shook off the feeling of pride, as well he might, for a little of the glamour that affected Arthur in the presence of his cousin rested on him. "Ah, thank you. You have done me a service," Elsie's soft musical voice replied. "Will you give the address to John, and we will go at once?" And Tom Alton went on his way with that musical "thank you" echoing in his ears, feeling somehow considerably elevated, as though he had performed a meritorious action. And that was Elsie Clinton's first introduction to Nettie Alton. So fair a vision had never before lighted up the little house in the back street, and Nettie was presently almost as much under the influence of the sweet voice and smile, and delicate beauty of her fair visitor as Tom or Arthur himself. Not quite, for her open, ingenuous nature detected something wanting even where everything was so fair. She could not, however, withstand the petition for help, so pleadingly given, and consented at once to put off her other work, and take all that Elsie liked to send to her. So Elsie accomplished her errand, and rode back in triumph to Clinton Park. And Nettie had never thought how dingy and poor the little room looked till she turned back, as the ponies and their lovely mistress drove off, and sat silently down to the click-click of her sewing machine. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Arthur Delta's Side of the Question. Arthur Delta sat in his hot little bedroom at Clement House, feeling himself veritably taken in and done for. The weather was stifling. Without it was hot enough, within it was even worse. He threw up his sash as wide as its dimensions would allow, and threw off his coat in the faint hope of admitting some modicum of refreshment to his fevered frame. But the breeze that did find admittance was unreviving, for before it reached him it had to wander amid the smoke of chimneys, and between the walls of houses, and over a large stable yard on the one side and a foundry on the other, the din of whose heavy hammers and constant clang of iron broke his morning slumbers most unseasonably. Sights he strove to shut out by a row of garden pots. He could grow nothing very choice on that tiny upper window ledge, but he believed in the beneficial influence of green leaves and flowers, and watered those he had with zealous care. They were fresh and green, with his unremitting attention, if they were nothing else. Sounds were not so easily mastered. The clatter of horses' hoofs, the deep-toned "Stand over!" of the groom, or the occasional hissing noise that always accompanies grooming operations, was an all-day long affair. Hoarse laughter, rude jokes, and worse still, the voice of the swearer, would ascend to the little upper window, and nothing could shut it out but the closing of the sash, and scarcely that. He felt it not an easily decided question which to prefer, the clash and clang of the foundry, or the babble of the stable yard ; only that these first ceased with the 6 o'clock bell, the other sounds often lasted far into the night. There were a choice of euphonious sounds, certainly, within the reach of Clement House. Therese and Adelaide Delany both sang and played, or thought they did, and Marguerite went thumping through a regular course of schoolgirl melodies, as in duty bound, but without regard to either time or tune. That poor devoted piano scarcely knows repose day or night, thought Arthur. He could hear it now as he sat by his little window, looking out beyond and between a vista of stone and brick, to a far-off peep of green, a poplar that grew in somebody's garden and sent, unwittingly, its influence afar. Caleb Holt was in full preparation for an evening party, practising before he went to dress, and the old piano was quivering under his manipulations, as polka, schottisch and waltz noisily succeeded each other, followed by song after song. The clang of the hammers had ceased, the stable yard annoyances were comparatively in abeyance, but the sounds below stairs were all the more audible. Arthur Delta was experiencing some of the real summer heat of his adopted country, one of our Adelaidean days, with the thermometer at 108°, or 110 in the shade, experiencing it too under no fortuitous circumstances, in a close little upper bedroom, with but little ventilation, and sufficiently near the roof to render its heat doubly oppressive. This too after a hard day's work in the office, for the English mail had gone out that afternoon, and all hands had, of necessity, been doubly busy. He had come home weary in body and mind, and with such a splitting headache, that taking a solitary cup of tea and fragment of dry toast, he had retired from the dinner table with an apology, and gone upstairs to his own room, preferring its privacy, with all its heat, to the incessant talking and laughing below. Mrs. Delany was profuse in her expressions of sympathy and regret, and offer of remedies ; but Arthur was glad to escape them all, and find at last his door closed and locked behind him, though the heat was scarcely bearable. He threw up his sash, as we before said, and pouring water into the basin, tried bathing his head. But the water was quite warm, for it had been standing all day in the ewer, so that afforded him but little relief. There was some eau de cologne on his dressing table. He had left it there the night he went to Clinton Park. He found the bottle, but not the cologne water. That must have evaporated. So with a sigh of suffering and vexation he resigned himself to the inevitable, and sat down at the window, his elbows on its sill, and his aching head in his hands, looking out at that far-off point of green, just then brightened by the slanting rays of the setting sun. It was an oasis in all that dreary waste of brick and mortar. Poor Arthur! It was not entirely heat or headache from which he was suffering. He was thoroughly homesick. The departing mail had carried off with it his own home letters, and how much of a weary heart with them he scarcely knew. Home and mother were in his thoughts now, as he sat with his burning eyes fixed on that bit of green. It brought with it visions of the pretty parsonage, in its bower of leaves and flowers. Flowers and leaves? No, scarcely at that season, for the frost and the snow were still dominant in the homeland, and in the midst of the tropical heat he was experiencing, the very memory of the ice and snow was refreshing. What were his sisters doing? Had they been to skate on the little willow pond near the park, or round the copse for a brisk walk, with the ground hard and frozen beneath their feet, and the trees covered with glistening icicles over their heads? And were they now gathering, a happy, merry group, with a blazing fire and closed doors, and closely drawn curtains, with books and work and music, to pass a pleasant evening? And was he, the exile, remembered among them? Was his name upon their lips, in their thoughts? Oh yes, he knew his mother had not forgotten him. And man as he was, the tears came to his eyes as he thought of her loving words, her tender care. Thought how at that very moment she was missed. How he missed her soft hand on his aching brow, her caressing movements round him. Ah, it is in times such as these, during pain and fever and restlessness, when the heart is weary and sad, and the cares of earth bear crushingly upon it, that the mother's love is prized and longed after, sometimes with a bitter longing, when the longing and the valuing come all too late. The evening at Clinton Park had been a splendid, but not a happy one. How he had looked forward to it! Not merely to its gaiety, its wealth of beauty and of song. All that had its drawbacks in the cool reception he was sure to receive from his uncle. But Elsie, his little cousin Elsie, he would keep as near as possible to her all the time, and they were to sing together. He forgot everything else in the anticipated pleasure of her society. And yet, how was it all going to end? Poor fellow, he had not even money enough to purchase a betrothal ring worthy of that little finger. Every scrap of money he had got had gone in shares, and as yet there had been no results. After all, his uncle's reception had been the smallest part of his discomfiture. Certainly his raised eyebrows and cool exclamation, "Well, Arthur!" was not calculated to raise his spirits, only he expected it and did not greatly care. Besides, Mr. Clinton was too much engaged with his numerous guests to take much notice of his nephew. But unfortunately that was precisely the case with Elsie also. She was the idol everywhere, and with bitter jealousy he saw she had many other worshippers besides himself. How lovely she looked gliding through the splendidly lighted rooms, with the soft ripples of her fair hair wreathed away by a circlet of tiny blue flowers. Forget-me-nots they might have been, they were so tiny and so blue. Forget her? Who was likely to do that? Thought her cousin bitterly, as he watched her through the giddy mazes of the dance, her little hand so constantly claimed that he had little opportunity for word or look. Ah, it was not easy to forget, but would it be wise to remember? She was going away, going into gayer society. Would she be likely to remember him, her poor cousin, who could offer her nothing but a loving heart and a meagre little home, when wealth and position might be laid at her feet? But while he sat drearily thinking all this, she had come to him with her soft musical voice and her little hand on his arm, reminding him of his promise to sing, and he was again under the fascination of her voice and of her presence, and played and sang magnificently, unheeding the murmur of applause that rang through the room as their blended voices ceased, but amply repaid by the low whisper in his ear. "Oh, Arthur dear, you have done splendidly to-night." He lived on that the rest of the evening. He had no other chance of a word till just before he left, for he was compelled by the arrangements of his uncle to go back to town that night, that a very trifling commission might be attended to early in the morning. She was going next day, for how long was scarcely determined, and as amidst a crowd of departing guests he caught her hand for a moment, he seized the opportunity of whispering, "Oh, Elsie darling, don't forget me." "Arthur dear, how foolish," was her low laughing reply. "Of course I shall not forget you. Besides, I am coming back soon." And then she was claimed by another group, and he had nothing left but to turn away, sick at heart, and to ride wearily back to town. He had not seen her again. The steamer left at noon the next day, but his uncle took care that engagements chained him closely to the desk. His only consolation was the newspaper and the passengers' list, her name among them. He cut out the slip and transferred it to his pocket book, with a tiny spray he had snatched from her bouquet of flowers as they parted in the hall. He had seen Lily once since then, and she gave a glowing account of Elsie's gaiety in Melbourne, adding with a mischievous laugh, "Oh, we shall be quite too tame and quiet for her in Adelaide. She is being quite spoilt for home life, and so I tell papa." And now the memory of all this was very bitter to him. If he had only never come to Adelaide, if he had only obtained a tutorship or a clerkship in the homeland. Why could not his uncle have helped him forward at home? Would it be any use striving after wealth? Could he ever hope to compete with the landowners and millionaires of wealthy Melbourne? But the next moment came a revulsion of feeling. He might be judging Elsie wrongfully. Why should he conclude her heartless? Only then she was bound with no tie to him. Then he might yet succeed, and she might yet be true. Rising hastily with the spur of such a hope, and searching in his dressing case for one of his mother's remedies for headache, so carefully stowed away by her loving hands, he took it, and throwing on a light summer coat, prepared to go out. For a sudden change preluded by a cloud of dust had sprung up, and now a fresh sea breeze was blowing full in at his little window, fresh with the smell of the sea. It seemed to infuse fresh life into him, and unlocking the door, he went downstairs and out into the streets. Yes, there was no mistaking it, the heat had vanished before these wholesome sea breezes. They filled the streets. The little barefooted paper boys revelled in them. "Pleasant change," echoed from all sides. Windows were opened and curtains drawn back to receive it, and old and young turned out to enjoy the result. Arthur Delta found his summer coat all too thin. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 7. Flitting. The little house in the back street suffered from the heat, or its inhabitants did, quite as much as the denizen of that upper room in Clement House, that hot summer. More so, for it was close, oppressive, unhealthy. The street was narrow, and the houses on either side in sad need of sanitary reform. It was impossible to exist with closed windows, and yet the air brought in with it so many mingled and doubtful odours that it was almost impossible to endure them open. Nettie Alton rejoiced in her row of thriving plants, thriving only from the care that she had lavished upon them. They purified the air, refreshed the eye, and diffused their fragrance in spite of every obstacle. Without these plants it would have been a very dreary little room indeed. These, and the small bunches of flowers Tom purchased every Saturday, which Nettie carefully tended to the very last blossom, brightened up and brought in a breath of country life. But as the summer's heat continued, Mrs. Alton drooped again, and needed all Nettie's attention. She no longer came to sit at her side while she went on with her machine work, but reclined all day long in her easy chair, faint and exhausted from morning to night. "This will never do, Nettie," said Tom one evening while taking his dinner and silently noticing the feeble state of his mother after the extreme heat of the day. It was the day that had proved so intolerable to Arthur, and the fresh sea breeze that entered his upper chamber was now stealing through the windows of the house in the back street, which were all open to receive it. "This will never do. We must get out of this, or lose mother," and the poor boy pushed away his plate and sat gloomily down on a chair near the door, watching his sister filling her shuttles ready for renewed work. "Yes, I see that we must," said Nettie. She was wearied and heated and exhausted herself, and in sadly low spirits. "I see we must. It has to be done. But how? That is the question, Tom." "What must be done, must," said Tom sturdily. "I don't see that we need to make much difficulty about it, nor do I believe we shall have any more to pay for a neat little cottage with a garden just out of town than for this hole. I think we should do better if we got a house with a room or so extra, for then we might take in some young fellow to board, that would pay the rent and more. And it's my belief, Nettie, if you did more private work, and had it brought to you, it would pay better." "I daresay you are right. It's worth trying at any rate, for as you say, we must do something for mother's sake. I need not give up the old work till I get the new, but it will not do to leave mother while she is so weak, even to look for a house." "No need. It's a fine evening, splendid now the change has come. No time like the present. I'll go and try to find the house, and to-morrow evening you can go and see it while I stay with mother." And springing up, Tom seized his hat and strode out into the fresh breeze, and none know the full beauty of those sea breezes like those who have been parched up and dried, and exhausted by the day of heat or a searing hot wind. For though even those bracing breezes take some time to penetrate the heated walls of the houses, to those who revel in them outside they are truly refreshing. Those days, the days we are writing of, were not noted for the erection of 12 or 14 roomed houses. the requirements of our citizens increase as time progresses. Room, room, is now the cry, and room we must have, but alas, we must pay for it. Landlords are cormorants in these present days of our colonial experience, and the rents they require are something fabulous. It is decidedly their side of the question now. By and by the tenant will have his turn. It is a customary thing in the times in which we live for buildings of 7 and 8 rooms to be rapidly run up, with single brick partitions and very slender foundations, for which, on completion, a cool 100 a year, independent of taxes, is demanded. But as the population increases, so must the houses, and for a time, aye, for a time only, people will be compelled, contentedly or not, to submit to the imposition. In those old days, however, houses were fewer and in less request, and it was possible to obtain a comfortable little 5-roomed house in the suburbs of Adelaide at a very moderate rental. Tom knew that, for in his summer evening walks, which often extended far beyond the city, he had frequently seen snug little places with the ominous words "To Let" in the windows, which he had sadly coveted for a home. It was therefore with all the buoyant elasticity of sanguine youth that he set out on his voyage of discovery, determined, as far as his share in the proceedings went, to succeed in his search. Of course, we all know that things are frequently most easily obtained when they are least required, and this may be said especially of houses, so that Tom's search after all was rather wearily protracted before he came upon the object of his desire. Indeed, the sun had faded in the west, and the shadows of evening were gathering apace, when he at last stood before a little house, standing in a small courtyard of flowers, with a broad verandah shadowed by many climbing tendrils. Behind was a garden, full of trees of some kind. It was a snug little place, just such as he had often dreamed of possessing. He took down the landlord's address, and went home, full of excitement, to tell his sister. "I'll try to get out early from the office to morrow, Nettie, and then you can go at once and see it. But I'm sure it will please you, and it's only an easy, pleasant distance from town. Why, it's a mere nothing. I'm jolly well sure mother will like it too." And so it came to pass that Nettie was fully as enthusiastic about the little house when she had seen it, and nearly as sanguine of success as her brother. She did more than look at it. She took it at once, engaging to enter at the end of the week, after 1 or 2 trifling repairs had been seen to, and everything made ready for their reception. "And mother dear," she said, after recounting her exploits on her return, "it's such a dear little house, you cannot help getting well in it." Mrs. Alton smiled faintly. "I ought to get well with all your loving care," she said, "but take heed, dear, that you do not launch out beyond your means. You must not do that." "Ah, no, mother. Tom and I will see to that. It will be such a comfort to get out of this little narrow street and its neighbourhood." "Yes, and to breathe the fresh air again," said her mother softly, and yet with such a sigh of relief that Nettie felt glad that Tom had suggested the change, and that she had so thoroughly followed the suggestion. Tom was in high spirits this evening. He could have found it in his heart to have cut all manner of capers, and was indeed more boisterous than quite comported with the limits of their little house, its neighbourhood, or his mother's weakness. A glimpse of her pale face recalled him to his senses. "I knew you would like it, Nettie," he exclaimed, "but I didn't know you'd take it right off. You are a regular brick." "Why, you know, Tom, what had to be done had better be done at once." "Of course, only, I don't know why, but I fancied you'd hum and haw a bit first. Girls mostly do." "No need of that. The house was quite the thing. And I do not see why I should not get plenty of work in that neighbourhood. It is a good one. Private work, I mean." "Why, of course you will. I'll write out some plain cards and get them distributed for you. You'll do more at that than by the shops. I don't like to see you carrying big bundles about either, Nettie. There, I may as well speak the truth at once." "The larger the parcel, the greater the mind," said Nettie, laughing, as she gave her brother his candle, and bade him good night. They had not a great amount of money to expend in removal. Everything had to be done on the most economical and cheapest scale. Tom threw all his life and energy into the business, for his heart was in it. He had always detested the little house in the back street, and wondered how they had contrived to live in it so long. So he said, as he collected and assorted, and packed the various treasures for transportation early the next morning, for it was arranged that he should proceed with the furniture, while his mother followed in a car with Nettie and some of the more precious belongings. To him it was a change for the better in every respect. He knew nothing of Nettie's misgivings for the future, or of the sad thoughts which every removal brings to those in the decline of life. The possibility had never entered his head that to his mother that little home had seemed a sanctuary, and that she looked forward with trembling emotion to the change. Unconscious of any of these sensations, for both mother and sister kept their fears and their feelings to themselves, Tom went heart and soul into the business, and before 8 o'clock in the morning was on his way with his waggon load of furniture to the new house. Not one moment too soon for him, for the operation of loading had been witnessed by many spectators, old as well as young. The latter class especially were exceedingly tormenting. Tom had never won much respect from these human gadflies, and though time and his daily presence among them had done much to soften and ameliorate, yet every now and then there came the old outbreaks, as on the present occasion, when, to his intense disgust, he had the mortification of hearing a dozen different insulting remarks upon every article of furniture as it was carried from the house and placed upon the waggon. Not till the last item was added to the load, and it had driven slowly down the street, followed by a score of the young larrikins, not till he had seen his mother safely into the car, followed by Nettie, not till he had finally turned the key of the door and delivered it into the hands of the landlady who occupied the next house and stood waiting for it, doing her share of inspection as well as her neighbours', did Tom exclaim "Eureka!" and leaping to the front seat of the waggon beside the driver, with his back against a table and his arms steadying a large picture frame, which shook sadly to and fro threatening a fall, he gladly bade farewell to the little back street for ever. Just as the old post office clock pointed to 8, they turned out of Adelaide, and in less than half an hour were unloading at the door of the new home. And when Nettie and her mother arrived in the car, which had been driven very slowly to suit the invalid, more than half the goods were indoors, and Mrs. Alton's large chair was drawn near the open window of the little sitting room, so that she could sit and rest, and look out upon the flowers in comparative comfort. It was a lovely morning, for though the sun was warm, there was a fresh breeze blowing from the sea, and this tempered the heat, and came gratefully in at the open window. Tom was in his element, especially so when the empty waggon drove off, and they had all the furniture to arrange. "I'm obliged to go back to the office, Nettie," he presently said, "but let's have another breakfast first. We didn't have anything before, and I'm as hungry as a hunter. Then you just take a rest, get mother to lie down, and I'll jolly soon be back again to help you." So the little table was drawn near the open window by their mother's chair, and covered with a snowy cloth, and the old-fashioned china and little silver teapot placed upon it, while fresh rolls and butter, and a few delicate slices of ham were brought from Nettie's basket, and a new-laid egg for the invalid. The kitchen stove was declared to draw to perfection, and in a very short time the tea was diffusing its refreshing aroma through the room, which, in all its disorder, looked bright and cheerful beyond anything they had known for many a long and weary month. "Do you think mother likes it?" said Tom, rather anxiously, as he followed his sister into the kitchen after they had finished breakfast. "She don't say much, you know." "Oh, but she's tired and weak, Tom. I think she will like it very much by and by," said Nettie hopefully. "Now, just before you go, I want you to help me to put up her bedstead. I'll have her room done first, and get her to lie down, as you say, and she will feel better after a sleep. You need not stop to do anything else." "Ah, I'll do that and chance it," said Tom hastily. "I wish I could stop altogether. But you see, I can't. The governor wants me." "So come on. Which piece is which?" And with Nettie's management the bedstead was soon up, and Tom off on his way back to town. "I believe the walk will be good for him," thought Nettie as she watched him down the road, taking buoyant strides with a bunch of mignonette in his hand, which he had hastily gathered from the border as he passed. "Yes, I believe it is a right step after all, and we will trust for the rest." Coming out of that little back street, and the dingy house with its discoloured walls, it was a pretty task to arrange the furniture in the freshly, brightly papered little rooms. The clean white blinds and muslin curtains Nettie put up at once, to make it homelike, looked so clean and white, with that drapery of green without, and the twining rose tendrilled wall paper within. It was a real work of love arranging the plain strips of carpet on the floor, and the simple bedroom furniture, looping up the muslin curtains of the bed, with a pink rosette here and there, and giving many little loving pats to the heaped up pillows. Many graceful touches here and there, till she could add nothing more to its pleasantness. The sun was coming warmly in at the window by this time, and drawing down the blind, she enticed her mother into the cool, neat little nest, and coaxed her to lie down. "If you can only sleep, dear mother, it will do you so much good," she whispered, with a kiss. "I ought to sleep in this pretty room," her mother answered lovingly. "I am a very great deal of trouble to you, dear Nettie," she added, as her head sank wearily but contentedly on the softly heaped pillows. "A pleasure and a joy, darling mother, but never a trouble," said Nettie, with a close hug, and with one or two parting touches, she stole from the room. There was no elaborate furniture to arrange, and it was wonderful in how short a time one thing after another fell into its place. "Arranged itself," so Nettie said when Tom came home in the afternoon and found there was really nothing to do, but that the dear little cottage was already looking 50 times more homelike than the little house in the back street had ever done. Nettie had even the crayon drawings hung in their places. The sewing machine was near the open window, the little clock ticking away on the mantelshelf, the vase of flowers from their own garden, on the table, and in addition thereto, a small basket of peaches lying in a nest of vine leaves from a splendid tree at the back of the house. Tom was beside himself with excitement and joy. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. A prize in the lottery. There was one comfort in the sitting room of Clement House, that if its windows looked out simply on a blank wall, the sun did not come in to make it more stifling than it was already. A blessing, by the way, to be only appreciated during the hot, glowing months of summer. For in winter its length and breadth was never warmed by the tiny ghost of a fire that smouldered in its grate. Then it was like entering a vault, for the chill dampness struck through and through one, especially on a first entry. For ourselves, we profess a preference for rooms into which the sunshine can sometimes steal, even at the expense of a little fading of curtain or carpet, brightening with its presence and dispersing all dampness of air and gloominess of temperature, since we can shut out those sunbeams at will, when they become too demonstrative in their attentions, and it is hard to be without them when they are so much needed. In the hot summer months, however, when the glare of the morning sun was anything but desirable, the dining room of Clement House was comparatively cool and pleasant. The windows were opened to their fullest extent, and their scant muslin drapery swayed backwards and forwards in the early breeze as it escaped from the open streets and found a passage between the houses. There was nothing inviting in the appearance of the room. The furniture was bare and meagre enough. A colonial railed sofa back against the wall, a dozen hard wooden chairs, also railed, a long table stretching along the middle of the room, an ugly little square clock, noted for its vagaries, and over the floor a grey and black patterned oilcloth, chilling in the extreme in winter, but very pleasant and cool in the hot summer mornings. Neither was there much to invite the appetite on the breakfast table, which, one hot sultry morning, lay awaiting the appearance of the gentlemen, who, one after another, came from their bedrooms to partake of its fare. The thick breakfast china, the stale loaf and oily butter, the cold shoulder with its plentiful garnishings of parsley, the prettiest thing, by the by, on the table, the small dish of half-cold, half-fried chops, and a few frizzled rashers of bacon, were presided over on this particular morning by Therese Delany, ostensibly assisted by Adelaide, while Marguerite, who declined breakfast altogether, stood in one corner of the window, making a feeble attempt at learning a lesson she had neglected to prepare the evening previously, and on which she had now only a few scant moments to bestow. Mrs. Delany was too much indisposed to rise. It was very often the case now. It was so pleasant, as she said to her friends, that she could so well trust her daughters to take her place. So in spite of all discomforts of diet, there was generally a good deal of laughter and repartee and flirtation as a garnishing to the cold chops and frizzled bacon. Arthur Delta had no taste for either. He generally swallowed the morning paper with his coffee, neither the blandishments of the fair Therese, nor the racy wit of her sister, proving attractive metal to him. But it was certainly not the case with his companions, who found it apparently pleasant enough to linger over breakfast to the full extent of the allotted time, with two lively girls ready to take full advantage of mamma's absence, though for the matter of that she was no great obstacle when present. Mr. Macpherson and Mr. Holt were wary with it all. They took care to keep within bounds. Each, in his own way, enjoyed a flirtation, but had no inclination for a breach of promise conclusion to the whole. To their own side of the question they had all due regard. Possibly it never occurred to them that there was another side, and that it might not be all flirtation on the part of the young girls, whatever it was to themselves. After all, poor girls, in spite of their forward manners, their little affectations and evident desire to make themselves attractive, there were many extenuating circumstances to call forth the pity of a feeling heart. Their home had never been a happy one. Long as they could remember, their father had always been the slave of an overwhelming passion, the love of strong drink. He had drained the vitality from his poor miserable body, and even in his prime he was left to the drivelling of premature old age. No wonder that his daughters had little love or respect to bestow on such a father. What, too, was their mother's life? Was it not made up of one continual burden of debt, and struggle, and hardship? Had they ever known what it was to obtain an object desired in one direction without pinching for it in another? It was not strange, therefore, that with the buoyant hopefulness of youth, that ever sees the rosy glow of the future and discerns no cloud, the thought of release from this state of things was pleasant to them. Almost from infancy had they been taught the lesson that to be married was the ultimatum of their lives. It involved a house of their own, plenty of money, and a delightful freedom, which of itself was a thing to be desired. They forgot, poor young things, their own mother's unhappy marriage, and her long life of unceasing regret, or remembered it only to think what a different life they intended their own should be. Ah, youth has bright visions of its future, always on before, always ready for pursuit, and how beautiful and bright they sometimes are. We question whether it is well always to dash those rosy dreams with the cold water of what must be, and what will be. Let these inevitable results steal gradually on. They will disappoint less, and so that the dreams, those gay sweet dreams, trench not too much on the practical everyday present, let them be indulged in, till the sleeper awakes to the reality, as we all wake and find that indeed it was but a dream. Yet, oh, amidst the dreams of youth and the reality of maturity and age, for the clinging arms of faith to encircle that cross, round which alone is safety amidst the howling of the tempest and the surging of the billows, lash wildly as they may and will. Arthur Delta had risen late that sultry morning. He was the last to enter the breakfast room. He had passed a sleepless night in his own little hot upper chamber. The open window had given him no relief. It had only let in an army of mosquitoes upon him, and it was not till long past midnight he had fairly turned on his pillow and fallen into heavy slumber. He could have slept far into the morning, had that been admissible. Whether or not, he would certainly have done so but for a rousing rap at his door, that dispelled both sleep and his pleasant dreams together. He heard the breakfast bell while he was still at his enforced toilet, and voted breakfast a nuisance in such sultry weather. If one could possibly get on without eating, he said to himself, as a vision of cold greasy chop crossed his mental eye. Now a cup of coffee, such as dear mother used to make, would really do one good, but a feeble essence of burnt beans is more than one can stand this weather. But had his coffee cup contained the finest mocha, delicately creamed and sugared, had the frizzled bacon been transformed into choice venison or other rich breakfast dainties, he would have proved as oblivious to the sight and taste as he was to those awaiting him. For as he entered the room, every eye was turned upon him, while to his utter bewilderment a babel of tongues assailed him, Caleb Holt's being audible above all, as he exclaimed, "So your uncle's in luck again, Delta?" Arthur turned very red and mechanically drew his chair to the table. "In luck?" he repeated mistily. "How so?" "Hoot mon," said Macpherson in his broadest Scotch. "Ye ken very well that Mr. Clinton has made an awful lot of money by the mines. That's weel known at any rate." "Well, yes, he has certainly," Delta stammered, for the hot blood that had sprung through his veins was hurrying back again faster than it came. His suspense was something frightful to endure without betraying himself. "Yes, that's weel known. It's lucky all he lays his finger on," said Macpherson with emphasis. Caleb Holt came to the rescue in reply to the eager questioning of Arthur's face. "It's the shares in that last mining company, the Wheal Ellen," he said in explanation. "They have turned out splendidly. They're going up like winking, as well they may since he has anything to do with it." "Are you sure of your information?" said Delta, with a forced calmness as soon as he could speak at all. The Wheal Ellen was the lottery into which his money was thrown. He trembled in every limb as he waited for the answer. "Sure, mon. Here, read for yoursen," said Macpherson, throwing the morning paper to him and indicating the important paragraph. "I only wish I had had the luck to buy a few shares," said Holt regretfully. "But the only company I ever embarked in went to the dogs. I wonder, however, you don't follow in your uncle's wake, Delta. Luck may run in the blood." "Ah, sure and you don't know that Mr. Delta has not done that already? He does things very quietly and don't let all the world know his business," said Therese insinuatingly. But she insinuated to deaf ears, for Arthur was deep in the report, the wild blood leaping and coursing through his veins like fire. Coffee! What was coffee to him now? This first venture, his very first venture, and that a success! Was there indeed any truth in that random assertion of Holt's that this luck, as they called it, was hereditary? He read the report, though a blinding mist seemed to hover over it, and visions of the future, of future successes, seemed to dazzle and bewilder him. Elsie, his little Elsie, should he not be able to claim her after all? A laugh from Adelaide broke in upon and dissipated his dream. "Ah, now, Mr. Delta, you don't mean to say that you're that glad of your uncle's luck? I'll never believe that," she saucily exclaimed. "It's yourself, now, has made the lucky venture, and sure I wish you joy." "You are very kind," said Arthur, with a faint smile, as he pushed away his untasted cup and his chair together, and hastily rose. "But you have shares in the lucky mine, now haven't you?" said Therese coaxingly. "Of course he has," said Marguerite, tossing her lesson book to the other side of the room. "Come now, Mr. Delta, it's no manner of use for you to deny it, and I shall expect a present for bringing in the lucky paper." "You must allow us to drink your health after this, Delta," said Caleb, also rising, for the clock on the mantelpiece was uttering its warning strokes. "You are all taking a good deal for granted, a great deal more than the paper warrants, or myself either," said Delta, smiling, for by this time he had reached the door and was ready to go, and taking his hat, in another moment he was across the threshold and half down the street. Sultry, was it? Aye, the sun was beating down hotly on the pavement, the roads were parched and dusty, the whole earth seemed athirst for rain. Not a breath of air to mollify the stifling heat. Deep, salmon-coloured, copper-coloured streaks of cloud lay flanked by dense black masses on the horizon. Towards the sea particularly, and where a sight of that element was visible, it lay glittering under the ominous clouds, clear and distinct, and angry looking. Even in the distance one could fancy its surges visible. Thunder and storm and rain were not far off, so said the citizens of Adelaide as they came to the door of shop or warehouse, faintly hoping to get a little breath of coolness from the heated streets. Arthur Delta passed on his way, indifferent to heat or storm, indifferent to drought or rain, only one thought in his mind. Every other was merged in that. His shares had gone up. His venture was a success. He would be rich yet. It takes but little to stir these sanguine natures up to fever heat, so little foundation on which to raise the whole fabric of a future fortune. Arthur Delta's handful of shares were multiplied 1,000-fold in that hurried walk to the office. What cared he for the pelting sun's rays ? What cared he for the scorching pavement that almost blistered his feet through his thin boots ? What cared he for the inquiring faces of friends he never noticed, or strangers he unconsciously jostled in his rapid walk ? He was on the high road to fortune, and to Elsie. He entered the office door, he hung up his hat in its accustomed place, he took his seat, and mechanically opened the desk, drawing forth the day book. It was all done mechanically, for he was away in the clouds, or rather in the depths of the lucky mine which was to make his fortune. He could not for the life of him have written any other word just then but shares. " A note, sir, from the master, for you, Mr. Delta." The pert little office boy had twice to repeat the words before they met attention. Delta took the note and tore it open. It was to signify his uncle's intention of remaining at home that day, and gave sundry business directions. The conclusion was the only attractive portion to Arthur. "So I see there is a little of the Clinton blood in your veins after all. I never knew till lately that you had had the pluck to embark in mining shares. You have chosen well. I wish you joy. Sell out now by all means. Now's your chance. Come, however, to the Park to night, and we will talk it over." It was the first thing Arthur had ever done after his uncle's own heart, and the very first time even a whisper of approval had reached him. If only dear little Elsie could know it. CHAPTER IX. Of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. CHAPTER IX. Wealth versus Poverty. Elsie Clinton, the petted, fondled child of fortune, caressed, admired, and surrounded by a host of new friends, who hailed the advent of this new particular star in their little world of fashion with avidity, was thinking far less of dear Arthur than even his jealous fears led him to imagine. While he, elated with his first success, and with thoughts all tinctured by his love for her, was rapidly riding along the road to the Park, in response to her father's unusual invite, she was dressing for a ball, under the tutelage of Amy Leigh, her thoughts all so engrossed with the present that she had not one to bestow on the past. Very lovely she looked, the ripples of her beautiful blonde hair over her white shoulders, under the skilful hands of Mrs. Leigh's own maid, who boasted that she had acquired her art in Paris, and was delighted enough to have Miss Clinton's abundant silken tresses under her manipulations. She, herself, indifferent to the process, was seated as luxuriously as the low-backed chair would permit, with her tiny white slippered feet crossed on a blue velvet ottoman, a small white curly puppy in her lap, and in her hand a novel of highly sensational character which she had found it impossible to lay aside, notwithstanding the expostulations of both friend and maid. "Ah, yes, Norah, that will do beautifully," exclaimed Amy Leigh as she watched the progress of her friend's toilet, far more interested in its completeness than herself. "The blue convolvuli are exquisite arranged that way. My dear Elsie, you look lovely to night. You are sure of making conquests. I shall be nothing beside you." "Everything in somebody's eyes," said Elsie, looking up a moment from her book to smile archly. "Ah, Horace, poor fellow! Well, you know he is infatuated. No accounting for taste, my dear child. And I suppose I am tolerably contented with his, or I should not be so willing to bring a rival into the field. And such a rival." "You can well afford to be generous, dear," said Elsie, reluctantly throwing aside her book, for she was a voracious reader of a particular class of literature, though eschewing anything that she denominated dry. Like too many of our young ladies of the present day, and of the past too, the rudiments of study mapped out in her school days were allowed to sink into ignominious oblivion, no after course of reading nourishing the germs that had been planted with so much painstaking, no love of study for study's sake, or for the joy of acquiring knowledge, succeeding the stimulus of schoolroom emulation. Perhaps, however, in all charity, we should allow that there is another side even to this question. Young girls fresh from school are so early initiated into the mysteries of life, and colonial life in its best phases is yet a very prosaic thing. The longing for a little of life's poetry as well as its prose is so natural an inmate of the youthful heart. It may die out in later life, though we question that it ever does entirely. And there are many hearts that crave after this poetry, even after the silver has touched the hair, nay, down to the very fading hours of life. But with the young, who are so prone to throw a roseate veil over the future, the everyday details of life which they so early encounter little dispose them for research into old studies, the chief recollection of which is the necessity there had been in those old days of enforced study for diligent preparation. It is a difficult matter to convince them that out of these germs of the past a beautiful fabric of poetry may be raised by the thoughtful student. So the racy novel, the stimulating romance, the more sensational the better for the pockets of the author, entirely supersedes all the more bracing course of reading. And the glare of the false colours with which these time-serving authors adorn their works often influences the whole future of the youthful reader. Amy Leigh was a fine girl, tall and graceful, though with no pretensions to beauty. She was very dark, with dark hair, dark eyes, and a clear brunette complexion. A complete contrast in every respect to her fair young friend. She had been much in Melbourne society, for Dr. Leigh and his lady were well received among the upper ten, to whom their own elegant home was at all times open. An upper ten, by the by, whose antecedents will not at all times bear inspection, whose emblazoned crests, so ostentatiously displayed, cannot always be found in the heraldry office. But these matters are sub rosa, for things are generally taken for granted when wealth or fashion leads. Dr. Leigh, however, was an educated man, and of a good old English family. He ranked high in the profession that had mainly contributed to raise him to his present position. He was esteemed everywhere, both for his suavity of manner and his skill. His 2 sons were studying in England, one for the medical profession, the other for the law. Amy and a younger daughter, still at school, were the only children he had left out of a large family. As the world has it, the world of wealth and fashion, Amy Leigh had done well in securing the affections of Horace Overton, the son of a wealthy squatter, whose sheep in thousands whitened the plain, and whose gold swelled the revenue of the bank. A paradise in the country, a splendid town house, these he had to offer in return for her hand. And though she rather despised this ardent admirer than otherwise, the gilded bait was too tempting for resistance. So poor Horace was received and accepted for the sake of his golden gifts, and the young bride-elect's friends, her lady friends, congratulated and envied her conquest. Elsie Clinton, who was one of her most enthusiastic congratulators, provoked a burst of laughter from her friend. "I did not know you were such a worshipper of maman, ma belle," she exclaimed, after one of these outbursts. "What a worldly thing it is then! What will become of that handsome cousin to whom you introduced me the last evening of our stay at the Park? For if I remember rightly, he possesses every charm but wealth." Elsie's bird-like laugh trilled out. She threw back her hands deprecatingly. "Arthur!" she exclaimed merrily. "Ah, he means to be rich some day." "And you mean to wait for him?" "Oh, as to that, it depends," said Elsie carelessly, turning to the glass, and gracefully drawing the soft blue folds of her opera cloak over her white shoulders. "Poor fellow!" said Amy. "I thought he seemed very infatuated, but I certainly must say that if you meant nothing you did not act so, and that is stating the case very mildly. But do you not really care for him?" "Why, of course I do," said Elsie, with wide open eyes. "He is delightful company. You heard how he can play and sing. But unfortunately he's poor, and papa took it into his head all at once that he had better not make a home of the Park any longer, that he wanted him nearer the business, or something of that kind," and she laughed as she spoke. "Ah, I see," said Amy knowingly. "Out of danger. May I ask, was that for your sake or his?" "Poor fellow! I do not believe he is at all comfortable at the place he boards at. It's not at all a nice place, I'm sure," said Elsie, quietly ignoring the question and turning about before the Psyche to try the effect of her new costume in various lights. "However," she added contentedly, "we see him still sometimes at the Park. He manages to come, and I'm sure it does him good." "Rather doubtful good, I should say," replied Amy, as she took up her fan and gathered up her dress, for she heard her father's voice at the foot of the stairs hastening their departure. "He does seem a nice young fellow. Too good to play with, ma belle." "My dear child, there is no play at all in the matter. As to Arthur, though he is poor now, he will be rich some day. He is buying shares in some mine, and you'll see some day what it comes to." "Ah," said Amy thoughtfully, as she turned to go downstairs, "those shares make more poor than rich men." "But Amy, you must know that many of our richest men owe everything to fortunate mining speculations. Our copper has always been a grand and distinguishing feature of the country, and if there were no men inclined to speculate, how would its wealth be developed?" It was an unusual thing for Elsie to trouble herself about such subjects, but she felt a little strongly, for the moment at least, on the subject, and spoke as she thought. "Ah, well," replied Amy decidedly, "I detest speculation, and shall always advise any friend I value to have nothing to do with shares." Elsie was a little uncomfortable for a short time after this conversation. It cropped up again and again for some days, for she really did love her cousin with all the love of which her shallow, fickle little heart was capable. But her father need not have feared her. Love in a cottage never entered her thoughts. Arthur in poverty and Arthur rich were two different beings. The last would be everything desirable, the first not to be tolerated. But as we have said before, she lived in the present, troubling little for the past, and not at all for the future. Her friends attended to that for her. "It would be a splendid thing to get Elsie engaged while she is with us, mother dear," Amy said one day in her friend's absence. "I know Mr. Clinton has a great fear of that handsome cousin, from something I heard him say, and I judge that he would rather bury his daughter than have them allied to poverty." "Well, that is reasonable enough, my child. Elsie is much too delicate, lovely and refined for a poor man's wife." "So I think, mamma, and for my part I do not think she would marry a poor man, and though I think she likes her cousin, I am sure she would not refuse a good alliance. Arthur Delta is a fine fellow. It's a pity he's so poor." "Setting aside the poverty, I have no opinion of the marriage of cousins," Mrs. Leigh replied, taking up the paper again, as Elsie entered the room. Elsie's beauty was the theme of every circle, for they introduced her everywhere, and she had soon a host of admirers. But they had particular designs to accomplish in an introduction on this particular evening. She was sure, they thought, to prove irresistible to Mr. Canthor, a wealthy squatter and a particular friend of Horace Overton's, and his wealth and position were equivalent in the eyes of the world generally for the lack of youth. So it happened, while Arthur Delta was riding rapidly along the road to the Park with his thoughts full of her, and of the position he was to win for her sake, she was surrounded by flowers and silk and lace, preparing for her first ball ; while he, seated in her father's study at home, was eagerly entering into discussion on mines and shares, she, with her little hand lightly resting on Charles Canthor's arm, with soft blushes starting over her lovely face, was lending no unpleased ear to his words of flattery and admiration. For from the first moment of his introduction he had proclaimed himself a conquest. He had found his ideal. And had Elsie found hers? Was she attracted equally by the charms of her elderly admirer? She was not, but she was flattered by his attention, because of his position and wealth, and the thought, "What will Lily say?" had a great weight in reconciling her to the disparity of age. Poor Arthur! His star was certainly not in the ascendant that night. Chapter 10 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 10 Temptation. The window was a small one, a little curtained window with a tiny valance above and a gathering of muslin below. But the blind was lifted, and between the waving branches of an acacia, which dripped its white blossoms close at hand, more than one bright star was visible on the canopy of blue. Watching those stars with wide wakeful meditative eyes, which saw and yet saw not because of their inward musing, Tom Alton had apparently forgotten that the night was passing away, that the morning hours were nearing, and that when sleep did come there would be little time to indulge it. These wakeful hours were not usual to him. Night after night his head had scarcely touched the pillow when his senses were locked in the silken folds of balmy sleep, and his cares or disquietudes, if he had any, lost in sweet oblivion. But to-night he was restless. His pillow was strangely uneasy, his eyes refused, absolutely refused to close, and he lay looking out through the softly waving branches of the acacia at the silent stars and the quiet calm moonlight, with anything but quiet or restful feelings. For it was not their beauty he was contemplating. He was fighting hard with his conscience, battling fiercely with temptation, and the quiet and the calm without rendered the inward warfare more audible. Things had gone on very prosperously with the Altons since their removal from the little house in the back street. The pure air and bright sunshine and flowers had done much for Mrs. Alton. They had brought back much of her usual cheerfulness, if with it no great amount of strength. And the dread that she would pass away from them was now a thing of the past, at least it was so with Tom. He still retained his situation in Mr. Clinton's office, having steadily advanced in his favour by his obliging manners and steady attention to business. The little sewing machine under Nettie's supervision still noisily did its work, but the work was quite equal to the noise, and brought in abundant orders for dainty toilettes, the bride's trousseau or the layette for the first-born babe. Nettie never regretted the removal from that little close street, or the shop work she had to relinquish. Her machine had never occasion to stand idle. Week in, week out, its unceasing clicking was heard, but Nettie could sit at the open window while her feet and her fingers were busy, breathing the fragrance of a wealth of flowers, and as she turned her wheel and stitched, she sang gaily all day long. More than once a quantity of work came into her from Clinton Park, but Elsie was still in Melbourne. She only saw the maid or Miss Clinton, and Nettie could see nothing particularly winning in her. She was very unlike her sister. "Too much of the pride of wealth, that's it, Nettie," said Tom one evening, as he sat at his bread and cheese supper, listening to his sister's lively and graphic description of Lily Clinton's visit. "Those two sisters are very little alike," he presently continued. "I wonder whether Mr. Delta and Miss Elsie are engaged. I used to think they were." "And don't you know?" "No, can't say I do much, and yet I don't know why. She is such a jolly long while in Melbourne, and I don't fancy that she'd stay away so long if they were engaged. Besides, he looks downhearted and poky according to my fancy." "I expect it is fancy altogether, Tom," laughed his sister. "I cannot believe that a man like Mr. Clinton, who thinks of little else but money and money's worth, would dream of giving his daughter away to her cousin, who, by all accounts, has not much of his own." "Had not, but he's going up now. He's made some lucky strokes in mining shares, and he and the Governor are mighty thick. So you see there is some good in shares and companies and specs of that sort after all, Nettie. They don't always fail." "No, it's perfectly true, they don't," Nettie answered, with a quick upward look at her brother, who was cutting his cheese into infinitesimally small pieces. "But remember this, Tom, it is a lottery in which there are both blanks and prizes, and the blanks are in the majority." "Always the way in every lottery," answered Tom carelessly as he rose from the table. "But for all that, my dear old girl, there never was a fellow frightened away by the fear of those blanks from trying his luck yet." Out of Tom's weekly salary his mother had always insisted upon his retaining a portion for pocket money. She would have given it all freely had it been needed, for he was not very reckless with his money, and he cared very little for spending it on his own account, and he made but few acquaintances. He had therefore his little private hoard, to which he was slowly adding, week after week, and which he was wont to call the nucleus of his future wealth. "Drop by drop makes the shower, and sixpence after sixpence builds the fortune," he would laughingly exclaim as he added his silver coins every Saturday to the gradually accumulating heap, and heard the silvery chink as he let it drop through the slit in the box. What he intended to do with it all some future day he had not quite decided, but it built a rosy future for him, if it did nothing else. It was scarcely likely, however, that Tom could remain long in the neighbourhood of speculation without getting slightly infected by it. Delta's success had somehow or other oozed out, as such things most mysteriously will. His brighter looks, his quick buoyant movements were commented on, and his winnings in consequence estimated at 100-fold more than they really were. Mining shares became rapidly all the thing, and as there are generally plenty of companies and any amount of shares for those who choose to invest their money in that way, the share market began decidedly to look up. In the interval of more pressing business, there was little else talked of in the office of Clinton and Co., and no wonder that Tom, already possessed of sufficient money of his own to purchase a few shares, felt nervously anxious to try his fortune. One thing held him back — his mother's strong feeling against speculation of any kind, but mining ventures in particular. He was sufficiently aware of their family history to understand that speculation in shares had been their ruin. It happened so, he thought. It was just bad luck with father, but that is no reason why it should be so with me. Why should not I win back the gold and position we have lost, and restore my mother to the ease and comfort of her younger days? But her soft hand, her gentle words still held him back, though he was strongly tempted. As he lay with his wide awake gaze fixed on the morsels of brightness gleaming here and there through the white blossoms, these thoughts were rolling like troubled surges over and over in his mind. He was gathering no peace from their quiet gleaming, no calm from the smooth unruffled vault of heaven. In truth, he saw neither twinkling stars, nor waving branches, nor snowy blossoms. His thoughts were away in the share market, and, like Arthur Delta, he was mentally doubling and trebling his gains before even the venture was made. That evening he had come home restless and uneasy, going away to bed at last with the plea of a headache, a plea not altogether without foundation, for the day's plotting and planning had over-excited him. A youth in the same office, 2 or 3 years his senior, had been purchasing shares, and that had intensified his desire to do the same. Once in the quiet and seclusion of his own room, his first step had been to close and turn the key of the door, his next to break open the lid of his deposit box and eagerly count up his savings. Was there sufficient or not for his purpose? He had been so accustomed to drop in his mites at any and all times that he could really scarcely give even a rough guess at the total. Now, as he eagerly bent over the little table, arranging the bits of silver, the shillings and the sixpences, the 3-penny pieces in order, his cheeks flushed and his blue eyes glittering with expectation and hope, he was astonished to find out how much more these casual savings of his amounted to than he had even dared to hope. Putting the money carefully back again into the box, not mending the lid for obvious reasons, but merely tying it together, he undressed, put out his light and went to bed, but as we have said, not to sleep. Hour after hour was faithfully told by the little clock in the front room. The moon rose higher and higher in the heavens, till its full clear light came through the acacia boughs in at the little window, and fell in a silvery stream across the white matting on the floor. Then it as gradually receded, and the stars paled in the heavens, till at last the first grey dawn stole dreamily in, and then, tired out with his wakeful, unrestful thoughts, he slept. Poor fellow! He was young in years to be so heavily battling with the world and its temptations. How peacefully he slept! The soft cheeks scarcely touched with down, the light sunny hair curling up from a fair clear brow, and the lips relaxed from the troubled expression they had lately worn, by the balm of slumber. What a pity that the thirst for gain and its accompanying care and trouble and anxiety should sully that clear brow or contract the quiet lines of those young lips. Alas! Tom Alton, boyish as he looked, was entering the lists of those who make the acquirement of wealth their chief aim, and already he was beginning to find it was not all pure gold. It had its alloy. One more step he had advanced. He knew now that he had sufficient money to make a tiny venture. The money was his own. What was there to hinder? Money he had saved out of 1,000 little acts of self-denial. Money too, as he tried to urge to his conscience that must ultimately be speculated with in some form or shape in order to be of any benefit at all. He had thought this all out during the silent night watches, and his shares had produced fabulous results. They had surrounded his mother and Nellie with wealth and fortune, and they no longer dreaded this speculation. These shares might all prove prizes and no blanks. What would they say to that? But to what purpose was this reasoning with himself? He had the money, the shares were easily attainable. But his mother's approbation was not, and Tom dearly loved his mother, and thought everything of her advice and knowledge. He could not bear to go counter to her wishes, And yet when wealth seemed almost within his grasp, it seemed so hard to give it all up. So he slept at last, a dreamless sleep. It would have lasted far on into the morning but for the sun that came streaming in at his window through the still uplifted blind, flooding the room with its glory, even as the quiet moonbeams had silvered it a few hours back. It reached his pillow and woke him with a start. It seemed to him that he had only just fallen asleep, and now the rattle of the teaspoons and the aroma of hot coffee told him it was by no means early. It is not an easy thing to relinquish a snug, warm, cosy bed, just when you are beginning to realize how snug and warm and cosy it is, to turn out into the bustle and hurry and business of life when your eyelids scarcely seem to have closed upon them, or your limbs to have rested from your labours of yesterday. So Tom felt, but he knew also the necessity for action, and springing from his bed, he threw open his window, letting in a flood of cool, fresh, fragrant air with the sunshine, and rapidly dressed. To be or not to be? That was the question Tom Alton asked himself when, at last, his dressing and toilet complete, he stood at his open drawer with his money before him. He might have done a wiser thing than merely consulting his own weak understanding. He was no stranger to the way in which his mother solved her knotty questions. From his earliest boyhood he had known where she went for help and direction. Had he gone to the same safe guide, had he asked the same help and wisdom from the fountain of all wisdom, the Saviour, in every necessity, he might have escaped much future sorrow. But alas, he had never done this, and so he reasoned it all out with his conscience, and the will proved too strong. Conscience was quieted. Tom went off to town with his money in his pocket. "Mother won't mind after a bit," he said to himself as he walked briskly to his business. "She needn't in fact know anything about it, till it is a success, and then she is sure not to mind. If I do lose it, it can't matter so very much. I must save all the harder to make it up again. It's such a splendid chance, such another might never occur, and if I win, if the shares go up, if the mine turns out as splendidly as they say it will, why I shall be glad I made the venture, and mother won't be sorry." Plausible enough. But as we have said, Tom loved his mother and respected her wishes. It was the first time he had gone so directly against them, and as he paid in his money and wrote the required forms, the share broker more than once looked fixedly at him, noting his hesitating manner and changing colour. "Has that boy come honestly by his money?" he said to himself as he watched him down the street and in at the office door. "There's no knowing to what lengths the mining mania will not drive men, but it seems our very boys are becoming infected by it." It was so in these past times of copper mining speculation. Is it any less so in these present days? End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 11, Uncertainties, Cares. "Sure, Miss Thea, I don't believe Mr. Delta's well. It's neither the mate nor the drink that he cares for now. It's myself is sorry to see the white face of him enthirely as he comes in every night and goes off at once to his room. 'And are yous after having tay, Mr. Delta, sir?' says I. 'No, thank you, Bridget,' says he, as civil like. 'A jug of cold wather and a glass, that's all I want.' Sure, and it's cold comfort anyhow is that same after a hard day's work." "Sure, Bridget, you needn't be after concerning yourself about Mr. Delta. He won't starve. No doubt he gets his tea from some of his fine friends before he comes home. Our fare isn't good enough for him nowadays." Thea was seated on the old couch in the parlour, surrounded by a litter of ribbons and lace and flowers. She was trimming a hat for herself, for an evening's delectation was before her. Mr. Holt had presented her and her sister with tickets for a concert, and he and Mr. Macpherson, whose attentions were becoming a little more demonstrative, were to escort them thither. A long time indeed, thought Thea, before Mr. Delta would have offered them such politeness, however civil he might be to Bridget. "It's a cold heart you have enthirely, Miss Thea," said Bridget indignantly, "but it's aisy to see where the shoe pinches," she muttered to herself rather spitefully, for Mr. Delta was a favourite of hers. He never made fun of her brogue or called her names. He was too much of a rail gentleman for that, she said, and she meant it. She was right in her conjectures. Arthur Delta was not well, But it was from the fears of speculation he was suffering, the alternation of hope and despair, the excitement of success followed by the depression of fear. These are the feelings that rob the man of rest, that keep sleep, the balmy restorer of the weary, far distant from the overtasked brain. And all these fluctuations of hope and fear followed in such quick succession on that first fortunate or unfortunate venture. He had made money, but it had not brought with it either comfort or peace. His heart craved for more. He was not satisfied now with small gains. He was feverishly anxious with every fresh venture. He was getting worn in the conflict, but not contented with its results. Speculation does not allow a man to sit quietly, calmly down and wait. True, there are some that can even do this, but they are not men of Arthur Delta's strength, perhaps not of his peculiar necessities, for in all his eager desire for gain and the acquisition of wealth, he had only one object before him, and that was his cousin Elsie. Had she only known it? Did she not know it? Yet was she nightly listening to words of protestation from another whose wealth she loved, but himself? No. She was her father's child after all. She had been too carefully cradled in luxury to dream of relinquishing it, but Arthur Delta knew nothing of this. Nothing further than her lengthened stay in Melbourne proved she was making new friends there. It annoyed and perplexed him, and her letters were so short and, frivolous and unsatisfactory. She replied to none of his queries, she answered none of his protestations. He was "Dear Arthur," "Dear cousin Arthur," and nothing further. The veriest special pleader could have found nothing in her little scented notes on which to found a breach of promise case. And here he was endeavouring day and night, and far on into the morning with his pen, to gain a home for one who never dreamt of occupying it, but who was stifling the dreams of her young heart with the eclat of what the world would deem a splendid match. Her dreams of the future were gold tinted, in which Arthur and his enduring love had no place. So fair, and yet so cold, so worldly. Yet after all, these little scented notes, breathing of rose or heliotrope, or violets, and full of Melbourne gaieties and trifling chit-chat, were so like Elsie, he did not fear very much. Elsie, who so soft and sweet and delicate, could tease him with her very sweetness, for even the rose has its thorns, little sharp barbs that make one pay for inhaling or careless gathering. He fretted, it is true, at her continuous absence, but he was busy winning gold for her, and he tried to be content with the dainty pink and lilac notes that were laid from time to time by the side of his breakfast plate, after having been turned in 20 different ways, and held in 20 different lights by Thea and Adelaide and Marguerite Delany in succession. He was not well. He was losing his appetite. Bridget was quite right, and Thea's conjecture that he took his tea with his fine friends, as she jealously and spitefully expressed it, was altogether wrong. He went but seldom to the park, though his aunt and Lily always received him kindly, for somehow after a visit there, amidst the evidences of wealth and luxury already attained, his own prospect seemed so far distant. He was slow at making new acquaintances. His gentlemanly bearing, his handsome face would have been a passport, and secured him the entree of many houses, had they not been still further backed by his relationship to the Clintons of Clinton Park. But he cared for none of them. "Let me make my own position first," he thought to himself, "and then for acquaintance." As it was, he would have been gladly welcomed anywhere, had he but given the permission. The note from his uncle, and subsequent visit to the park, from which he had sanguinely hoped not a little, had, after all, subsided into a nonentity. It was all very well to receive that gentleman's commendations, but he had allowed himself to expect something more than these. His uncle certainly knew how poor he was, and how little indeed he was likely to be able to throw into any venture, though he congratulated him as if he had made a fortune. If he did know, he evidently wished to ignore the fact, and at any rate made no offer to unloose his purse strings, or to offer the loan which would have been so acceptable. All Arthur's proud blood rose to his face at the thought of asking. He went back to his dull little room more determined than ever to win a position, and win little Miss Elsie, even from her proud father. He was fairly in for it now. He threw the whole of his salary into the business, and toiled hard in the night watches, keeping the accounts of others, while his own, had he but known it, were getting more and more confused. All this incessant anxiety and labour was telling terribly on his health. Why could he have not rested, satisfied to mount steadily upwards by a slower process? Was Elsie indeed worthy of all this waste of health and life, this dissipation of his mental powers, this harassing care? Alas, she was not worthy, but he still deemed her so, still saw her, in his evening vigils, fair and sweet and lovely, and never for a single moment false. There was only good, simple-hearted, kind Bridget to note his paling cheek, his failing appetite, his languid movements. Those who would have loved and cherished and warned him were thousands of miles away. His mother, who would have leaned her dear boy's head on her own fond bosom, and stroked away its throbbing by the magic of her own soft touch, knew not even of his trouble. Well for her that she did not, for her own health was slowly fading away, and little hints, alarming enough to Arthur, so far distant, and so powerless to help or add in any way to her peace and comfort, came mail after mail, adding their weight to his already heavy burden, and making him more resolute than ever to keep that burden from her gentle, loving ears. "Oh, mother, mother, would I had never left you," he exclaimed one evening in tones of pent-up agony, as after reading his English letters, just in from the mail of that day's date, he threw himself down on his bed in his clothes, too weary and worn with work and excitement and sorrow to remove them, just as the old post office clock struck 3. Several things had conspired most woefully to depress him that day. In addition to a more than usually melancholy letter from his sister Kate, in which she spoke of her mother's increasing weakness and the doctor's fear on her account that she would never see another spring, there were 2 or 3 pencilled lines from his dear mother herself, but so feeble, so delicate, so quivering in their tracery that it seemed almost like a message from the grave. Then, just because he had thrown all his ready cash into a fresh speculation, using up the last of it in responding to one of those inevitable and occasional calls of so much per share that these mining companies are always making, he had, for the first time since he had been at Clement House, allowed himself to run a month in arrears of his rent and board. To his intense chagrin, Mrs. Delany had gently reminded him of the failure, politely requesting the payment. She had a heavy account to make up. What was he to do? He must wait till the dividends came in. But would she? He never even thought of asking her, but after sitting with knitted brow, discussing that most troublesome of knotty questions, the ways and means of getting out of difficulty, he slowly rose, unlocked his dressing case, and stood surveying the hidden treasures it contained. Something to remind him of each of his home darlings, an antiquated seal stamped with the Delta crest, a memento of his father. Not that. It was a family heirloom, that crest. A little pardonable morsel of pride, cherished in spite of poverty. For its old memories of former position he would not have parted with that seal, had it not been that dear father's parting gift. And this? A tiny circlet, seed pearls and sapphires, pure blue and white blended together by a delicate tracery of gold. It had been a girlish ring of his mother's, so small, but not too small for her slender fingers, for he had often slipped it on and tried to fancy how that little hand, still white and delicate, had looked in those girlish days, the days of her past loveliness. He put it reverently by. What? Sell his mother's ring? No, no. There was a curious gold snuff box, carved in many quaint devices. He hesitated over that. Another heirloom of the family. He presently passed it by. Emerald earrings, an aunt's gift for his future wife. He was not an admirer of earrings, but he could not make away with them. They were not his own to give. Finally, taking a handsome signet ring and a set of gold studs, a former purchase of his own, he sallied out through the streets of Adelaide into one of its back streets, succeeded in pawning them for less than half their value, though quite sufficient for his present purposes. It was the first time in his life he had ever dreamed of doing such a thing, and he slunk like a thief from the place of loans, creeping away on the darkest side of the streets, with all the blood of the Delta and Clinton lineage resenting its necessity. Mrs. Delany's claims were satisfied, his own heart was not. There was another cause for disquietude. Things had not been going on very pleasantly in the office lately. His uncle had been out of humour. Tom Alton had strangely lacked in attention to his duties and had received a severe reprimand. Arthur, indeed, could not avoid suspicion that he himself was being " talked at." Was he throwing less interest in the office duties, or was it his distrait appearance that fostered suspicion ? Poor Tom Alton ! Something ailed the boy too. Was his health failing ? Was his home life full of care, he with a mother and sister to love him ? Or was it the same old tale —" The thirst for gold is never satisfied, it knows no rest." Was the boy also infected by the tattle, the mining tattle of the office ? So thought Arthur as, seated at his own desk late one afternoon, a few days after the pouring forth of Tom's poor little money box and its silvery shower into the awful chasm of the Blinman mine — a mine which seemed to swallow up all in its awful cavity, and give back none. He watched the boy in his blind endeavour to add up a long list of figures which would not resolve themselves into anything like definite shape or form, and this because the mind followed not the figure. Every now and then, indeed, he broke off from his employment, making little quick calculations on his own account on infinitesimal morsels of blotting paper, one moment as if writing for life or death, the next crushing or tearing into shreds the tell tale figures. This had nothing to do with his work, and Arthur knew it. " You don't look very bright this afternoon, Tom," he said presently, leaving his own desk, where he had just sorted and put away his papers. " Come, you are tired, I see. Headache, eh ? Well, let me tackle this for you, for it is just closing time." Tom's head did ache, his heart too for that matter, but he did not confide that last fact to his friend. He gratefully gave up his seat, and stood by while row after row of figures were rapidly added, and put down on the blotting paper so conveniently at hand. He had nothing presently left him to do but copy them down in the book. " You look worried, Tom," said Delta, as he closed the office door, and the two passed down the street together. Tom involuntarily glanced at his companion's face, and questioned whether he could not well return the compliment. " You've been dabbling in shares, have you not ?" Arthur presently asked. How could he know that ? thought Tom. He did not remember that a fellow feeling makes us wondrous wise as well as kind, so he answered a little shyly, " Oh, just a little, Mr. Delta." " I thought so," was the reply. " I thought I knew the signs ; and come to think of it, Tom, I don't fancy either you or I are much happier for it." Tom knew he was not. Already he was beginning to wish he had left his box unbroken, and that mining shares were not even dreamt of. He could not eat, drink, or sleep in comfort for his. They parted at Mrs. Delany's door. " Do you board here, Mr. Delta ?" Tom asked, as Arthur opened the door with his latch key. " For the present I do, but only till I can hear of something that better suits me. Good night, Tom." " He's a nice fellow," thought Tom, as he went his way. " He'd just be the very one for our place, if that would suit him, though perhaps it would not be good enough." This had occurred only a short time before, and as he lay all night, just as he had thrown himself in his distress, heaping up his burdens, and for hours doing anything but sleep, thoughts of Tom's quiet home, a glimpse of which he had once seen, came like a calm to his mind. If they would only receive him, Tom's mother, if anybody could, might do him good. Thinking of that at last, he closed his eyes to the whole day's sorrows, and heavily slept. CHAPTER XII of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This recording is in the public domain. By Kirsty. CHAPTER XII Nettie's Neighbours. "Something is the matter with Tom," Nettie Alton repeated over and over again to herself, each time with increasing distress ; but what it was, whether mental or physical, she could not discover. " He must be going wrong," she thought, " and yet that cannot be either, for he comes home so regularly, and is off to his business so constantly, to time, every morning, just as he has always done, that cannot be it. He never does, and he never did, stop out at night, so he is not making bad acquaintances. Yet something is wrong. He doesn't eat as he used, though he tries, or makes a pretence at eating, for mother's sake, and I don't believe he sleeps much, poor boy, for I hear him tossing over and over in the night, and know by the sounds he is awake. I do not think mother has noticed it herself, and I can't tell her, it would worry her too much. If I only knew what the wrong is." But without a clue it was not so easy to conjecture. She had tried him with a few questions herself, but without avail. His only answer was, "Now, Nettie, don't you bother yourself about me. I'm all right." And she was obliged to appear satisfied with that answer, though she was anything but satisfied in reality. It seemed such a pity to destroy the peace and happiness of their pretty home by this uncertain, uncomfortable state of things. All had hitherto gone on so well, the little house had received many embellishments. It was prettier and more dainty than it had ever been. Tom's weekly money, and the produce of the noisy little machine, had bought many a home comfort, many a little luxury to add to the homelike appearance of the small rooms. The little front garden between Nettie and Tom had bloomed all summer with fair flowers, and the late autumn found late roses and chrysanthemums and petunias vying with each other in the borders, while beds of violets and mignonette were blossoming out again in rich profusion, filling the air with their fragrance. Not a weed was permitted to show its head, not a stone to sully the smooth garden paths. Tom had painted the paling and gate snowy white. He liked to see the white gleaming among the green. He said, "It looked so cool and refreshing." The pure fresh air, the sense of freedom and possession, and the quiet rest she enjoyed had wonderfully strengthened Mrs. Alton. She was no longer confined to her large lounging chair, but went in and out among the flowers and trees, engaged in light household work, and losing much of that fragile appearance which had seemed to mark her an early victim for the grave. Fragile she certainly was still, and with the far-off look in her eyes that spoke yet plainly of another land and another home by and by. But there was a wonderful improvement, and but for Tom's strangely altered manners they would have been so happy. So Nettie thought, though she did not say it to anyone but herself. And was there no change in Nettie herself? Had her pleasant and pretty surroundings produced no alteration in one who loved fair and pretty things so well? It was not so. Nettie was prettier than ever, soft and pretty and delicate in her tasteful dresses and dainty ribbon and lace. There was a happy light in her eyes, those rich soft eyes that looked so lovingly up from her work upon the flowers and the distant hills. How happy she was among those flowers, tying up or removing dead leaves, or securing depending tendrils. But the sweet face was a thought too pale, for as Nettie's neighbours said, the noisy wheel went round too unceasingly to permit the colour to mount to her cheek, or the strength to her limbs. Nettie's neighbours! Yes, she had found pleasant neighbours at last, very different from those in the little back street. The houses were detached, but the gardens were united by fragrant hedges of furze and roses, which had grown up and quite concealed the original fence from view. And it was through the union of these gardens that the first neighbourly action commenced. The Altons' house was situated in no main street. It was simply down a turning, a narrow road, with posts at each corner, and green open land on one side. Grass grew even on the road, and the pathway was verdant in the spring with thick herbage, for there was but little traffic in that neighbourhood, and there were only 3 houses at present, for the unfinished one, left in its present condition, either for lack of funds or hands to finish it, could scarcely be considered a 4th. In the centre of these 3 houses the Altons were located, and for some time they knew little of their neighbours, they being quite as little acquainted with them. By and by Nettie discovered, through some of her gossiping customers, that the bluff old gentleman who daily trod the paths of his garden as he would have done a quarter-deck, whose voice was so loud and jolly that it would have been heard in a very loud gale of wind, was in reality a seafaring man, a retired captain who, with his sister and a snug income, passed a very peaceful and happy old age after all the storms of his youth. One might have known that the love of the sea and its belongings still lingered in his heart, by the many reminiscences of the past that surrounded him on all sides. He had the orthodox archway over his gate, the jaws of an immense whale, about which a slender drapery of blue convolvuli were twined. Large shells and enormous blocks of coral filled his window ledges, and the verandah was paved with shells of all sizes, forms and colours. Pretty enough, his sister confided to Nettie, but by no means pleasant to walk on, especially in slippers with tender feet. The captain's soles were doubtless impervious to unpleasant impressions. At any rate, as his sister expressed it, he thought everything of his skill in the arrangement of these trophies of the ocean and of the sands of every clime. They made the acquaintance of these neighbours first. It was the captain rather who made it. He and his sister had been greatly interested in the arrival of the new tenants for the empty house. The invalid awoke all the old lady's sympathies. The pretty girl aroused all the chivalrous feelings of the gallant old tar. Between them both they resolved that an acquaintance should be made, but the quiet reserved habits of the new inmates made it for some time a rather difficult matter to get beyond a bowing acquaintance, and that the captain established at once. There came a time, however, when Nettie eagerly claimed the assistance so readily offered, and from that day the captain, his sister Miss Rivers, and herself became close friends. They were real friends too, each possessing that instinctive refinement that prevents intrusiveness, and at the same time that genuine open-heartedness that is ready to turn every opportunity into kindly helpfulness. Mrs. Alton found a most valued companion in the captain's sister. She was a true and earnest Christian worker, for her heart was in her work, and many a happy hour they spent together. As to the captain, he thoroughly won his way into the hearts of the young folks, and many a rollicking sea tale mingled with morsels of quaint thought or valuable advice was eagerly listened to by both Tom and his sister. So the Rivers and the Altons, from mere neighbours, became fast friends. On the other side of the Altons' cottage the neighbours were as different as light from darkness. A young married couple with their baby lived here. He, a fine, tall, athletic young fellow. She, a little morsel of a woman, fair and girlish, and playful almost as her own baby, notwithstanding the amusing little matronly airs she sometimes assumed. These young mothers are often so amusing. The husband's brother lived with them, but for some time all Nettie saw of either of them was when they passed the front palings of a morning after an early breakfast on their way to their business in Adelaide. She soon made the acquaintance of the young mother through the medium of her pretty baby, and as Tom once or twice walked into town with the brothers, a foundation or excuse for friendship was soon made. Nettie had never in her life been happier. True, she still worked hard, and the little wheel went round unceasingly, but it was so pleasant while she worked to have one and another of their friends dropping in. They got used to the click, click, click of the machine, and if they could not be heard, waited for an interval to say what they wished. They never hindered her, but rather helped, she said. The old captain remained Tom's favourite. He liked Mr. Glaveston very well and thought him a jolly sort of fellow, but he had less regard for his brother Fred, the young lawyer's clerk, for he could not quite reconcile himself to the easy footing of friendship which seemed to exist between him and Nettie. It was no part of the programme his fertile brain had mapped out of their future that Nettie should yield allegiance in any other quarter than their own little home, and thus though Fred Glaveston made himself doubly agreeable to Tom in hopes of obtaining his good offices, he won very little by so doing. Tom was wary and on his guard against invasions. "If Tom only would like Fred Glaveston, it would be so good for him. He is so steady, so persevering, and seems to like him though he is so much older." And a little conscious colour stole into Nettie's cheeks as the thought came, and it would come though she tried to drive it away, that perhaps it was not altogether for the love of Tom Fred so constantly tried to propitiate him, or sought his society, and that poor Tom knew and resented it. "A very foolish thing to do, for after all, what could it matter?" she added to herself, sending her wheel round with increased velocity as she did so. She was beginning, however, at last to get seriously alarmed with Tom's altered manners and dull, drooping appearance. He was so evidently acting a part, for he kept up bravely in his mother's presence, but the moment her bedroom door was closed at night, and she always retired early, his spirits seemed to fall. He became gloomy, depressed and silent. His sister could do nothing with him, and get nothing from him. He even shunned his old friend the captain, and whenever he came in at one door, contrived to make his exit at the other. Poor Nettie! What could she do? She must confide in someone. She must get help, and the only source of help she could think of was her next door neighbour, Captain Rivers. "I must tell him," she thought. "He's a sensible old man and knows a great deal. Besides, Tom really likes him and may perhaps tell him what he would not tell me or mother." So she determined to watch her opportunity when her brother had gone to bed, for she knew very well that the captain always took a regular fore and aft march up and down the verandah late at night with his pipe in his mouth. It was his usual watch, he said, before he turned in. "Captain Rivers," called Nettie's soft voice over the rose hedge.
Hey, what? Is that you, Miss Nettie? Bless my stars, nothing wrong, I hope. Come in, come in." And the bluff old captain nearly let his precious pipe fall, he was so startled by the unexpected sounds. It was a choice pipe too, with an amber mouthpiece. He would have been sorry enough to have broken it. " Nothing the matter ? Oh, hush, please. I'm coming in to speak to you a moment, if you will let me," said Nettie under her breath, and she let herself quietly out at the garden gate, and tiptoed along till she was presently on the shelly floor of the verandah, where the captain, having stowed away his pipe, stood curiously awaiting her. " It's about Tom," said Nettie nervously, dashing into the subject at once. " Captain Rivers, have you noticed any change in Tom ? Don't you think something is going wrong ? I couldn't ask anybody else, and I know he likes you. You might be able to find out. Or perhaps you know already." " Can't say I do," said the captain, scratching his head uneasily and beginning to pace up and down. " There's something not quite above board, that's certain. There's a leak sprung somewhere, but where is not quite so clear. Won't he give you a hint ?"" Not half a hint, captain." " He's in trouble of some kind, I'm pretty sure. I thought so before, but didn't like to say so. What sort of folks are they that he's among up in town ?"" Ah, well, Mr. Clinton, the principal, he's a thorough business man. His partner is more of what they term sleeping, I fancy. Invested his money in a share, and does not interfere much with anything. Then there's Mr. Delta, the nephew, a nice gentlemanly young man, a little given to speculating, I believe, in mines, so I've heard." " In mines, ah !" said the captain hastily. " Well, I'll waylay Tom, I'll manage it, never fear. Mayhap I'll worm it all out. I'll get him to let me overhaul his log. So you go right away to bed, Miss Nettie. Make your mind easy. It will all be fair sailing before long." And Nettie went in, comforted, and slept tranquilly, more tranquilly than she had done for many a night. She felt so confident that in one way or other that dear old captain would be able to help her, and that all would come right in the end. " The captain had such a way with him," she thought. " He can just say twice as much as other people, and nobody thinks of taking offence, and he can find out whatever he likes if he chooses. Now if he can only get Tom alone, there will be no difficulty. However, I can leave that matter to him, he'll manage it." And she closed her eyes in perfect confidence, and went off to sleep as tranquilly as though there was no disturbing element near. CHAPTER XIII of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XIII A Dark Side of the Question. Clement House was in commotion. It was revolutionized from roof to basement. It was alike one scene of amazed confusion. Such a state of things had never existed before. Mr. Delany, the poor withered miserable man, who bore the name but not the position of master, had been brought home in a dying state. He had absented himself for some days, and could nowhere be found, till he was at length discovered by the police, lying near the banks of the Torrens, half dead from the excessive use of alcohol and the subsequent exposure. So the dying master of the house was carried openly through that door he had so often entered stealthily, carried upstairs for the last time, and at first there had been plenty of tears and hysterics to greet him. The sight of her dying husband awoke in Mrs. Delany all the latent love of her youth, and this, mingled with the anguish and shame of his discovery, filled her with bitter grief. The girls were more frightened than troubled. Death to them seemed a terrible thing in itself. They had very little love or respect for their father, but they were dreadfully alarmed at the state he was in, and wanted to run away. Poor man ! He was a horror to himself, though he lay dying so quietly, sinking away from pure exhaustion. The mind was still active, and the wild beseeching glances of the eyes told of anguish. The priest was summoned, for he was of the Romish faith, and his wife wished him to die within the pale of the church. So the usual rites were administered, and the absolution pronounced, but the words that were said fell on unconscious ears. Mortal man had no power over the steady approach of death. All now was between the soul and God. In the midst of all this gloomy state of affairs, while Mrs. Delany in real distress sat watching the fitful breathing of her dying husband, aided by the presence of a nurse, a neighbour who had volunteered her assistance, and the faithful Bridget, Thea and Adelaide and Marguerite sat huddled together on the sofa in the parlour, crying a little and talking below their breath. In the midst of all this the English mail came slowly in, bearing its usual freight of sorrow or of joy to many a colonial home. It had a wonderful budget of news for Clement House, but the inmates were too much under the influence of alarm and fear and sorrow, too much shocked and horrified altogether by the events of the day to think anything about it. Macpherson brought in the letters, official looking letters they were, but the girls scarcely glanced at them, and they were placed in the card case on the mantel to await quieter and less distracted moments. Delta had brought his usual budget of letters in with him. They were sacred letters to him, and he always read them in his own room. He took them up with him at once, but he felt sorrow for the girls in their fright and distress, and came back to offer to Therese Delany his services for the night, and to express his willingness to be made use of in any capacity. Therese coldly thanked him, and answered that her mamma had a professional nurse, recommended by the doctor, with her. "It's very good of you, Mr. Delta," said Adelaide, a little scandalized at her sister's haughty manner, "and sure we may be glad enough of your services by and by, if not now. But you have your letters to read. Mr. Macpherson and Mr. Holt won't be home to-night. We'll just stay here, and if you can do any good, as you're so obliging, we'll call you." "Oh, Mr. Delta," said Marguerite, springing up suddenly from the ground where she had been quietly crying. "Don't you think it's all too bad? If our father hadn't given way to the drink, and that old doctor, I'm sure he might save him, if he tried." "I am sure he will do his best," said Delta gravely. "But you know, Miss Marguerite, that life and death are alone in God's hands." "But the priest, he's been too," said Marguerite, sinking down despairingly to the ground. "What good has he done, I should like to know?" she fiercely asked. "And, oh, I'm so dreadfully frightened," she added, with another burst of tears. Delta could think of nothing to say to quiet her. "Call me whenever you want me," he presently said, as he turned sadly from the room. He met the nurse in the passage. "Is there any hope?" he asked in a low voice. "What does the doctor say?" "There's not the leastest bit of hope, sir," returned the woman civilly. "He's just sinking away. It's likely he'll be gone afore break of day." "Have you plenty of help?" "Oh, lor, yes, sir. There's me, and the missus, and the servant girl, and Mrs. Brown. We can do all that's need. Thank you kindly, sir." "If you should want any more help, you will know where to find me," he said, as he passed on to his room. He lighted his small lamp and closed his door. How gloomy everything appeared. How the lamp burned dimly, and the shadows looked ghostly as they fell upon the walls. Death has such a strangely subtle influence. It steals over everything, lengthening the shadows, deepening the gloom, wherever it finds an entrance. The whole house seemed to Delta filled with a mysterious presence. The very stillness was terrible. Not that he had any superstitious fears. He was only depressed, partly by the influences around him, partly by his own affairs. And he sat down at his little table, turned up the lamp that it might burn more brightly, and prepared to read his English letters with a very sad heart. Everything seemed conspiring to depress him. Even the weather without added to the gloom within. The wind had been rising some time, and now went sighing round the house, while the rain beat in fitful gusts against the windows. How it rained! Yet after a time it seemed to have spent its fury, and merely kept up a monotonous melancholy patter against the panes, while the wind moaned in the little chimney. Arthur Delta shivered as he sat at the table with his still unopened letters. He rose and put on his great coat. "No need to be cold if there is to be miserable," he said rather bitterly, as he again sat down, feeling the comfort of the added garment. Poor fellow, he was beginning to discover that those who will be rich too often find it a snare. He was experiencing the truth of the old adage, all is not gold that glitters. Another heavy call from one of the mines in which he had taken the largest number of shares had just been made, to his great dismay. Indeed, he had only one resource left him, for money of his own he had not. He had to borrow. He found no difficulty in doing this, but the debt hung like an incubus on his shoulders, and added twofold to his gloom. What if he failed? If the shares proved worthless? When could he return the loan, and how? Ah! Better to be poor and free 1,000 times. 1 golden guinea of your own is better than 50 borrowed ones. It is the hasting to be rich that causes so much misery, that wears away the vitality, that plunges into crime. An honest crust of one's own is sweeter far than a borrowed dainty, if only men would think so. He was compelled to borrow or lose all. That was what he said to himself over and over again. If the mine turned out as well as it promised, he could soon free himself from debt. But that debt! The fact that no returns were yet flowing in, that flourishing as the accounts of the mine looked upon paper, the assets had not yet appeared. All these combining made him sick at heart, and he came home to that dreary house with the shadow of death lingering over it, his own spirit bowed down to the very dust. And as if there needed a drop more of the bitter in his already brimming cup, though the Melbourne mail was positively in, there was no little pink or blue note awaiting his return. Was Elsie forgetting him? Was he working for her in vain? A bundle of papers lay waiting for him on the bed, a heap of lawyer's copy. He was a splendid hand at engrossing, and could get as much to do as he liked to take. It paid him well too, but it was all swallowed up in the one speculation which, like a sponge, took all, returning none. How hard he worked at the expense of both health, nerves and eyesight. And all for Elsie, who scarcely thought of him. Little Elsie. Was she never coming home? Why did she remain so long in Melbourne? His letters of late had grown importunate. Absence had only increased his love. He was becoming more and more infatuated. And meanwhile, the little pink and lilac notes were on the decline. When they did come, they were very unsatisfactory. They never answered his questions, they offered no excuse, they gave no explanation. It was only little subtle influences, half words, tiny hints, to which Delta still desperately clung. He could not give her up, she must be his. And he plunged madly into debt and speculation in the vain hope of surrounding her with the wealth he was scarcely likely to gain, or she to enjoy if he did gain it. He felt very blue that night. He had scarcely spirit to open his English letters. There were no black edges to the envelopes. His mother was still living. Perhaps even, she was better. Ah, how he wished in his heart that he had never left her, how he had wandered away from her influence, put aside her advice and followed his own desires. Was he happy in consequence? Ah, no. He tore his letters open at last. A long one from his father, another from his sister. They were full of one subject. His mother was not dead, but she was slowly sinking. The earthly life was passing away, while the spiritual life within was burning brighter and more brightly. "Oh, Arthur," wrote his sister, "our darling mother's one thought is of you. Morning, noon and night she speaks of you, prays for you. I often hear her in the depths of the night when she thinks I am sleeping by her, quietly praying over and over again, 'My boy, my boy. Oh, Father, keep him from temptation. Shield him under the covert of thy wings.' What does she mean, dear Arthur? Have you told her of any circumstances of temptation you are in? Something you have not told us? She seems to know that all is not right with you. I thought you were getting on so well, that you would be a rich man, and have cousin Elsie for your wife. I told Mamma so one day, but she smiled sadly and shook her head. 'Arthur will have just what is best for him, my dear,' she answered, the tears coming into her dear eyes, and then she went off into one of her fitful dozes, murmuring as she did so, 'Saved as by fire.' What could she mean?" Arthur Delta shuddered all over as he read his sister's letter. He thrust it from him, and rising, walked up and down the little room. What did his mother mean? He had said nothing, had given no hint of his speculations. No doubt the name of Elsie had found its way, so he thought, into his home letters. His one effort had been by no hint of his to grieve his mother, and yet their spirits were en rapport. She comprehended in some hidden way that her son was not happy, that he was not wise. But how? He presently sat down again, and rapidly finished the rest of his letters. They were mere household details, interesting enough at another time, but not now. As he folded up the last sheet and locked it in his desk, the clock struck 3. The rain had ceased, and the wind only sighed at intervals now, as though it was also going. There was a stir below. Then shriek after shriek rang through the house. Arthur rose in alarm, unlocked his door and ran downstairs. They were carrying Mrs. Delany to her room in violent hysterics. He encountered Bridget on the stairs. "Ah, sure, Mr. Delta, sir, and it's the old master's gone at last, rest his soul, and give peace to his widdy. Poor dear, she's fairly done up wid the sorrer, but the 'sterics will soon stop." So while he read his letters, Death had been busy, a soul had passed. Awed and cold, he went on to the parlour. "You will go to bed now, young ladies, will you not?" he kindly asked, as he saw how wearied out they were. "You will need all your strength to morrow." And after exhausting every species of argument, he succeeded in inducing them to retire. By 4 o'clock the house was quiet again. An opiate had subdued the hysterics. The girls, fairly exhausted, had crept into bed and gone heavily to sleep, huddled closely together. Delta himself retired, and as the morning dawn stole over the room, he also slept heavily. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 14. Tom's Advice. "Take an old sailor's advice, lad, and stick to straight sailing," said Captain Rivers to Tom, whom he had enticed into his garden the evening after Nettie's conference, under the pretence of showing him a new flagstaff, which he had erected for the purpose of notifying the arrival of the English mail. "You see," he said, when he first showed the arrangement to Tom, "I know when to be on the look out, and my glass shows clear enough the blue and white rag on the masthead at the post office as soon as it's aloft, and then up goes my signal, and the neighbourhood ought to give me a vote of thanks for the benefit." It was something to have so far overcome the reserve that had lately prevented Tom from holding any communication with his neighbours. In truth, the captain missed one of his most earnest listeners, and was glad enough to draw him out of his shell at any price. Little by little, going on gradually from subject to subject, he ventured at last to touch on that most materially affecting him, or what he already suspected would do so, and in that manner the wily old captain drew from him all the secrets of his speculation and subsequent troubles. "You see, Captain," Tom exclaimed excitedly, "it's not that I care for the money I have laid out in shares, it's the fear that I shall not be able to keep them, and I shan't, that's flat, if I can't get any cash to pay up when a call upon the shares is made, and it is sure to be directly." "Aye, that's true enough," said Captain Rivers gravely. "Whether the mine is a duffer or not, they will come down upon you for more cash, never fear. No, Tom, take an old seaman's advice. Keep to straight sailing. Nothing good comes of this out-of-the-way kind of cruising." Tom sat kicking his heels into the shell devices of the pavement, to its serious detriment. He had made a clean breast of it to his old friend, but he was not quite prepared to give up his cherished hopes without a struggle. "It's rather hard though," he presently said, "to have all one's savings swept away, and no chance of getting anything for them. Now if I could only hang on a bit, I might do well. Why not?" "Because," said the captain gravely, "for every chance of success there are 1,000 failures, 100 at least to 1. "At that rate you would have no speculations," said Tom moodily. "We might, according to your views, have plenty of wealth in the bowels of the earth, but if every one was afraid to be of speculations, how would that wealth turn up?" Tom piqued himself upon having given the captain a tight question to answer, and wondered what he would find to say in reply. The captain was quite equal to the occasion. "There is no doubt," he presently said, removing his cherished pipe from his mouth to reply, "not the shadow of a doubt that our country is rich, and that its mineral wealth must be developed. But then people have no business to attempt its development with money that is not their own. They have no right to ruin themselves and their families for what may only prove a chimera. They have no right to throw themselves into debt, or to do dishonest actions, in order to develop that wealth. It ought to be, it must be, opened up. There is no question on that score. The copper, or gold, or what not, will yet be the making of the country, but there are plenty of men of capital. They can develop the country's wealth." "Aye, and enjoy the profits," said Tom gloomily. "That's a hard doctrine, Captain. At any rate, the question is all in favour of the rich." "Don't see it. It must find its level. Good must result to all eventually. At any rate, these capitalists can afford to lose without bringing utter ruin upon themselves and misery on their families. Now you, Tom, for instance, are getting a good salary for a young man of your age. You are rising too, getting a clearer insight into your business. What more do you want? Why in such haste? Come now, by your own confession, all that your enterprise has done for you is to make you very miserable." "Well, yes," said Tom, drawing his pocket handkerchief through and through his hands, and tying it in innumerable knots. "You see," he hesitated, "I never did have any concealments from my mother till now, and I did not want to tell her because I was sure any hint of speculation would trouble her. The whole affair has been very hasty. I suppose," he presently added with a sigh, "I had better throw it all up." "There's no need to lose all," said Captain Rivers. "Give over the whole matter into my hands. I may be able to get rid of your shares. At a loss perhaps, but better make a sacrifice of some than lose all." "That old captain's a brick," said Tom to himself as he went off to bed that night, after this conversation, with a lighter heart than he had long possessed. Now if he could only manage to get a part of his money back. But if not, the sacrifice of all, he thought, was better than the wretched anxiety and misery of the past weeks. Straight sailing for him in future. No more cruising in speculative waters. "We can be happy enough as we are," he thought, looking out into the moonlight that was again streaming through the waving boughs of the acacia. "This is a pretty place, and I'll go into the building society and buy it up for myself one of these days. That's what I'll do. Not so much speculation in that, I think. Hang all the mining shares, say I." It was a good thing for Tom that he had such a thorough sickening at once, that no partial success had driven him into further difficulties. Well would it be for many of our colonial youths if their false steps were alike unsuccessful, for it is this temporary success that excites, raises false hopes, and ends in utter ruin. Straight sailing, that is the word. No hurrying after riches that bring no real happiness after all in their wake. Living within, not beyond the income, it is this that makes peaceful and pleasant homes, whether small or large. Tom felt as he closed his eyes that night that the burden which had kept them so widely open had vanished. His pillow was soft as down to him. No wonder that he slept soundly. His morning sleep was not without its dreams, but they were all rose-coloured. He had purchased the little cottage, enlarged it, and he and Nettie and his mother were living happily together. The sewing machine, of course, in those dreams was a thing of the past. Waking into consciousness with the first sunbeam that fell upon his floor, he sprang from his bed, scarcely able to disentangle the dreams from the reality. Then gradually the last evening's conference came to memory, and he soon realized that he was free from a heavy burden, though all his rosy dreams were yet unfulfilled, and the thought gave a fresh impetus to his movements. "Nettie and mother and I can do well enough and be happy too, without riches," he said gaily as he rapidly dressed, and finally went out into the pleasant sitting room, where his sister, in her pretty pink morning dress, stood arranging the breakfast table. "Why, Nettie," he exclaimed, "I never knew before how pretty you were." She laughed merrily. "Live and learn, you see, Tom." "Yes," said Tom, "only it's odd I never thought of it before." "Oh, you are looking at me through rose-coloured spectacles, that's all," she answered gaily. "You are looking remarkably well, if you will allow me to return the compliment," she added archly. He was feeling remarkably well. The burden of a great secret care was removed. He had laid down his troubles and vowed to himself that he would never take them up again. Tommy was himself again, and intended to remain so. Nettie had expected his confidence, but she knew better than to ask it. "He has confided in the captain, I'm sure of that," she said to herself, "and the dear old fellow has done him good in some way, just as I thought he would. If he doesn't want to tell me anything about it, it is of no consequence. I don't mind, so that it is all right. Besides, the captain will tell me all I need to know." Very pretty Nettie certainly did look as she stood watching her brother along the road that morning. He had gone early, and for the first time for many a day had gathered a flower for his buttonhole, a leaf or two and a sprig of scarlet geranium. There was not much else in the garden now. She viewed that as a sign of returning peace and happiness. Someone else besides Tom noticed the exceeding prettiness of the dainty little figure, the rich softness of the dark hair braided round the finely formed head, the delicate rose on the cheek, and the long dark lashes of eyes that were splendid in their melting beauty. Someone else who had made the discovery long before Tom, though he had not yet had the temerity to say so. "What, has Tom gone already, Miss Alton?" asked a well-known voice behind her, as she stood still looking down the road, though her brother had turned the corner and was out of sight. She turned round with a pretty rosy blush. "Good morning, Mr. Frederick. Yes, Tom is off. Is it early?" "Yes, rather so for him," said Fred. "At least he has been late for some time past. Is it not a splendid morning?" "Glorious, only rather chilly out of the sun, which of course we must expect. Our gardens are beginning to look rather bare, are they not?" "I was wanting a flower for my coat," said Fred, looking significantly at a half open monthly rosebud and leaves, which Nettie had tucked into her waistband. "Can you spare me that?" "Oh, you have so many better," she answered with a shy laugh, colouring like a rose herself. "None that I like so well," he eagerly replied. "It is pretty, but I have been wearing it all breakfast time. If it is not too faded, you are welcome to it." Too faded! He would have very much liked to have taken the hand as well as the flower, but he dared not attempt that yet. If only she would watch after him as she did after her brother. But she did not do that. She turned and ran indoors, and he went on to town with the flower in his buttonhole, but not a great deal of hope in his heart. She had indeed given him the flower, but she had not waited to chat with him a moment longer than she could help. In fact, her "good bye" was rather abrupt, and she ran indoors, scarcely waiting for his thanks. Poor Fred! He would have gone on his way with a brighter face and in a happier mood could he have guessed that at the bottom of the garden, in between the almond trees, there was a famous view of the road, not visible from the garden gate, and that while he was disconsolately passing along that very road, dark, soft eyes were covertly glancing through a gap in the rose hedge, never moving till the very last glimpse of his hat had disappeared. "She is so good, and so lovely, and such a darling," thought Fred. "It almost seems presumption in me to woo her, but I can't help it." "I wonder whether he really cares for my rosebud," mused Nettie, with a half smile and a dainty blush that it would have done him good to have seen. And as she washed her breakfast china, laving it in and out of the hot water, her fingers made rosy by the heat, she sang softly and sweetly, while her mother, still in bed, for she rose late, lay quietly listening. Nettie's voice seemed like the joyous carolling of birds that morning. A little later in the day she framed an errand that carried her into Captain Rivers's. She was very anxious to see the captain, and was rather surprised that he had not contrived to make himself visible. She was stitching some delicate frilling, but she left the machine and her unfinished work, "just to run in and see if Miss Rivers had found the receipt for quince jelly," so she said to her mother. And though it was not at all the errand, she felt perfectly justified in giving it as a reason for her early visit. It would be a regular shame to worry dear mother by allowing her even to suspect anything about Tom, and especially when all is right, as I am sure it is, she said to herself as she opened her neighbour's gate. She did not see the captain after all. "He was out, gone to Adelaide," so his sister said. "But he told me to tell you," said the dear old lady, "that it was all right, and going to be so. There were no breakers ahead. Now just what he does mean, he said you'd know, Nettie. I'm sure I don't. It beats me," said Miss Rivers. "I suppose it's about your brother. But whatever it is, you may trust the captain. He's weathered many a storm. He'll set everything right when he says he will." And Nettie fully trusted him. She had reason, for had he not already done Tom wonderful good? End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 15. The Delaney's Side of the Question. After the funeral! Strange it seems that even with one's nearest and dearest friends, we should come to feel the same sense of relief that the removal of the dead from our midst must always afford. But it is so. The living and the dead have nothing in common.
The immortal part, the vital principle, the soul, has left behind only the perishing dust. "Bury my dead out of sight," is the cry of even the most loving, the fondest, the dearest, for what is the crumbling clay when the living spirit has flown? After the funeral. The blinds were drawn up and the windows thrown widely open in Clement House. The whole place had undergone a course of renovating. Rooms had been swept and cleansed, curtains shaken out, carpets taken up and put down again. Everything, in fact, dusted within and without, and brightened up to dissipate the gloom which death will fling over a dwelling, even in its happiest aspects. Neither Mrs. Delany nor her 3 daughters felt very deeply the loss they had sustained, for after all it was no loss, but simply gain. And the widow in her fresh weeds went busily to work to scatter the gloom that had necessarily fallen over the house, doing her best to make it look cheerful and bright for the gentlemen on their return from business. Thea had a large bunch of geraniums and chrysanthemums, with which, with her usual good fortune, she had been presented by somebody, and was at the dainty work she particularly delighted in, distributing them among her vases. Dainty work it is, even when the flowers are not very choice or the colours recherché, for all God's gifts are beautiful, and the simplest, most unpretending flower has exquisite mouldings, far surpassing any graver's art. The very leaves are wonderfully made, lovely in form and tint, and speak His praise whose least creation is perfection. Thea, amidst her flowers, looked very pretty in her black dress. It brought out the clearness of her complexion and the colour of her hair, and her well-turned figure to a miracle. The heavy black beads, with the large cross attached, gave her a slightly conventual appearance, but certainly, however nun-like in dress, she had not the slightest idea of joining the sisterhood. She had not made up her mind to take Mr. Macpherson, whom she fully believed she could have at any moment if she wanted him. At the same time, she took his flowers and everything else he had to offer, leaving the rest very contentedly to the next move on the chessboard of life. The next move was closer at hand than she thought. A sudden exclamation from her mother, who was arranging and dusting the ornaments on the mantelshelf, made her spill the water in the vase and scatter some of her flowers. "Why, mamma dear, what's the matter? Sure, what a fright you've given me!" she exclaimed, turning sharply round. Mrs. Delany had sunk into a chair, pale and breathless with emotion, with the forgotten and just discovered letter from the last English mail in her hand. "When did this come?" she asked excitedly. "Oh, that dreadful night. We couldn't think of letters then, you know, and forgot all about them afterwards. Addie put them in the card case." "But mother dear, what is it?" "Sure we've had letters before by the mail, and not much in them either," said Adelaide, tossing down the portfolio of music she was placing in order, and rushing forward. "Ah, my child, but this is the letter, at last, the very one we have looked for many a day and almost despaired of receiving. Look here, girls," she eagerly exclaimed, tearing open the official looking envelope and disclosing a bill to a large amount, payable 8 days after sight, and flourishing it in the air triumphantly. "No more scraping, no more cringing, no more niggardly poverty," and she ended by going off into a fit of hysterics. "Bridget, Bridget, bring some water and mamma's drops," screamed Marguerite from the door, while Thea bathed her mother's face and hands with some of the water from her flowers, and crumpling the geranium leaves, she held them to her mother's nostrils. Adelaide, meanwhile, overcome with curiosity, had seized and devoured the letter. "Sure, miss, and it's no bad news you have at all," said sympathizing Bridget, coming in with the drops. "Bad!" shouted Adelaide. "I should think not. Why, Thea, our fortune's made. Old Uncle Floarty's dead, at last, and has left ever so much money to Ma." It was hard to tell which did most execution, the joy or the drops. Mrs. Delany was soon sufficiently herself to master the contents of her letter in all its legal details, while even Bridget shared in the general excitement, especially in the astounding news of the fortune, and the need for immediate preparations for a homeward voyage. So notwithstanding that only 24 hours before the house had been shrouded in darkness, the hearse with its nodding plumes had stood before the door, and down that narrow staircase and through the hall the dead had been carried to his long home, merry shouts of laughter rang out from Adelaide and Marguerite in particular, to the great scandal of the neighbours, who reasoned, as people will reason, from what casually meets their eyes or ear, knowing nothing of the moving cause. Thea was the first to recover equanimity, as she always was. " It is too late to do anything but talk to day," she presently exclaimed, " and I don't see why we need have the place in confusion. We can't even talk in comfort till it's tidy." And getting up, she went on quietly with her flowers. " How can you, Thea ?" expostulated Adelaide. " I'm sure I'm so wild with joy I don't care to do a thing." " We can't live so," said Thea quietly. " We'll have plenty to do before we'll be ready for a voyage home, and it's as well to live in comfort as not." " Ah well, as you say so," said Adelaide resignedly ;" but you ain't going to make mother work. Now you just lie back on the sofa, darling. There's no need of your doing a thing more, only talk." " I know what I mean to do, precious well," said Marguerite. " I shan't go to school any more here. And mother dear, you've lots of money, so just give me your purse and let me go and buy something real nice for tea." " Just like Marguerite," said her sister contemptuously, " always for her stomach." " I guess you'll be the same, Miss Thea, when you see what I bring home. Now, mother dear, the purse." And jingling the little silken bag with its bright coins defiantly in her sister's face, Marguerite ran off to fulfil her part of the arrangement, a part more congenial to her than the role of either of her sisters. And so the gentlemen one after the other came home to a sumptuous tea, and astounding news. Clement House, they discovered, would soon cease to be an asylum for them, and they went to bed that night with a gentle intimation from its mistress that the sooner they could provide themselves with board elsewhere, the more agreeable and convenient it would be to the ladies, who had heaps of preparation to make for their voyage, which would be certain to occupy the whole of their time. "It's no use trying to hang up our hats here, Caleb, my boy," said Macpherson grimly, as he and his friend took their cigars for a final airing up the street before retiring for the night. " The lassies won't look to us, now their fortune's gotten." " All the more fools we for not making things sure," returned Caleb pettishly. " Hang it ! Who was to tell that this long bragged of fortune would ever be theirs ? Of course we may go now." " Heck, mon ! They'll mebbe get braw lovers in the ould country. They've got the bawbees, and they won't want for the wooing, for they're bonny lasses." " If they be not fair to me, what care I how fair they be ?" said Caleb rather bitterly, a stanza of one of his innumerable songs coming appropriately to his memory. Macpherson treated the matter more philosophically. " Ah, weel," he exclaimed as they turned back to the house, " there's a plenty more fish in the sea, and Andrew is not easily caught with minnows." Arthur Delta had no such reflections to trouble his night's sleep. His troubles were altogether of a different character. It was nothing new for him to contemplate a removal to another boarding place, but it was rather annoying to have to do that in haste which circumstances rendered it more desirable should be done at leisure. He had no great attachment to either the house or its inmates, and he had a shrewd suspicion that it would prove a pleasant residence, for him at least, no longer. But alas, he was in arrears again, his purse nearly empty, and his weekly salary swallowed up past redemption. Worse than this, he could no longer borrow money, for he was paying a heavy interest on the large loan he had already received and thrown into the general receptacle. To what had he got to look for the discharge of that loan, should the mines prove a failure ? He walked up and down the room in a state of great anguish. All his plans seemed so abortive. Since that first success so little had followed. No foreshadowing of the fortune he had determined to make, of the future home, or of Elsie. Elsie, little Elsie. She had spoken so positively of his being rich some day. Why should he not ? Ah ! but would she wait for him ? Would she come home safely from her Melbourne visit, ready to welcome him as of yore ? How came that questioning ? He had heard nothing of her Melbourne flirtations. It was his deep love for her had given rise to fear of her constancy, and after all there had been no binding words between them. And meanwhile, had he only known it, the little hand he craved so madly had already been promised away. It had gone for ever from him, but he knew it not. Two sides are there to every question ? Ay, to this as to every other.
Elsie was not fitted for a poor man's wife, and she knew it. Tenderly nurtured as she had been, surrounded by wealth, cradled in luxury, what sort of home could she have made for Arthur Delta? She liked him very much, was always happy in his company, and had he possessed riches, would have gladly become his wife. As we said before, she lived in the present. She did not wilfully mislead him. She never thought how wrong she was in allowing him to love her as she knew he did, and things might have gone on just as usual but for that Melbourne visit and the eclat of a splendid match. But was she not bartering love for gold? Well, no. Elsie Clinton, with all her delicate beauty, all her fair loveliness, had no great depth of feeling. While she was with him she had liked her cousin very much. We speak advisedly when we say liked, for the sentiment never went any deeper. It was all she was capable of. Charles Canthor, therefore, with his wealth and position, soon obliterated much even of this liking from her memory. Arthur's letters began to bore her. He had evidently taken too much for granted. How could he imagine her so silly as to dream of a home such as he could only give her? And her replies became fewer and fewer, at length ceasing altogether, for her friends took up the whole of her time, and the new love was so engrossing she had none to throw away on the old. She never indeed thought of the possible sufferings that might result, or if she did it was only as a little disappointment that would speedily pass away. Arthur would marry someone to whom wealth was not an essential of life, someone who would make him far happier than it would be in her power to do. Besides, her papa had so positively said that Arthur would never be rich. He was too much a Delta, and she began to think he was right. One thing was certain, the riches were not yet on the road. She could tell that by his letters. Poor fellow! On and on through that night and into the early morning he wrote, increasing his bundle of copy. The dawn was rapidly streaming into his room, when at last he threw himself upon his pillow, with bloodshot eyes and feeble pulse and wearied throbbing brain, to snatch an hour or two of slumber. Unrefreshed and unrested, he rose at last, and went off to his day's work at the desk, with a still throbbing brain and beating heart, and a cheek pallid as that of a corpse, leaving his almost untasted breakfast behind him, to Thea's intense disgust, and Bridget's audible sympathy. On his desk lay a letter from the park. The news it contained made him reel and turn sick and faint. His uncle had gone to Melbourne. Elsie was coming home at last. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 16. Farewell to Clement House. It seemed to Arthur, as he sat leaning his elbows on his desk, with his face buried in his hands that hot summer morning, that the whole world was against him. On every side, the Gorgon eye through which looks no heart, stared him in the face. Far away from the home, round which clustered all sweet memories and loving affections, he felt none, for he was beyond their influence. The ocean lay between him and them, and what had he gained by his exile? The apples of Sodom, so fair to view, were proving but ashes to him, as they always will prove. Wealth to him was but an ignis fatuus, leading to danger and destruction. And love, what was he likely to gain by that? Was there the remotest chance for him in that enterprise without wealth? Could he win and woo his fair cousin to share his poverty? Would she consent to be won? The bare idea of her refusal was very bitter to him. She was coming home. Ah, truly, but what would that homecoming bring for him? A nameless dread sat like an incubus on his heart and numbed his faculties. He might have been alone in the office, for notice he took of those around him. At the other desks the sound of the scratching of pens went on, and the subdued murmur of voices. It was hot, too hot for either bustle or noise, yet amid the blaze of the sun a slight breeze was coming in from the sea, making its glare more endurable and the shade delightful. The breeze came in at the door and gently swayed to and fro the long office blinds. It lifted the dark hair from Arthur Delta's brow as he sat with his hands thrust through it and his bowed face between them. Perhaps the soft touch of the breeze revived him, for he presently raised his head and sat upright. No use to give up altogether in that way. He must hold out for a time, at any rate. And the long lane might have a turning yet, even for him. Who could tell? At any rate, there were present necessities to be attended to, entirely independent of his cousin Elsie and her home coming. He had, in some way or other, to clear himself with his tenant house landlady, and to procure another place of residence. He glanced towards the next desk. Tom Alton's fair head was bending closely over his work. He was diligently writing out long invoices, but not so diligently that he could not observe and sympathize with the bowed head in his neighbourhood. His own recent escapade had made him familiar with the signs of like suffering and anxiety. He only wished that he dared offer the same advice he had received. As that was not to be thought of, he had to content himself with his silent sympathy and the scratching of his pen. Tom Alton, with the incubus removed from his mind, had regained all his boyish elasticity. He was looking bright and well, notwithstanding the heat. Very well indeed he looked, in his cool summer suit and blue necktie that summer morning. Blue and white accorded with his fair curly hair and blue eyes. The last few months he had grown rapidly, as most of our colonial youths do, springing up into young manhood almost before they have taken leave of childish days and employments. So rapidly indeed had he grown that he was already only an inch or two below Arthur Delta in stature, and his breadth of shoulder gave abundant promise for the future. So Delta thought as he looked at the occupant of the adjacent desk, and mentally noted him a very fine young fellow. But these thoughts were mere passing ones. He was revolving another question in his mind. Was he likely to obtain the boarding accommodation he needed with Tom's mother, or had she given up the idea altogether? Or, more unfortunately still, was another occupying the place he hoped to take himself? "Alton," he said presently, "you spoke some time ago of your mother being willing to take a boarder. I suppose the place is not vacant now?" "Yes, Mr. Delta, it is," said Tom, looking up eagerly and letting his pen fall in his excitement, to the utter destruction of the invoice he was writing. "We were in no hurry," he presently added. "Indeed, we have only just got the room furnished. It is quite ready now." "And I am looking out for another boarding place," said Arthur quietly. "The fact is, my landlady has come into some money, and is breaking up her establishment and going home." "You know our place, Mr. Delta," said Tom, colouring to the roots of his fair hair. "It's not very large, but if you don't mind that, it is not uncomfortable, and there's a nice garden." It was a mild negative view of the case, for really Tom was beginning to think their cottage home a perfect bijou of a dwelling, and could see no sufficient reason why others should not think the same. "I know the place very well," said Delta gravely. "I have no doubt it would suit me in every respect, if your mother is willing to receive me, and if," he continued with a smile of contempt for his poverty, "the terms are proportionate to the means." "I don't think you will find them too high, Mr. Delta. And of course you will like to see the rooms, and hear what mother's arrangements are," said Tom eagerly. "I am sure you will come easily enough to terms. No fear of that." "Not much fear on my part, Alton. I am not very difficult to please," said Arthur, smiling faintly and resuming his pen. "I know the house and the distance, so that matter is settled. I will contrive to walk out with you this evening and conclude the bargain." It had become a matter of absolute necessity that he should make an immediate move, and the Delaneys were not at all backward in showing their wishes on the subject. Clement House, so lately with its shrouded windows and hushed voices, the scene of death, was now all life and commotion. Orderly arrangement and comfortable provision were more than ever out of the question. The needle was dominant now, and the dressmaker alone worthy of consideration. "Indeed, we are sorry entirely to hurry you, gentlemen," said the widow in her most coaxing tones, "but you see how hurried we are ourselves. We cannot attend to your comfort as we ought, or as we would. It's a long voyage we have before us, and in our circumstances we must make ample preparation for it. So, if you will please to provide yourself with other homes, you will greatly oblige." So of course it had to be done. Macpherson and Holt reluctantly complied, and removed at once with their belongings out of the way of the dressmaking, stipulating only to be allowed the privilege of calling upon the ladies, and rendering them any assistance they might require, a privilege they were very willing to grant, and by no means slow in taking advantage of. Delta alone remained behind, though he had made a first move in the way of providing. It was not that he had any reason to regret the home that he was leaving. There were no pleasant memories connected with it, no ties to sever, not even any kind of attraction to deplore, certainly no luxuries or even common comforts to regret. And yet the mere fact of going in and out for months, in having turned the key on himself night after night in the door of the one little room he could call his own, hot and stifling as that room had often proved to be, invested it with somewhat of sanctity. It was essentially his while he paid for it, and he had become so accustomed to everything there, even to its very bareness. The thought of a new room, new regulations and new faces, however far they might exceed in agreeableness and comfort to those which he had become habituated, in his present morbid state of mind and feverish condition of health, was not a pleasant anticipation. But it was not those feelings that made him undecided and dilatory in action. It was the lack of funds to clear himself, and the determination to leave no debt behind him when he removed his chattels to other quarters. "No need to be so particular to a week or so, Mr. Delta," said the complacent landlady. She could afford to be complacent now, and was, besides, so fully assured of the integrity of her boarder, whatever his present difficulties might be. But Delta was not to be deterred from his purpose, and having secured another home, he had next to provide Mrs. Delany with her money. The breeze had gradually freshened towards evening, and blew in gusts at all street corners, whirling the dust most unpleasantly in the eyes of all home-returning pedestrians. It was positively chilly, and Tom Alton shivered in his light summer clothing as he walked rapidly along side by side with Arthur Delta on his homeward road. The feverish current in Delta's veins rendered even the pleasant change scarcely perceptible. He would gladly have made all needful arrangements with Tom, had that been possible. He cared so little for anything now, his depression of spirits was so great. The coming home of his cousin, for which he had so longed, only seemed to deepen his gloom. Why, he scarcely knew, excepting he was no nearer the wealth that was to win her, rather farther off than ever, for he was in debt. So Tom had a very silent companion on his way home, and his mother and sister, though they were pleased with the gentlemanly and quiet politeness of Delta's manners, were startled by the tokens of depression and illness that were visible in his countenance, his extreme paleness, but more still by the languid indifference with which he treated every arrangement for his comfort. "I am sadly afraid, Tom, that Mr. Delta is going to be ill, if he is not ill already," said Mrs. Alton gravely, after Arthur had left them with the understanding that he would take possession of his pretty little room, and become an inmate of their home on the morrow. "Ah, he's worried, mother, that's all," said Tom. "He will be all right shortly. I am sure he will be 20% better in our pleasant home, and with your good cooking, than he could ever be with those Delanys. I've heard a little of the sort of house and table they keep, from a fellow that used to board there." "I do think he's ill, nevertheless, Tom," said Nettie, as she followed her brother into the garden. " But maybe, as you say, different treatment and different cooking may help him to recover. We will do our best at any rate. Poor fellow, it must be hard to be ill and homeless, and those relations of his do not seem very fond of him." "Can't you guess the reason of that?" said Tom knowingly. "Do you think Mr. Clinton wants to give his daughter to a poor man, even though he was 20 times her cousin?" "Perhaps the relationship makes the matter worse," said Nettie. "Well, that fact may account for a great deal of the depression, if not all." Nettie could sympathize in such displeasure very deeply. If not on her own account, she could feel for others. Arthur Delta drank a solitary cup of tea that evening without any accompaniment, for his appetite rebelled against any food. It was the last he was to take at the Delanys' board. "I shall be able to give up my room and settle up accounts with you to-morrow morning, Mrs. Delany," he said, on rising from the table. But he went upstairs with the question still unsettled as to how the latter arrangement was to be accomplished. Chapter 17 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17 Bitter Disappointment. The how? A puzzling question for many to answer, to those who know anything of financial difficulties, but the question had to be answered, Delta knew well enough. There was only one way left to him, a way he hated for itself, from which his whole nature rebelled, but to which he had more than once lately had to betake himself. He shivered all over at the thought of committing his dear home relics into sacrilegious hands, from which he might never be able to redeem them. He could have pledged his watch, but its absence might provoke remark or inquiry. At least, so in his sensitive condition, he thought. So closing the door upon him, he slowly opened his desk and turned out its few remaining treasures with which the touch of loving hands, the murmur of tender voices seemed still connected. A long hair chain, linked here and there with bright bits of chased gold, and, suspended therefrom, a golden anchor, cross and seal. His mother's hair was wrought in that chain, before the silver had stolen in amidst its chestnut brown. He could not let that go, her gift to him at parting. This ring, yes, it must be. Katie would never know how his utter necessity had made him pledge her loving offering. Yet its single diamond glittered at him in rebuke. He laid it on one side for sacrifice. It cost him a still greater pang as he drew from his box a costly church service in velvet and chased gold with a jewelled clasp. It was a relic of a dead sister, whose memory he cherished as a precious home treasure, and yet he knew she would rather have helped him in his heavy need than suffer him to keep this memento of her sweet young life and want. He knew she would. Still it was with a deep sigh that he wrapped it up in its silver paper, and taking the ring, went slowly down the stairs and out into the night to obtain upon them the loan which circumstances rendered it imperative that he should possess at once. It may only be for a few days. I may then be able to redeem all, he sighed to himself. But the sigh seemed very hopeless. His errand was easily accomplished. Leaving his treasures in hands that esteemed them only for their money value, he returned home with ample means for releasing himself from all monetary obligations to Mrs. Delany, and, relieved of that incubus, he threw himself upon his bed and slept till early morning, uneasily enough. Dreams of past days disturbing his slumber, through which the loving voice of his mother breathed low and sweet, or his sister's merry laughter rang. All these were accompanied by the music of that other voice, which had power to change the whole current of his existence, the tones of which only came now in sleep, and that but seldom. Sleep like this, full of troubled dreams, the fruit of a weary fevered brain, brings no refreshment with it. It is but a dreary living over of the past. The body is indeed at rest, but the mind is all too active, and the brain gains nothing by the more recumbent posture or closed eyes. So he giveth his beloved sleep. How beautifully do these words speak of rest to the mind as well as to the body. Cares hushed, anxieties silenced, peace bestowed, peace that only one can give. Such sleep as that poor Arthur Delta needed. He rose unrefreshed with early morning and began collecting the different articles round his room and packing them away in his boxes. It was not a long task, yet he went about it in feverish haste, as though he had but limited time to accomplish it in, not, indeed, in his ordinary neat and careful manner, but thrusting shirts and coats and vests, all one upon another, a very chaos of confusion, as if the one necessary thing was to cram the boxes and turn the key upon their contents. Poor fellow! His head was aching terribly, but he went on, till his trunks were ready for removal. Consulting his watch, he found it still wanted a few minutes to 6, and lying down upon his cool pillow, he sank this time into dreamless slumber, sleeping on, till a loud knock at his door came to summon him to breakfast. But little better for his sleep, and utterly loathing food, he turned away from his breakfast, and concluded his business with Mrs. Delany, who was even more than usually gracious in her manner, extremely solicitous about his health, and urgent that he should consult a doctor, at which last advice he merely smiled. "You will find my trunks ready, Bridget," he said in passing out, placing half a sovereign in the girl's hard palm. "I will send for them by and by. I wish you a happy return to Old Ireland, and plenty of good fortune there," he added with a faint smile. "Thank you for all your attention to me." "And it's myself, Mr. Delta dear, that's sorry you's goin'. Good luck to you, sir, and a good fortune, and the best of everything to the fore, and here's hoping you will soon be well." Bridget, honest Bridget, with the tears standing in her grey eyes, was the last inmate of Clement House that Delta ever saw. Her sympathy was a kindly memory for many a day. Tom Alton, in a cool fresh suit, was already at his desk when Arthur Delta turned into his uncle's office and hung up his hat on its accustomed peg. It was another pleasant morning, pleasant for its breezes, though the temperature was high. Arthur did not take his usual seat at his own desk, but went into his uncle's particular sanctum, which was especially inviting and cool, and throwing himself into the large armchair placed there for Mr. Clinton's delectation, poured out a large libation from the water cooler, which was constantly kept replenished, and taking the morning paper began eagerly searching for mining news. He had given Tom a word in passing, telling him he had taken his adieu of Clement House, leaving his boxes all ready to be fetched away when sent for. So now, Tom," he continued with the ghost of a smile, " if your mother at the last refuses to take me in, I have no home to go to." " No fear of that, Mr. Delta. Mother will be glad to have you," said Tom heartily. " And if you could only get a few days' rest from the office, I'm sure it would do you good," he ventured to add, with a rather alarmed look at the pale face and the wild, unrestful eyes. " Rest," he returned rather bitterly. " I don't want rest." And he went off to his seat in his uncle's room, and the newspaper soon becoming absorbed in its contents. So many companies, and, according to the prospectuses, all so flourishing. The difficulty was to know which was the one most likely to prove successful. Arthur had felt so confident when he embarked in the same venture as his uncle, and was bitterly disappointed when it turned out a flash in the pan, for there were two sides even to Mr. Clinton's prosperity — loss as well as gain. Only in his case it was of comparatively little consequence. He could afford to lose, while loss to Arthur was ruin. Yet, as with play, there was no standing still, even with him. Something must be done to liquidate the debt already incurred. But what? That was a hard question. Even while that question was solving, he heard himself inquired for, and the next moment the friend whose loan was causing him so much anxiety walked quietly into the office. " Well, Delta, how are you, old fellow ?" he exclaimed heartily. " What's the matter ? Ain't you well ?"" The headache, that's all. It's fearfully hot." " Think so ? I was under the impression that you were pleasantly cool here. Well," he added after a rather awkward pause, " I suppose you know what I've come for. Can you manage to let me have that money back to day ? I'm confoundedly hard up, and need it for a special purpose." Delta turned a shade paler, and grasped the back of the chair against which he was standing. " I'm sorry you want it now, Bennett," he replied in a low voice, " for I've had no return yet, and don't know where, at present, to get the money." " Well, you see, there's a heavy call on the Wheal Ellen." Delta knew that to his cost. "And I should not like my shares there to lapse for want of responding, for I believe that mine is no sell. You have shares in it, have you not ?"" Yes, a few." Having to pay up the calls on those few was one of his troubles, poor fellow. " Then there's a splendid chance in a new venture," continued Bennett. " The Lady Anne is cutting up magnificently. I wouldn't miss that for anything. There are rich specimens of copper cropping out on all sides. The men struck a fine lode directly. There's no gammon about it. I was led into the thing by an old chum of mine. So if you can manage that money, Delta, I'll secure you a few shares, if you like, though they are almost all taken up already." " When do you want it ?" said Delta, with an effort to appear calm. " No time like the present," laughed Bennett, " but I suppose that is out of the question. Well, to morrow about noon. I can manage the payment of the shares till then. But don't fail me, Delta." " If in any way I can obtain the money, I will," said Arthur huskily. " You must, dear fellow, you must. Ask your uncle. Mr. Clinton's rolling in money. He'd never refuse you. Anyhow, Delta, I really must have the money then." And with a careless nod he hurried off, little conscious of the heavy heart he had left behind him. Money, money ! Is it a blessing or a curse ? Like everything else, it has its two sides. It may prove either the one or the other. A blessing bringing with it all good gifts, smoothing the pathway, and making sad and weary hearts joyous by what it brings ; but a curse when loved over well, when cherished too fondly, when craved inordinately, when desired only to consume upon the lust. It was not, however, with its possession, but with its want, Arthur Delta was contending. His need was imperative, and the probability, alas, of obtaining a mere chimera. His uncle was rolling in riches, truly, but that was of but little benefit to him. He was absent too. But even had he been at home, he could scarcely have summoned up courage to apply for his assistance, for he had been in heavy straits before, and had never even hinted his need. But a new thought occurred to him. What if Lily had the money of her own, and would lend him some for a time? He sprang up from the desk with the thought. He could but try, and it was easier to ask her than her father, for she was kinder. To think with him was to act. There were two things at stake, his friend's interests and his own. A few shares in that lucky mine might retrieve his fallen fortunes and send him on his way triumphant. Why not? Why should she refuse him? She was always pleasant and good-natured to him. He wondered he had never thought of applying to her. Before another 20 minutes had transpired, he had arranged his work, borrowed the horse of the principal clerk, who always rode into business from his little suburban snuggery among the hills, and was off to the park. Fearfully hot in that blazing sun, its rays seemed to beat down on his head with strange power, but as he rode swiftly along, the breeze came soothingly to his heated brow. Whenever he could, he chose the shadow of the trees, or of the high furze hedges that skirted the road. But the sun had parched up the grass by the wayside, and but for those never-fading dear old gum trees we must love even in their uncouth, ungraceful forms, for their constancy all the year through, or for those unfailing hedgerows, for much of the way there would have been nothing green to refresh the weary sight. Not so when he drew nearer the park. Long before he reached it, he could discern glimpses of its cool white columns, enclosed in rich and varied foliage, the contributions of many lands. As he entered the large gates and rode through the avenue of mingled branches, a sadder chill ran through his veins, a memory of Elsie, of that last time he had spent there, a doubt and a great fear. The last time, the last time. It seemed like a dirge in his ears, not as a memory of that evening's parting, but as a prophecy of the future. How beautiful it all looked, the trees with their varied tints, the carefully tended bed of flowers, the soft trickle of 2 or 3 fountains whose silvery showers fell with a musical murmur into marble basins. What delicious evenings he had passed during those few rare months of his first colonial life under the soft shadow of the trees with his cousins, oblivious to everything but the present happiness, unmindful of results. The Elysium of those evenings came over him like a blank. What was he now? An exile, poor and in debt, possessing no right to claim the love for which he yearned. He hated himself for his non-success, yet at the same time he deeply pitied himself, and of all things self-pity is the saddest. Turning to the right and leaving his horse at the stables, he slowly walked back in the direction of the house. As he passed the greenhouse, he could not help turning in to inhale its sweets. All was lovely as ever. The soft murmur of the waters, the rich incense of the flowers, the sweet songs of the canaries. Yet one thing was wanting, the fairy presence without which even the rare beauty of blossom and incense failed to charm. He sat a moment on the low cool lounge where Elsie often whiled away the hours with a book. A volume was still lying just under the cushion, a mere frivolous novel. Elsie read little else, as we know. But between the leaves, still marking the place where she last read, was a stem of white jasmine, crushed and faded, yet a memento of her presence. He greedily seized it and hid it among the leaves of his pocket-book. Poor fellow, he had better have thrown it far from him. This was a disagreeable business today. Only his great need could induce him to go through with it. His great need. Ah, what was he to do if he could not get the money? Bennett's debt, the call on his own shares, and this new mine. He sprang up from his seat, trembling from illness, but determined on seeing Lily at once. He stood on the broad piazza where he and Elsie had last parted, her last cold words flashing to his memory. "Of course I shall not forget you. Besides, I am coming back soon." That seemed months ago. He rang the bell. How quiet it was everywhere. He had not met a creature. The very stable was deserted. Where were all the servants? Again he rang. There was a sound of footsteps in the hall now, and the door was presently opened by one of the housemaids, whose pleased smile showed that she recognised Arthur. "Oh, Mr. Delta, they're all out. Didn't you know, sir? Mrs. and Miss Lily are at Port Elliot, and not a coming home till the end of the week. I'm so sorry. There's nobody at home but me and Mary. Won't you come in, sir?" "No, thank you, Jane. I must go back to town at once. I wanted to see Miss Lily, but never mind." And he turned slowly back to the stables with a languid, weary air. The girl, standing with the door in her hand, looked after him in blank dismay. "He looks that ill, Mary," she said, when she returned to the kitchen. "Did you see him? He's that altered. It quite frightened me. Something's up, I'm sure and certain. He turned as white as a sheet when I said Miss Lily wasn't at home. It's my opinion he's only just heard of Miss Elsie's marriage that is to be, and had come to know the rights of it. I always said he wanted her himself, and I'm sure by the way Miss Elsie carried on you would have thought she loved him too. Anyhow, he do look dreadful." "That comes of being poor," said Mary with a sniff. "No one's of no account that's poor in this place." Chapter 18 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 18 A Moment's Delirium. Back to town again, the burden heavier, the difficulties more intricate for the failure. Something must he do, for so much was at stake. His head was reeling, his heart beating fitfully, the feverish blood rushing through his veins. A fierce temptation was pressing upon him, and it is exactly under such circumstances that temptations will present themselves. His uncle was rolling in money. Well, then, he was absent, but a few strokes of the pen could set him free. Why should he hesitate to extricate himself? What possible harm could it do? It was only as a loan he wanted the money. The satanic whisper came again and again, aided by his increasing illness, an illness that made his need seem more imperative than it really was, his position more alarming. On he rode, that fearful suggestion hissing in his ear. He tried to put it away, but it would not be silenced, and alas! he did not in that perilous moment flee for strength, to resist to Him who with every temptation provides a way of escape. Even the tender remembrance of his mother he put away from his thoughts, for as he rode on he began to gloss over the terrible name of forgery with the specious argument that has brought so many of our thriving young men to ruin. That he would simply be borrowing the money, which he could very soon return. It was but a matter of a day or two. No one would be the wiser. A little help and a little time was all he needed. He would have asked his uncle had he not been absent, and he had tried his best. There was no other way. It must come to this at last. He had ridden so fast into town that the horse was in a foam when he took it to the stables, and the groom and attendants shook his head as he carefully led it up and down the yard before he removed its saddle, muttering to himself, "I rather guess Mr. Wright won't want to lend his horse again in a hurry." Thinking of anything but the horse, not indeed conscious of its condition, Arthur Delta walked mechanically through the office to his uncle's room, and drank off 2 large tumblers of iced water. It had no power to cool the fever in his blood or quiet the turmoil of his mind. One thought still pursued him: the money to be paid at noon next day, the necessity of possessing some of the lucky shares which in his fevered imagination were to decide his future. He was going to borrow the needful of his uncle, that was all. One lucky turn, and he could pay it all back. The thing was simple enough. There would be no harm done. No harm done. Is the deed less sinful because it escapes detection? Had Arthur's morality sunk so low, or was his conscience so seared that he had begun to reason thus? Were all the teachings of a loving mother obliterated, and was he ready to yield to the first temptation, he who had learnt from his earliest infancy that wrong can never be right? Alas! So easy, so very easy are these downward steps, and once taken, so difficult to retrace. Ah, had he at that moment had the hand of a friend to restrain him, one warning word breathed in his ear! As it was, the temptation only came the stronger with the recollection. Elsie is coming back, and nothing accomplished, this must be done. And yet, as he nerved his trembling fingers and dashed off the fatal draft, in its figures and signature so terribly like his uncle's, his cheek flushed and paled, his heart beat tumultuously. He knew that he was sinning grievously, doing evil that good might come. He had scarcely finished the last letter of his uncle's name when footsteps and voices were heard in the adjacent office. Starting to his feet, the hot blood rushing to and then receding from his face, he thrust the cheque, wet as it was, into his waistcoat pocket. Then hurriedly reseating himself, he drew the letter book towards him, affecting to be absorbed in its contents. He was a poor dissembler, had there been any one to detect him. But the voices were only those of Mr. Wright and a country customer. They were merely discussing ordinary subjects, with their faces turned towards the street. Presently, however, his ears caught familiar names, and he sat bolt upright in his chair to listen. "They do say, the more a man has, the more he may have. I'm sure that holds good in Mr. Clinton's case," said the voice that had first attracted Delta's notice. "What's this they are saying in town about the splendid match he is making for his daughter? Is it true? You ought to know something of it." "That it is a splendid match, no doubt of that. Yes, it's true, though by all accounts the young lady made it herself by the help of her friends. I suppose her father had nothing to do with it." "But he approves of it?" "Oh, certainly. It is quite after his own heart. The gentleman is very rich, has, in fact, immense possessions in Victoria." "But which daughter is it? There are two of them. Not that little fair beauty, surely. There was a prior engagement then, was there not?" "No, I think not. No engagement that I ever heard of. At any rate, it is Miss Elsie. The young lady is now on her way from Melbourne. The marriage is to come off very shortly." Elsie, little Elsie, gone from him for ever. All up, all up. And he had sinned for her. A groan, a half-stifled cry, a heavy fall. The two gentlemen started in alarm, and made a rush to the room from whence the sounds came. Arthur Delta lay on the floor, totally insensible. "Loosen his neckcloth, bathe his head, give him air," shouted Mr. Wright to the clerks, who, hearing the noise, came excitedly crowding in. "Someone fetch a doctor," was the cooler response of the country customer. "Seems to me there's more the matter here than we can manage." "Tom Alton's gone for the doctor," said one of the office boys, "and here, by Jove, he comes with him. Ain't he spry?" The doctor shook his head. "There's serious illness here," he exclaimed after a lengthened examination. "It will be a long affair, if nothing worse," he presently added. "Some heavy shock to the nervous system. Has he any friends in the colony?" "Mr. Clinton is his uncle," answered Mr. Wright. "That's well. I'm glad of that, poor fellow. Better take him at once to the park." "The family are all absent, doctor. That will scarcely be advisable. Alton, where does Mr. Delta board?" "He has just left the Delany's. They are going away for good. He was to come and board at our house to-night for the first time. He's engaged our place." "Dear, dear," said the doctor. "Mr. Alton, that's unfortunate. Your mother is too delicate to have sickness brought into the house." "But I'm sure she won't go back from her word, sir. I'm sure she won't turn him away," said Tom warmly. "At any rate, I had better run home and see what she says." "Aye, do. Take a car from the stand at once and offer them double fare to drive quickly," said the doctor. "It's a pity for the Altons," he continued, as Tom rushed out of the door on his way home. "A pity for them, but there's no doubt it would be a good thing for him to be there, if, as you say, he has no friends to go to. For Mrs. Alton is the kindest little woman in the world, a dear, gentle, mothering creature. And Miss Nettie is a sweet girl, but I'm afraid he's in for serious illness, decided symptoms of brain fever." And he continued his manipulation while he talked, assisted by Mr. Wright, who began to be seriously alarmed. "Have you any idea what caused this sudden attack?" the doctor presently asked. "No," was the reply. "He has been looking ill some time. I fancy he has been dabbling in mining shares, and things of that kind have not been looking up lately." "Anxiety? Humph, that may have something to do with it, but not all, not all. There must be something more." "I say, Wright," said the country customer in a low tone, looking anxiously at Delta's pale, insensible face. "Do you remember what we were talking about when we heard the noise, and then the fall? It was about Miss Clinton's marriage. Don't you recollect? I'll be bound to say he overheard us. And if he is her cousin, you bet there was some truth in that report of an engagement between them." Oh," said the doctor. "Is that the English of it? I see. You were talking of Miss Elsie Clinton's coming marriage, were you? And he overheard you. Of course he did, and knew nothing about it. I warrant it fell on him like a blow. He collapsed at once. Thank you, gentlemen. I have the clue I needed. I was right, you see. This illness is the effect of a shock on a system already weakened by illness. And I'm afraid, poor fellow, life and death will have a struggle. But we will do the best we can for him." "That's it. There's no doubt of it," said Wright in a low voice. "I wonder I never thought of it before." Tom Alton came back in triumph. "Mother says, if he had not already engaged with her, she couldn't find it in her heart to close her doors on anyone so ill and friendless," he said. "I left her and Nettie preparing his room for him. Your mother is a jewel of a woman, a perfect good Samaritan, a woman among 10,000, said the doctor enthusiastically. "I'll see that she has help, and the best thing to do is to get a car to the door and take him to her at once. I'll go with you." So Delta, all unconscious of his drive, was slowly taken home by Tom and the doctor, and took possession of his pretty little room, sweet and fragrant and cooler as it was than many a larger one, without any volition of his own. He knew not how carefully he was attended, or how, when at last, when Tom and the doctor and the old captain, whose aid they had invoked, had undressed and placed him in his pleasant bed, with its snowy curtains and soft pillows, Mrs. Alton came gently in to see him, looking at him with her kind, loving, motherly eyes, as she took careful possession of his clothes, watch and purse, and folding them up, locked them away in an empty drawer she had cleared for the purpose. Arthur Delta, in all the suffering weeks that followed, could not have been gathered into a safer, a more peaceful haven. Terrible weeks they were to him. Even in his delirium, which was not violent, but low, muttering, and distressful in its character, the name of Elsie was wailed out, mingled with agonized regret for the deed he had done, and all for her sake. Mines and shares and cheques and Elsie, and forgery, these were the changes that were rung incessantly, day and night, in the ears of his anxious watchers. But only Mrs. Alton held the clue to his agonized admissions, and she kept the knowledge sealed up in her own breast. "He has been sorely tempted, and the snare has been rudely broken, but bless God, it is broken," she said to herself, and her soft eyes were dimmed with thankful tears. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Two Sides to Every Question, by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 19. The Marriage at Clinton Park. Arthur Delta, in his suffering and need, was not entirely forgotten by his own relatives. One of the first things Lily Clinton heard on her return from Port Elliot with her mother was Jane's account of her cousin's unsuccessful effort to see her. Why had he been so evidently disappointed at finding her from home? For Jane's description had been very graphic and very feeling also. She could only imagine one solution to the problem, that he had heard in some vague sort of manner a rumour of Elsie's approaching marriage, and had come to learn the true facts of the case from her. She was confirmed in this idea by the very evident distress the news of the absence of all the family, of herself in particular, appeared to occasion him. This was according to Jane's account. "Poor fellow," thought Lily. "What a pity he ever came to the colony. More especially, what a pity he ever indulged in such worse than futile dreams. What a shame that Elsie ever gave them any encouragement when she knew she had nothing to bestow on him. What else could he want but either negation or confirmation of the facts, some tidings of which must have reached him?" So she thought it out to herself, and she felt that if that were indeed all he wanted, she should congratulate herself on her absence. For what indeed could she have said? How soften the truth, which she felt sure must prove distressing to him? Jane, however, had spoken so decidedly of his altered appearance that her fears were awakened, and in spite of her solution to the problem, she could not avoid feeling very uneasy. After all, he was her cousin, and far away from his own home, and if he really was ill or suffering, would she not be culpable to neglect him? She did not believe that even her father would cancel that. His poverty was no crime, neither, for the matter of that, was his love. These were rather his misfortune, and were certainly not to be treated as crimes. Of course her father was right in not desiring a misalliance for his daughter, and doing everything in his power to prevent it, nipping at once in the bud, as he thought, any chance of such a thing occurring. Still, all that would not justify them in forgetting the tie of relationship by which they were bound. So Lily reasoned to herself that night, and as a result of the reasoning resolved to find out not only the cause of Arthur's visits, but the reason for his illness, if illness there really was. So anxious was she to smooth down everything unpleasant, that no shadow might remain to throw its gloom over the coming bridal. There was but little time left for either inquiry or help. On the Tuesday the steamer was expected to arrive, bringing with it Mr. Clinton, Elsie and her betrothed. There was only Monday left for every arrangement. It was therefore not till late in the afternoon that Lily Clinton drove into Adelaide to give various orders, finally stopping at her father's office to inquire for her cousin. There she heard the tale of his terrible illness, how little hope there was of his recovery, and how entirely unconscious he was of everything around him. "It appears he has been ill some time, Miss Clinton," said Mr. Wright. "It has been gradually coming upon him, though Dr. Byers says that the climax was the result of some sudden shock to the nervous system. I'm afraid, poor fellow, there's but little chance for him." Lily was much distressed. "I shall go and see him at once," she said decidedly. "Will you have the kindness to give me his address, as you say he has changed his residence? Of course, Mr. Wright, you are aware we knew nothing of this. My father would be greatly displeased to hear of his wanting help or advice." "He is in good hands and perfectly cared for, Miss Clinton. Do not be uneasy. But I have no doubt it will be a relief to Mrs. Alton to see you," he returned, handing her the card on which he had written the address. She bowed rather haughtily, and giving her orders, the carriage drove rapidly away. "So that is what it has ended in? Poor Arthur! A most unfortunate thing he has made of his colonial life. But are we responsible?" It was a question that made her very uneasy, though it also had its two sides. Her father had certainly meant well, and acted kindly towards his sister and her son, and it was Arthur's own fault that he was not contented with cousinly regard. He might have had the sense to know that he was no match for Elsie, and he ought to have resisted such an absurd idea before it grew beyond his power. There was wrong on both sides of the question, but which was the greater? Lily stopped at the Altons' door, with her mind full of all kinds of offers of assistance, but her voice was hushed, her pride subdued, as she stood by her cousin's bed, and saw how grievously changed he was, so changed that she would not have recognized him, and heard her sister's name again and again in the loud wailing tones of delirium. "What can we do?" she asked in great distress, her eyes overflowing with tears as she turned to the sweet motherly face of Mrs. Alton. "If we had only been at home when he was first taken ill, he might have been brought to us." "Perhaps it is better as it is, Miss Clinton," said Mrs. Alton gently, as she followed Lily from the room. "Your sister, I hear, is returning home, and, forgive me, but under the circumstances—" I know," said Lily, dashing away her tears. "It has been a most unfortunate affair. My father did his best to avert it. Please spare no expense, and procure every assistance. We will make ourselves responsible for everything. I am sure," she added in low tones, "my cousin has fallen into kind hands. But surely he will recover. Does the doctor hold out no hope? Could he not have further advice?" "Dr. Byers is a high authority, Miss Clinton, and though he holds out little hope, he still says that he has good constitution and youth on his side. If he does recover, he advises a return to his friends in England as most likely to render a recovery permanent." Lily Clinton drove back to town and got an interview with the doctor himself, but received no further intelligence from him. "Save him, if you can, doctor," she urgently exclaimed. "You may rest assured I shall for his own sake, Miss Clinton," he said rather brusquely. "His is too fine a life to be sacrificed so early." So Lily went home with a troubled conscience, having been able to accomplish but little, and with the memory of that restless moaning wail, "Elsie, Elsie," in her ears. "It is as well," she said to her mother on her return home, as they talked the matter over together in the quiet drawing room. It is as well that we were not at home, and that he is not here, poor fellow. That, under present circumstances, would have been terrible. Besides, he is with good, kind people. That Mrs. Alton seems quite refined in her manners, and he has the best possible advice." "Yes, Lily," said Mrs. Clinton, "it decidedly is a good thing that we were not at home. What reception could we have given to Mr. Canthor and Elsie with such an illness in the house? We must see that he wants for nothing. As it is," she added dolefully, "if anything happens, it may delay the marriage." "At any rate, mamma, we need not tell Elsie anything about it. It would be a pity to damp her happiness, poor child, for it could not possibly do any good." "Certainly not. It will be an easy matter to account for his absence. She will scarcely expect to see him," thought Lily, as she gloomily went off to her room. And so it came to pass that the shadow touched not the brightness of Elsie's return to her old home. What a lovely place it looked after her long absence from it. How proud she was to point out its beauties to her betrothed as they drove from the Port, through the hot sunshine, finally turning in at the large gates. After that hot drive, the fine avenue of trees that sent their shade across and across the carriage road, leading to the house, was doubly inviting. Home had never appeared so fair to Elsie as it did now she was about to leave it, and she wondered to herself if her future home would ever seem as fair. As she sprang lightly from the carriage, before either Mr. Canthor or her father were aware of her intention, and running up the steps, stood on the broad piazza, looking round her at the dear familiar objects, an overwhelming sense of her position oppressed her, and to Mr. Canthor's alarm, and Lily's intense dismay, she threw herself into her arms in a passion of tears. "Tut, tut!" exclaimed Mr. Clinton pettishly, in reply to his wife's distressed look of inquiry. "The child's tired and excited. Take her away, Lily. A little rest and a good dinner by and by will make all right. There's nothing the matter, Canthor." "She's happy enough. How can she help it?" whispered Amy Leigh, who had been easily persuaded to return to the park to assist in the bridal arrangements. "It does not seem much like happiness at any rate," said Lily as Elsie went off with her mother and her maid, leaving her sister to take charge of Amy. "Why, naturally she's excited, seeing you all under the circumstances, but it's a splendid match. Canthor scarcely knows the extent of his wealth, and she will make the loveliest bride. He is so proud of her." They need not have troubled themselves. It was only a little sun shower after all. It passed away as quickly as it came, leaving her as ever, sweet and fair, and lovely in semblance, but so shallow, so very shallow. Elsie had come home determined to dazzle her Adelaide friends with the splendour of her wedding, and she was soon wildly and joyously entering into the details of a most elaborate preparation. She had no serious thoughts to give to it. The glitter and the eclat of the thing blinded her eyes to everything else. The splendid and expensive trousseau was soon in rapid progress, for Mr. Clinton would not have any portion of it purchased in Melbourne, as he declared that an Adelaide bride should do honour, even in her dress, to her own city. In the midst of the bewilderment of lace and silk and jewels, there were triumphant receptions and introductions, while the beauty of the bride and the wealth of the bridegroom were in everybody's mouth. Meanwhile, no tidings of Arthur's illness crossed with its dark shadow the brightness of those days. Mr. Clinton had necessarily been told, had called to see his nephew, and had daily intelligence from the doctor of the progress of the illness. But no one told Elsie that one whose heart she had crushed by her thoughtless toying lay sick unto death. She had asked for him on her first arrival, but Lily had put her off with the careless words, "Oh, you must not expect to see him, Elsie. That would be rather too much." "I should think he might come. It is very silly and ill-natured of him," she answered, colouring like a rose. "I think he is much wiser to keep away," said Lily, and there the matter dropped. Indeed, what between the engrossing attentions of Mr. Canthor and the exciting preparations which required her constant presence, Elsie had little thought for anything else but the one engrossing question of her approaching marriage. Very beautiful was Elsie on her bridal morning, her fair hair floating like a cloud amidst the filmy, delicate lace that fell around her. She was very pale, but the irrevocable words, once spoken, the congratulations that poured in on every side, flushed her cheek with triumph. "I almost wish I could have said good bye to Arthur, poor fellow, and have asked him to forgive me. I hope you will not mind it very much," she whispered to Lily, as, surrounded by her bright laughing bridesmaids, she laid aside her bridal costume and assumed her elegant travelling dress. "Better not for both," said Lily, vexed at her sister's little depth of feeling. She was sorry the next moment she had said it, for Elsie turned so penetrating and alarmed a look upon her. But whatever she thought or feared, there was no time to express it now. All was bustle and excitement. Mr. Canthor was waiting impatiently at the hall door. The next moment she was lifted into the carriage and driving rapidly through the park gates. Elsie Clinton was Elsie Clinton no longer. Through that day and through that night in the Altons' little home there were terribly anxious watchers. Life and death were having their final struggle. Which would gain the victory, none could tell. There seemed but little hope and much to fear. But towards night the weary muttering ceased. Elsie's name was no longer wailed forth as it had been so feebly, so painfully. The terrible moan for past sin was hushed, and Arthur Delta lay in a heavy stupor for many hours. Through all, the doctor anxiously shared their watch. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Two Sides to Every Question by Maud Jean Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsty. Chapter 20. Saved as by Fire. A great surging of tumultuous elements, a cloud, a darkness, and then a delicious, dreamy calm and quiet, interspersed by long and dreamless sleep. No thought, no desire to think, no questioning, no remembrance of the past. Arthur Delta came back to life out of a terrible battle and conflict, a fierce and wild conflict that rent and tore him asunder. Weak as an infant, and with as little thought or reason, the very memory of the bitter cause itself appeared to be blotted out. His hopes and his fears, his temptation and sin, and the last finale of all, Elsie's desertion, all seemed swept into chaos. It was a mercy indeed that it was so. And now, in his utter weakness, he lay passively quiescent to all that was done for him, taking the spoonfuls of nourishment as he had done in earliest infancy, simply because they were held to his lips, but lifting neither eye nor hand to his attendants. Like to a little child also came the gradual dawnings of intellect. There was still no desire to speak, but the eye turned slowly from object to object with a half-wondering, half-appreciative gaze. Slowly back to life he came, slowly but surely, and as slowly dawned upon him the sense and beauty of what he saw. Opposite his bed was an open window, letting in the soft cool breezes and the fragrance of flowers. A rose had scrambled up to the window ledge and showed its fair sweet face just above it, with a cluster of 2 or 3 opening buds. Beyond this stood a tree laden with large yellow plums. They gleamed like golden ingots among the green leaves, and were a fair and pleasant sight to see. Still beyond there was a peep of the hills, all indentation, sunshine and shadow, and above all a gleam of soft blue autumnal sky. Through this window, as his mind grew stronger, his eyes most frequently went, not indeed to the sweet rose and its lovely buds, not to the golden fruit hanging in rich clusters just ready to fall, not even to the soft shadowy hills in the distance, but to that fair gleam of blue sky, and beyond. It almost seemed that the spirit so nearly released from its cage came reluctantly back to its earthly habitation, glancing wistfully back to the quiet and the calm and the stillness. So Nettie interpreted the wistful glance of the eye, the quiet, sad, upward gaze, so suggestive of a longing to flee away and be at rest. "We must make his coming back to earth and earthly objects easy to him, Tom," she said one evening, as Arthur lay quietly sleeping the soft slumber of returning health. "I like to make his room as pleasant as I can. I think it does look pretty too. Don't you?" "That's a fact, Nettie darling. You make everything look pretty that you touch, and so Fred thinks, I know," said Tom, looking up from his plate with brotherly admiration. "I touch you pretty often," said Nettie archly. "Ah, and the result is plain enough," Tom laughingly returned. "But I think you are right. We must try to make him forget the past, though I'm afraid when he does really get better, and all his memory returns, it will make terrible work with him." Yes, I'm afraid so too, though as mother says, he has passed through the fire, and fire, you know, consumes the dross. Perhaps he may feel less keenly than we fear. But what a terribly cold-hearted little creature that cousin of his must be, seeming so sweet and lovely too." "Those English letters bother me," said Tom. "I'm afraid there's bad news in them. One of them is edged with black. Poor fellow, he has had hard lines of it, but mother says it is all for the best, and I guess she knows." Memory did not however come back very fast. There were slight dawnings now and then, but for a long time he did not appear to recognize any of his attendants. Tom purposely kept out of his way, by the doctor's orders. "Let him gain strength first, and then he will be more prepared for memory," said the kind-hearted man, and his orders were always strictly obeyed. Elsie had been a fortnight on her wedding tour when Arthur's scattered senses began to rally. Little gleams of the past came to him and threw their troubled impress on his brow. Sometimes he lay with his thin hand over his eyes for hours. Once or twice Nettie in her kind ministrations saw bright drops gleaming between his transparent fingers, and her own tears were ready to well out in sympathy immediately. "It is his cousin he is thinking of," she said to herself. "What a pity he cannot forget her." He spoke sometimes now, slowly and weakly, always replying to the doctor's questions, or thanking those who waited on him. Little more than that. "He is beginning to recall the past more fully," said Mrs. Alton to the doctor one morning. "A good sign, an excellent sign, my dear friend. Painful for him, no doubt, but salutary. He will get over it. Some of its bitterness has been crushed out. He will never suffer so severely from it again." Perhaps it was so. At any rate, he suffered quietly, and he never mentioned Elsie's name. But deep down in his heart there was another agony at work. Mrs. Alton alone held the key of that sorrow, and eagerly watched for an opportunity to relieve it. He was sitting raised among his pillows one day, and Mrs. Alton was watching by him alone. She had just given him his medicine, and brought a few ripe grapes to refresh him. "You are very good, Mrs. Alton. How shall I ever repay you?" he said in a weak, low voice. And he presently added, after a pause, "I am not worthy of your kindness. You would shrink from me if you knew all." "I perhaps know more than you suspect, the temptation and the sin too," she answered kindly, with a view to help his confidence. "Do you know," he continued, the old fear and dread and despair coming over him, "do you know that at any moment I may be arrested?" Had not Mrs. Alton possessed a clue to his wild words, she might have feared the return of delirium. As it was, she quietly answered, "There is no fear of that, Mr. Delta. You sinned by yielding to temptation, but the actual deed was never done. No one but yourself and me knows anything about it." He looked eagerly, wildly at her. "I have that cheque you wrote in safety. I found it where you must have thrust it, in your waistcoat pocket, and fancying all was not quite right, knowing, Mr. Delta, that you were away from your mother and exposed to temptation, I kept the knowledge to myself. I have not destroyed the cheque. I waited for you to do that. You betrayed yourself over and over again in your illness, but no one understood your raving. I alone held the clue. I will give it up to you now." And taking her keys, she walked across the room, and unlocking a little drawer, came back to him with the forged cheque in her hand. He held his out eagerly to receive it, looking a moment at it, and then tearing it with his weak fingers till every particle was in tiny shreds. Mrs. Alton gathered them carefully up, casting them into the fire that burnt brightly on the hearth, for the evenings were often chilly now. "Thank God, my son, the sin went no further, that you were stricken down in the very act," said Mrs. Alton, returning to his side, and laying her cool hand on his burning head. "Thank God, you are saved, though as by fire." His mother's words, he remembered them now. Had she dreamt of his temptation, his sin and his escape? "I do thank him, Mrs. Alton, again and again. But alas, the sin was mine, the intention, though but the work of a moment's mad delirium, and it was all for her." He broke down utterly, turning white to his lips. Mrs. Alton drew the pillows away and laid him gently down, holding a restorative and soothing draught to his lips. It was almost too much for him, but it was better over, she thought, as she watched the colour coming slowly back, and, as the draught took effect, soft sleep falling upon him. He will be more at rest now. That terrible dread of the future is away now that he knows no one is suffering for his sin. How good God has been to him, and to us all. After that evening he began to get better rapidly. The one great load removed from his mind, he grew strong day by day. He had been arrested in the very act. The tidings of the falsity of her for whose sake he was doing the evil, and the crushing sense of the sin he was committing, came down together on his head. The agony of that moment followed him throughout his delirium. And Mrs. Alton had saved him. How he loved her for her goodness to him. The same loving discretion that had brought his sin to light, and helped him to escape its consequences, gently drew from him the history of his love and of his anguish. It is better that he speaks of it, she thought. And it was better, for with her gentle counsel he learned more easily to forget, or rather to think of Elsie in her new position as beyond him. He could not indeed forget her, but as the wife of another his feelings towards her could not remain the same. The doctor was right. Much of the bitterness had been crushed out. She is little worthy of all my love, since wealth has made her false, he thought, though even then he remembered there might be another side to the question. It was her temptation, he said, and to temptation we have both yielded. My mother would thank you for your goodness to her son, he said one day to Mrs. Alton as a gleam of sudden recollection flashed to memory. And he as suddenly asked, "Did Tom fetch my English letters, Mrs. Alton?" "He did, Mr. Delta," she slowly replied. "Will you let me have them? I can read them now." "Do you think you are strong enough? They may contain bad news," said Mrs. Alton hesitatingly. "Give them to me, please," said Delta, flushing up and turning pale. "The worst news I can hear is my mother's death. She has an internal disease. I am always fearing that news," he added in a low, sad voice. "You can bear it then. The letters are here," and she placed the bundle in his hands, the black-edged one uppermost, and turned abruptly away. A moment of deep silence, and then the rapid tearing open of the letters, and then a deep drawn sigh of relief. "Thank God, my mother lives, Mrs. Alton." She turned joyfully around. "This letter, this black-edged letter is from her own dear handwriting," he exclaimed. "I shall see her again," and he lay back among the cushions faint with the joyful intelligence. His mother had consented to undergo an operation. It had been terrible, but a complete success. There was every hope of her living many years. So he told her after he had read and reread his letters. "They want me home," he said quietly, as he folded them up. "Fortune has turned a little with us. A small estate has been left to my father. Not wealth, but competency, and I am needed at home. I am thankful for it, Mrs. Alton, for after what has passed, it would have been hard for me to have remained in Adelaide. It will be better for you to go home. The voyage alone will help to restore you," Mrs. Alton replied. "I am glad for your sake, though we shall all miss you. Now you must make haste and get well. You will not easily, I think, forget to whom you owe all these blessings," she gently added. "Your Heavenly Father has been very merciful to you. See what you can do for Him. I wish my future to be bright with His praise. Pray for me, dear Mrs. Alton, that I may be kept from temptation," said Arthur gravely. "The lesson I have learnt has been a hard one, but I do not think I shall readily forget it." The tidings of his mother's restoration to health, of the altered aspect of family affairs, of the approaching marriage of his sister Kate, with the bright letters of his sisters, running over with all joyful intelligence, gay with the contemplated removal to their new and pretty home in one of the loveliest villages in Devonshire, within easy reach of the county town, an estate coming through the death of an eccentric maiden cousin of their father's, who had secretly made him her heir, did much to restore Arthur Delta back to health and life. Before another month had passed, he had taken farewell of the Altons, and was standing on the deck of a homeward bound vessel with his uncle, aunt and Lily. They had been very kind to him, indeed, had done everything in their power to make up for the past. Mr. Clinton himself had made matters straight with Bennett, while Arthur lay between life and death, and he was now going home laden with all sorts of remembrances from his Australian friends. As to the mines, they had stopped working, leaving the shareholders nowhere. Mr. Clinton's own losses, though insignificant to him, had the effect of making him more lenient to his nephew. But he had another daughter to dispose of, and Lily had shown great sympathy for her cousin in his illness. There was no understanding these girls, or what their sympathy might grow to, he said to his wife, so his farewell shake of the hand was a great deal warmer than his welcome had been. For the rest of our friends, Tom Alton rose yearly in favour with the firm. His dreams were soon accomplished. The pretty little cottage became his own, and his mother's last days were peaceful and happy ones. She was lovingly cared for by a neat-handed little daughter-in-law, who was all she could desire. Nettie made a bonny bride. A few months after Arthur Delta's return to England, the mail steamer brought loving letters to her from his sisters, and still more substantial thanks, in the form of a plentiful and very pretty trousseau. The lovely little home of Mr. and Mrs. Fred Glaveston was in the same pleasant neighbourhood, so near indeed to the old home that Nettie's mother had nearly as much of her company. The sewing machine which had worked so noisily for others was now restricted to the sewing for the family. Lily Clinton, after all, married less for wealth than affection, but her parents were content, for she never left the old home. And Elsie, well, with Elsie we have nothing further to do. Our sympathies do not accompany her. No doubt she found her side of the question to her taste, whatever we may think of it. End of chapter 20. End of Two Sides to Every Question, from a South Australian Standpoint, by Maud Jean Frank.